Well, Durud, patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 109 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin Navabi.
And with your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Gamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Good, good. Excited to watch President Trump's interview with Maria. So that's a big one. That's a big news that we have to watch. Also, interesting developments inside Iran with some boom booms, as you say. We need to talk about that. We don't know who's responsible for them, but there are some operations inside Iran. Either it's Israel or Javidnams. So we have to, there's no way to know, but we could talk about it.
Yeah. There are some boom booms. There are some other things happening. And President Trump's interview. I actually haven't watched that yet because I was waiting. I was hoping we could watch it together. So
same. I didn't watch it because I wanted us to watch it together.
There you go. And it's interesting, Armin. Last night, because I stayed a little bit later, and then the news came out that apparently President Trump is saying the war is over. And I was like, guys, the war is that's not.
He did not say that.
Yeah, he did not say that. And then Maria Bartiromo clarified, of course, and that's why I put that. Sorry, that's why I put that that post out there last night. So yeah, all right, let's pull up. Oh, we also watched Morad Vaisi. We did like a late night Morad Vaisi watching.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He was giving his analysis as well, and Morad Vaisi is a huge hit. So
wow. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Do you have the interview, or should I pull it up?
I do. Do you want to pull it up, or should I pull it up?
No. If you have the full thing, then yeah, let's just go with that.
Okay. Let me see. Where's the full screen thing? Here. There we go. Okay. It's not that long. It's 12 minutes, right? Like, or do I have I think it's only 12 minutes. Yeah. So let's watch it then.
The hot topic of the hour, a lot of breaking news from President Trump. He told me the blockade of Iranian ports is now fully implemented. He told me the conflict is close to being over. I sat down with the commander-in-chief for an exclusive interview at the White House yesterday, where he told me all about that. Plus,
should I pause and talk, or should we just go all the way through? You're muted.
I mean, I think this should be fine. We haven't had any issues with Fox News.
No. I said, should I pause and add commentary, or should I play all the way through?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So this part, guys, for example, when President Trump says we're close to the end, he has been saying that for a while, including before adding some extra, attacks and military operations, right? So he talks about we're close to the end, meaning that 90% of the things that had to blow up have already been blown up, but it's that last remaining couple of percentages that might take longer. So when he says we're close to finished, a lot of people sometimes think about it in a time, from a time perspective, we're close to finish. But some other people are saying that maybe he's talking about the number of assets that they had to destroy from kind of perspective. Because if we're talking about military objective perspective, then maybe that doesn't mean that we're close to the end time-wise. But we don't know exactly. So close to the end could mean many different things, objective-wise or time-wise.
Commander-in-chief for an exclusive interview at the White House yesterday, where he told me all about that, plus the current state of the economy, his expectations for the price of oil, and the reconciliation package to come. Take a look.
Mr. President, thank you for sitting down with us. We appreciate it. You've had a real reaction to the blockade. Are you happy with the reaction since you put this blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's been pretty amazing, actually. I thought that was going to happen. They reacted to this even, I think it was, we've obliterated them. And this almost seems to be more of a reaction than we had before. So we'll see. I mean, look, it only matters the end result. And we're doing very well. We started off with Venezuela. We showed everybody how good. I rebuilt and built the military in my first term. I didn't know I was going to be using it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world, not even a contest. And think of it, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, everything's been wiped out, they have no anti-aircraft equipment, they have no radar, they have no leaders. The leaders they have now, it's a new regime, okay? And we find them pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. By comparison, pretty reasonable. It really is a new.
So, Goldie, how do you respond to this when he says that we have people, by comparison, the people who are in charge are a lot more reasonable? And when how do you interpret that?
Well, I mean, like I said, you have to take it in context, right? So when he says, these people are more reasonable, yeah, they're more reasonable than, let's say, Larijani or, Khamenei or whoever. But that doesn't mean that they're reasonable within the context of like a normal, rational human being or like a normal, rational state actor. So I think you have to take it in context. Reasonable compared to what? That this is like saying, the like one particular I think I actually posted something about this, and I gave the example of like a scorpion or something. So let me just pull it up, right? Where's my posts here? Oh, snake, maybe. I thought I made a post about this. Anyway, so I mean, Armin, it's just like saying, sure, these people might be more reasonable than the last, but that doesn't mean much, right? So that's just basically saying on like the Durkheim scale, let's go with the Durkheim scale. If the previous people, if they were, a 10 on the Durkheim scale, these people are like, a 9. So sure, like they're more reasonable, but they're still insane. And I think it's up to, us to, especially the Iranian diaspora to continue pointing out how insane these people are. So, but I also think the reason that President Trump is saying, yeah, they're more reasonable is because he has intelligence regarding the internal fractures within the IRGC. And so by President Trump saying that these people are more reasonable, this puts Ghalibaf and Araqchi in a very tough situation because now there's, the other IRGC factions who are probably going to Ghalibaf and Araqchi, and they're saying, what does President Trump mean when he says you're being more reasonable? Are you conceding to things that we said you shouldn't concede to? Right? So I think he's definitely playing them against one another in this sense as well. Actually, something. Yeah.
No, I'm so happy that you're using my Durkheim scale analogy. I'm so proud of myself for that one. This is great. So it's useful, huh?
It is. It is definitely very, very useful. So no,
guys, let's make it a thing now. Then Goldie is using it all the time, so that's good, guys. The Durkheim scale. So this is every time we're talking these people being relatively how jihadi they are. That's what we're gonna refer to. That's how we're gonna refer to it. That's great. Okay, that's official.
Yeah.
And how do you respond to the part where President Trump says regime change has already happened? How do you interpret that?
Maybe he knows something that we don't. But the way I interpret this is similar. Let me turn off the notifications here on my phone. To me, this is similar to like in the beginning when President Trump made that comment about like, well, we can't confirm, if any people have been, injured by the Islamic regime or killed by the Islamic regime during January 8 and 9. Someone told us that there were a lot of injuries because there were huge crowds and there was a stampede, right? Remember when he said that?
Right.
So, yes. I kind of view this in the same light, right? He's this is, to me, this is a confusion tactic. But I think for us, again, like regardless of what President Trump is saying, It's important for us to continue saying, we don't, the only regime change that we're going to accept is, overthrowing the Islamic regime completely. But of course, President Trump has also said that, when he talks about regime change, he basically means there's a change within the regime itself, right? Because I think this is also a way to counter the leftist narrative about how America is going in to do regime change. And so Trump is like, all right, well, there's a regime change. But remember, I think it's really important to remember that Truth Social post where President Trump says, maybe after regime change, something revolutionarily wonderful will happen, right?
Yes, that's a good point. Okay, let's continue then.
Regime. And I think we're doing very well, but it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows?
And you told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify?
Well, first of all, if they don't, we're not making a deal. Okay, so there's no deal. This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while, but I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour. We don't want to do that because someday you're going to have to rebuild, and it takes you 10 years to rebuild the bridge. Even if you're Trump, it takes a long time, and power plants are just as bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese?
I wish Maria asked her question again. Like, how would you verify? She asked President Trump, how would you verify? Because I wish she asked that again. Okay, that question was missed. That's very important. Because it would be very interesting to get it on record that part of the deal is not just the Islamic Republic just making a pinky promise that we're not going to enrich uranium. That is going to be verification. And again, verification by who? Would it be verification by IAEA? Or would it be verification by Americans themselves? And you might think that that's not that big of a difference, but for us as Iranians, it makes a lot of a difference, a huge difference, because if Americans are part of the verification, the level of humiliation for the Islamic Republic would be paralyzing. And again, I'm not overselling this, guys. The level of humiliation, if the Islamic Republic agrees to the Americans coming into Iran to verify that they're not enriching uranium, that level of humiliation for the Islamic Republic will be the end of the Islamic Republic. And that's why it's very important for us to pay attention to, if there is a deal, what is the verification process and who is doing the verification. This is very important, guys. I want you all to understand this. So let's continue.
This is bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese or the Saudis, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I had none.
Guys, did you understand what I said? Because I want to make sure everybody is on the same page with this. This is very important going forward.
From the Chinese or the Saudis about blocking the Strait of
And
Hormuz?
maybe why don't you go back and play that part again and then repeat it? Repeat what you said, it's just so that we can make sure the people who've joined us recently can also
okay.
Yeah.
So here, like Maria asks a question here.
I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go because they've been hit very hard. How much longer
building a nuclear weapon? How will you verify?
Well, first of all,
see this question here, President Trump starts answering the first part, but then the second part gets forgotten. So look at this part here.
By comparison, it only matters what the end result is, and maybe it'll happen fairly soon. Who knows? And
you told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify?
Well, first of all, if they
How will you verify? So, guys, the language here is very key. They're saying they will not continue building a nuclear weapon. What we like to hear is a more specific language. Instead of saying they're not going to build a nuclear weapon, we want to hear they're not going to be enriching uranium. Okay, because we don't want them to be able to get away with saying, well, we're going to enrich uranium, but we're not going to turn it into a nuclear weapon. That is not humiliating enough for the Islamic Republic. And guys, when I say humiliating, you might think like, what am I like? What are we, like children? Like, why? Like, are we? Do we want to do regime change, or do we just want to humiliate the Islamic Republic? What you need to understand is that they go hand in hand. Maybe for the Western audience, this doesn't make any sense, but saving face is essential for the survival of the Islamic Republic. If the Islamic Republic gets to continue enriching uranium even a little bit, or if they have to put a small pause on it and then get back to enriching uranium, they might be able to save face enough locally to their own followers, to some of them at least, so that would not bring them down. If, however, we get to a point where the Islamic Republic bends the knee to and accepts not enriching uranium, but more importantly, accepts verification from the Americans, Americans coming on Iranian soil, going into the enrichment facilities of the Islamic Republic, verifying that enrichment of uranium is not happening. If we get there, that level of humiliation means that the Islamic Republic would lose its last remaining supporters. And it's going to be very, very difficult for the Islamic Republic to continue surviving if it loses that remaining support that it has, even that small level of support that it has.
we're not making a deal. Okay, so there's no deal. This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while. But I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go, because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour. We don't want to do that, because someday you're going to have to rebuild, and it takes you 10 years to rebuild the bridge. Even if you're Trump, it takes a long time, and power plants are just as bad. So we'll see what happens.
Did you get any pushback, like from the Chinese or the Saudis, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I had none.
Let me move on to domestic issues.
The Chinese made a comment regarding they're not going to they're not happy with this, but then nothing happened. Nothing. I mean, the Saudis shouldn't be complaining, because this is actually really guys. The American blockade is not the same as the Islamic Republic blockade. A lot of people are misunderstanding this. The Islamic Republic blockade is on the Strait of Hormuz. The American blockade is on Iranian ports. It's not on the Strait of Hormuz, it's on Iranian ports, which means that why would Saudi Arabia complain about that? Saudi Arabia should actually love this more than anyone else. High oil prices, the Islamic Republic doesn't get to sell oil, and they get to go through the Strait of Hormuz with no blockade as much as they want. Like, this is a gift to Saudi Arabia and every other country south of the Persian Gulf and west of the Persian Gulf, like Iraq and stuff. So why would they complain? The only people that would have complained were the consumers of energy, not the sellers of energy, especially China, which seemed initially they were going to complain about it, but then it seemed like nothing happened and everybody's complying. So far, everybody's complying, which is really bad news for the Islamic Republic. We'll see how things goes, but if this blockade is successful, within 12 days, we're going to see a lot of pressure on the Islamic Republic, and this economic pressure on the Islamic Republic. And guys, this is why it makes sense for people to be optimistic for the Islamic Republic to be begging to come back to the negotiating table, because this is not an ideal situation at all for the Islamic Republic. Which, again, I don't understand how we're seeing so many analysts saying, like, oh my God, the Islamic Republic is winning, United States is struggling. This is there's the Islamic Republic could wait as long as they want. The Americans, there's a countdown for the Americans. I mean, everything I'm saying is the other way around. The economy of the Islamic Republic is collapsing, and U.S. economy is doing quite fine.
Sir, what are your top priorities now for the economy for the rest of the year?
To be honest, we are doing so well. You look.
Oh my God, guys, look at this. I was saying the economy is doing quite fine, and I just checked S&P 500. We're reaching all-time highs. Guys, we're above 7,000 with S&P 500. The all-time highs ever is 7,003. So 2 more points, and we're like reaching a record high in the history of S&P 500. Like, what is this economic downturn that everybody is promising? This is record highs. Guys, look at this. We're up 30% year over year. We're up 30%. Past 6 months, we're up 5%. Past 1 month, we're up 5%. Past 5 days, we're up 3%. 1 year green, 6 month green, 1 month green, 5 day green, 1 day green. How is this collapsing the world economy? These people, like, I don't understand. How is this? Oh my God. I don't understand all of these analysts saying, oh my God, the economy is ruined because of all of this. How is it not being reflected anywhere? I don't understand. Okay.
Look at this. I hit the 50,000 Dow mark, which everyone said
there you go.
couldn't happen in 4 years. I did it in 1 year. I hit the 7,000 S&P mark in less.
Guys, I promise you I haven't watched this. Right when I say 7,000, he said 7,000 S&P. Guys, look at this. We're linked. We're connected right after I showed the graph. I swear, I promise I have not watched this. Look at this.
I hit the 50,000 Dow mark, which everyone said couldn't happen in 4 years. I did it in 1 year. I hit the 7,000 S&P mark in less than 1 year, which was a number, as you know, you reported it. They said if at the end of 4 years you hit those numbers, I did it at the end of a year.
Guys, I swear, people are saying pre-watch. I swear I have not watched it. I promise you I haven't watched it.
I said, now we have to do a little bit of a turn, a detour to a place called Iran.
But look, see, I haven't watched it because he's talking about doing a little bit of a detour. But we're not even doing a detour. We're back to 7,000. We're back to 7,000.
And we have to stop them from ever having a nuclear weapon. And if you told me that in the midst of it, we would have a stock market that's almost as good as it was 2 months ago.
Also, guys, I couldn't have pre-watched it because we only just now hit 7,000. We only just now did that.
Just about, very close. And that we'd have oil, that we'd be selling oil, that oil would be at 92 or whatever it is right now, instead of 200. Because a lot of people said, oh, it'll be 200.
Okay, President Trump watches our show because that's what I've said. Guys, hi, Mr. Trump. Please talk to Goldie Gamari. She's a big fan of yours, and please do an interview with her. Okay, so guys, okay, President Trump watches our show because I said in the many times that, guys, people are saying oil prices are high. This is actually a miracle. We're still under 100. We have never seen a smaller jump in oil prices after a war in the Persian Gulf. Like, so many people were saying that we would have been 200 by now, and it's actually a miracle that we never actually even hit 120 so far. Again, I'm always cautious that we don't know what might happen in the future, but this price increase is so small compared to what so many people predicted. And you can see that being reflected in the stock market, because if it was that devastating, the stock market would be down. And by the way, guys, when I showed you S&P 500, a lot of people are like, Armin, S&P 500 is not the global economy. That's just the United States. True, but you have to understand that American companies have international presence. So actually, American companies are a good way to look at what's happening globally, because McDonald's is everywhere. Starbucks is everywhere. Nvidia sells to everywhere. Microsoft is everywhere. Facebook is everywhere. So American companies are global companies. So let's continue.
This is in the midst of everything. Now, I think we're doing very well, and maybe people assume we're going to win this thing pretty soon. We've beaten them militarily, totally. The only thing they have is the Gulf, and I think now, or the Strait, as they call it. And I think now I don't know how they hold out.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the backdrop has changed. I know it's been only a month or so, but oil prices are up 50%. The stock market had a tough first quarter.
By the way, you're
Now,
right.
Stocks are
You're
still
right, but
up.
they're not up. I thought, I mean, honestly,
You thought it was gonna
I
be
thought
worse.
there'd be much, and I was willing to do that, to stop a new.
See, President Trump is even surprised. President Trump was willing to, guys, President Trump is a business guy. He's a business guy. So for business people, for Wall Street people, for construction people, for salespeople, the economy is everything. And President Trump, when he says he was willing to take a much bigger hit, that actually shows a level of sacrifice. Okay, because usually when a finance people, econ people are like everything is about making more money. But President Trump is so concerned of the Islamic Republic being nuclear that he was willing to pay a much, much heavier price. And this is the hit that people are talking about. You see this from here to here. This is because of the military operations. But look, we already, I honestly, I'm shocked. Like, guys, I didn't see this coming. I thought that we will keep going down, but I promised everybody that eventually we will recover, just like we recovered from COVID, just like we recovered for every other downturn. But what I didn't expect is for us to recover this fast. Like that is actually a bit too early. Like, we might actually do a correction on the other side soon, but we'll see.
Nuclear weapon to be used against this
So,
country or the
you
Middle
see-
East.
Here, let's go back here a little bit. President Trump saying, I thought it's going to be worse, but nuclear is more important. So for President Trump, as a finance guy, as a commerce guy, for President Trump, lives are more important than money. Lives are more important than money. So he was willing to take a hit in both popularity and economics, right?
The stock market had a tough first quarter.
By the way, you're
Now,
right.
Stocks are
You're right,
still
but
up.
they're not up. I thought, I mean, honestly,
You thought it was gonna
I
be
thought
worse.
there'd be much, and I was willing to do that, to stop a nuclear weapon to be used against this country or the Middle East, anybody in the Middle East. They were going to take out the Middle East. To stop that, it was certainly worthwhile, being much higher than it is right now. If you told me that we were going to be at only 92 a barrel, $92 a barrel, I would have been very surprised.
All right,
And
so
you know what? I'm very happy. And it's going to come dropping down very big as soon as it's over. And I think it can be over very soon.
So
if they're
overall-
smart, it will end soon.
overall, the impact on the economy, do you expect a hit to growth? Do you expect a spike in inflation?
Well, look, there's a hit because, you know, we go through it for whatever it is, 6 weeks. There's going to be a hit, but it's going to recover, I think, fully. Somehow they misquoted me. I think oil will be down to the levels it was. You know, they said, I expect oil to be high at the midterms. I don't expect that. I think that we will be somewhere around where we were, maybe even lower. This is going to, when this is over, I think the stock market is going to boom. It's already booming. Again, nobody thought we could be at 50,000.
Guys, year over year, stock market being up 30% is crazy. Like, what you should expect every year from the stock market is an average of, I don't know, something between 12 to 15%. Up 30% is like crazy.
And during my 4 terms on the Dow, or 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit numbers that nobody thought possible.
You've been talking about a reconciliation program with the Republicans. Can you articulate to our audience why a reconciliation package is important and why you want to see it on your desk by June?
Because we can't get any Democrat votes. With reconciliation, we can get things passed. The good thing is the great big beautiful bill, that was 4 years wrapped into one. Now we're doing some additional things. But, you know, the great big beautiful bill, I think it's the biggest, the best piece of legislation. It should be called the great big beautiful tax cut bill, because you have no tax on tips. And look how that's working out. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We have people, and you see it. I see it on your show. Watch your show. Your show's great. We have people that are making $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. They had no idea it was coming. And it's turning out to be even better than we anticipated for people.
But there are rules around reconciliation that it requires deficit reduction, right? How will you ensure that you've got a decrease in spending?
Well, we have to go by the rules, and we're going for those rules. And if we didn't go by the rules, we couldn't even put it in. We wouldn't be able to submit it. And nobody believes that more than me. The one thing I really felt strongly about was the military. We built this great military that we have right now, and everybody acknowledges it, whether it's China or Russia. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built that in 4 years, my first term. It's a great, including adding Space Force. You know, a lot of the things that you see that work so well is because of Space Force. It was a great thing that we added when we went for Space Force.
So what can you put in the reconciliation bill? Other than funding Customs and Border Patrol and ICE, anything else?
Well, we're doing mostly that. This is mostly about that because the Democrats don't want to do it. Then we're putting some things as we go along. But, you know, you've heard the expression, we want to keep it sort of slim because we want to make sure that I have the safest border in the history of our country. Nobody came in. I'm not even sure I can believe that. But the Democrats do the numbers. It's really, you know, the agency that does that is, they tend to be on the Democrat side, to put it mildly. In the last 9 months, not one person came across the border illegally. Now compare that to 20.
That is amazing, by the way. Like, I hope, like, that is a huge achievement. So, you know, like, whatever criticisms you might have for President Trump, like, it's really hard to fight against this. Like, the fact that, like, this is somewhat of a miracle. Like, honestly, like, when it comes to the border policy, if there's any place that you could say that President Trump has absolutely undeniably has won, is when it comes to the border policy.
5 million people coming across by Sleepy Joe.
I was there. I went to the border 6 times. I saw it. I understand what you're saying.
They came in by the millions, hundreds of thousands a week, just pouring it, totally unchecked. And you know, the countries, I know the leaders of most of these countries, they're very smart. They're street smart. Some are highly educated, some are, but they're very street smart. They don't send their good people to us. When they do a caravan, 25, 30,000 people in a caravan, you don't have their good. You have people that, frankly, even if they're not criminals per se, they don't want to work, or they want welfare, or they sent all these people to our country. What the Democrats have done to us should never be forgotten.
Can you put the Save America Act in the reconciliation
I'd love
plan?
to do it, and we'll certainly look at it. But I mean, there's nothing easy, and it has to be called Save America, as you just did. A lot of people like to go with the Save Act. Nobody knows. It's Save America. It's voter ID. It's you have to be a citizen to vote.
Proof of citizenship.
Ideally, mail-in voting. You knock the hell out of it. Can you
make it a budgetary item?
It's good for the military. You know, the military's away. They have to be able to use it, etc. Somebody that's sick, somebody that's away, you can't. And you do mail-in voting. But mail-in voting cut back so that it's fair.
It's tax day. What do you want to make sure people understand about the changes that you put in the tax code in the big, beautiful bill? And how significant are these refunds that people are getting?
Okay, well, the refunds are really significant, and it makes it less complicated to do your tax return, much less complicated. But the people, I mean, I think you're seeing this, you're reporting, everybody's reporting, because now it's gone into effect. And people are getting refunds of $5,000, $8,000, $11,000 that they had no idea they were getting. It's turned out to be better, as good or better than I said it would be.
Is that going to be enough to offset the increase in gasoline prices?
It will be, because gasoline's coming down very soon and very big.
So you think gas prices will be lower before the midterm elections?
I think they'll be much lower before midterm, much lower, yes.
Okay. Now, you've suggested...
I mean, that's on the assumption that we stop a country that cannot have a nuclear weapon from... If you give Iran a nuclear weapon, you want to see bad stock markets? You won't have a country. The world will be blown up.
Yeah, guys, I wonder, what do you think is the effect of nuclear weapon on the stock market? So I don't think it would be positive. What would let's say, like, we see a mushroom cloud somewhere in the world. I wonder what would that do to the S&P? I wonder. Hard to quantify that.
You can't do it. You cannot do it. So on the assumption we have that settled, hopefully long before that, and maybe almost...
I bet you it would have some effect on egg prices in the United States. I don't know if it would bring it up or bring it down. I bet you would bring it up, I think. I think egg prices will increase if we see a mushroom crowd somewhere in the world. I can't be sure. I can't be sure.
Immediately, could be very soon. But when that's settled, gas prices are going to go down tremendously, and gasoline, gas prices, cost per barrel, fill up your car per gallon, any way you look at it, numbers are going to go down. Electricity is going to go down. You know, it fuels sort of everything, not just cars. It fuels the economy. If you get that down, one of the reasons I was so successful in my first term is I was able to keep gasoline prices down. I was able to keep energy down. Now, look, if I decided not to go into Iran, which would have been
guys, I see the super chats. We will respond to the super chats. This part is about Iran, but let's just go through this and then we'll respond to the super chat.
I was able to keep gasoline prices down. I was able to keep energy down. Now, look, if I decided not to go into Iran, which would have been a terrible thing, for 47 years, no president had the guts to do it, and they should have done it. And I know at least one, and I think all of them that are living, are sitting back watching this and say, we should have done it. This should have been done long before me. It would have been much easier to do. This should have been done long before me.
Mr. President, let me
What
ask you.
Obama did with that Iran nuclear deal, that was the worst deal ever made. That
Guys, this is very important. When President Trump keeps saying that the Obama deal was the worst deal ever made, it's good. Like, you might think that this is repetitive, but I actually feel really better every time President Trump says that, because we're talking about the JCPOA, right? So every time President Trump says that, because some Iranians are concerned that would the Americans do a deal with the Islamic Republic, a deal that would allow them, with a deal with a sunset clause, a deal that will temporarily stop the Islamic Republic from enriching uranium, and then at some point in time allow the Islamic Republic to enrich uranium again. So sometimes that worries us Iranians, that this is how the deal is going to be. And it's not because the Iranians are like, let me be honest with you guys, the Iranians are focused on regime change. They're not focused on whether or not the Islamic Republic is enriching uranium or not, like as much as maybe the rest of the world is. The Iranian people are focused on getting rid of the Islamic Republic. But the enriched uranium and getting rid of the Islamic Republic is related, because, again, goes back to humiliation. Because if the Islamic Republic gets a deal that is not very humiliating, it will not lead to its collapse. And that's why we are worried that some Iranians, in our discussions, we hear many of Iranians being worried that we are going to allow the Islamic Republic to save face by having a deal that is not as bad as the Islamic Republic, like many of us thought it was going to be for the Islamic Republic. So the thing is that one of the main criticisms that President Trump had for the Obama deal, otherwise known as the JCPOA, is that it had a sunset clause. Sunset clause is like the sun sets, meaning that there's a time period where the Islamic Republic needs to abide by a deal, and then after that, it gets to do what it wants. So this repetition, this emphasis by President Trump that was the worst deal, makes us feel safer that we're not going to go back to a similar deal. Like, it would be obviously not a win for President Trump to keep saying the Obama deal was the worst deal in the history of deals, and then come and sign a similar deal with the Islamic Republic. That would be really hard to sell. Oh, Thora, thank you so much, Thora. Wow, that's a very nice super chat. That's very generous. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And we'll get to the super chat soon. Right? So this is why sometimes when President Trump keeps repeating that, some of you might be like, okay, we heard this one before. But for us, this is like really encouraging that he keeps saying that, because we're wondering, like, has he forgotten that we're not supposed to go back to the JCPOA? And nope, he has not forgotten.
gave been much easier to do. This should have been done long before me.
Mr. President, let me
What
ask you.
Obama did with that Iran nuclear deal, that was the worst deal ever made. that gave them a path to a nuclear weapon, a short-term path to a nuclear weapon. I terminated it. It was the greatest thing I did. They would have had a nuclear weapon 4 years ago. Then we hit them with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month, maybe 2 weeks. And they would have used it on Israel and the Middle East. And they would have used it on us too. And not just Israel, by the way, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, countries that were shocked when they got hit. You know, these countries were not expected to be hit because they were going after those countries. They were going over to take over the Middle East, and we stopped them.
The hot topic.
All right, so that was that. Goldie, should we go through the super chats?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And again, thank you so much, Torah. That was very wonderful and generous. But do you want me to read them or do you want to read them?
Well, I'll read them. I see the first two super chats are kind of weird, so I'm just going to ignore them. Wait, what? Ew. Weird. Okay.
You, brother, you.
So the next one is, next is the wall with Canada. Can't trust them. I mean, Canada's in a pretty bad situation right now when it comes to foreign policy. Mark Carney is definitely taking the side of China. Oh, the dude, that weirdo got banned. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Texas. Sorry. Yeah, so I mean, the foreign policy in Canada, not very good right now. And then David Simpson says repetition equals reinforcement. Armin, I think he's referring to
Yes.
your comments about President Trump repeating about the bad deal.
Yes. I agree. I agree with that statement.
Look at this. Someone is rickrolling us. Trump is saying he won't give you up or let you down.
Oh,
That's
well,
a good
give more super chats so you complete the rickroll though.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, and then this one here. Well, I don't know.
Nice try though.
Okay. I think you got a super chat as well.
Oh, thank you.
Those are the ones that I see. Is there anything that we've missed?
Nope, that's it. Let's go to more updates. Do you have, like, I have some, but do you have some? Do you want to, is there anything you want to go through?
No. It's Armin Power Hour right now, actually. So
okay. Let me see. Let me bring up the stuff that I have then. Okay. All right. So let's go through some of the updates. So this is the most important one, I think, which I think a lot of you already knew that this happened. There was this explosion, boom, boom, yesterday in Tehran, witnessed in District 10. And 3 blasts were heard, one strong enough to shake windows. Okay, so Jehun Imam Khomeini intersection, that's the place. So that we already knew that. We had no idea what was happening, who's doing that explosion in the middle of a so-called ceasefire. And then we got more information that there were car bombs. 2 car bombs exploded near a Basij post in Tehran. So this made it a lot more interesting because who does car bombs? Like, I mean, do Israelis have drones everywhere? Like, let's think about this together because I'm not sure what we're looking at here. Because if you need to blow up some cars, I'm pretty sure. Oh, thank you. Let's get a super chat. I love you, Armin and Goldie. Bosh Sharaf. Oh, thank you.
Armin is very Bosh Sharaf. I agree.
But you too, Goldie. But you Bosh. Okay, thank you. So guys, let me know if you agree with this. If there's a car that needs to blow up, the more convenient way, given that the Israelis have complete air domination, what is it called? Air superiority over the Tehran. Like, the more ideal way to blow up some cars would be to just take him out with some drones, right? So given that we're seeing car bombs, doesn't this suggest that this is Garda Javidan? or am I just being too optimistic here? So reports indicate that the Basijis were the intended target, with blast on Imam Khomeini Street. Witness in District 10 described multiple explosions, one strong enough to shake nearby buildings. So, and it asks, is this the new phase of the conflict? To me, it is expected for some Iranians inside Iran to at some point lose patience with the progress of the military operations. I know a lot of Iranians expected this to be over by now and for Iran to be free. So given that we are not there yet, it is possible that some Iranians are like, F it, I'll do it myself. Like we'll do it ourselves. Like we're just gonna do it ourselves, right? So I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think this is Iranians basically being tired of waiting around to see if the regime is going to change and trying to take matters into their own hands? So there's this other video.
Well, Armin, I was just going to say, remember, I think it was maybe sometime last week or the week before, where His Royal Highness put out a message to the Garda Javidan, and he said, it's not time to go out to the streets yet. However, it's time for the Immortal Guard to start weakening the IRGC and pretty much preparing and laying the groundwork for the upcoming revolution. So this could be that. Do we know who was targeted?
We know just some Basijis were targeted. And I heard like there was a couple of cars that were supposed to blow up. And it seemed like one of them blew up. I don't know exact details, but I think some Basijis were in the car and they died. If anybody could confirm that. So we know that there were Basiji members who were targeted. I mean, this guy maybe like will explain it to us. This guy is a Basiji.
Okay.
So he's a Basiji member, and he's basically blaming internal traitors. So the Basijis themselves are thinking that these are Iranians. If you call them internal traitors, it means that they're not blaming the Israelis or the Americans, they're blaming Iranians. So that's what the Basiji thinks. So internal traitors for the bombings near their posts, confirming expanding armed resistance on the ground. So guys, we might end up seeing a lot more of this. I mean, we already saw two Basijis, two IRGC members, like armed forces, being shot down. Like you guys remember that they were shooting them, and two of them, were killed. And now we're seeing a Basiji car being. Guys, when we went over that drive-by shooting, somebody saying, John, I'm Fadoy Iran, and he started shooting two IRGC people. I said to you guys that we might see a lot more of this. And now we're seeing car explosions. So let's see what this Basiji member says in the explanation of what's happening. He's saying Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, meaning in the name of God, the merciful, the whatever. So he's just giving the date. And he's saying this is Imam Khomeini Street. And like there's traffic is going and the situation is now normal. And like nothing very strange happened here. What? It was just a limited explosion. What the hell? Like nothing very special happened. Some of them died, some Basijis died. And it was like, it wasn't a very special event. It's normal here.
Goes to show how much they put worth on people's lives, right?
Yeah, on their own people's lives.
Yeah.
Like it was it was a limited explosion. That's what he said. Like as opposed to what? An unlimited explosion? Like, what is it, guys? What does an unlimited explosion look like for us to have limited explosion? Aren't all explosions limited? Like, even nuclear explosions are limited because they just don't go on forever and ever. So every explosion is a limited explosion. What does that even mean?
در واقع در خیابان توسط عناصر خائن و وطن فروش در
Okay, so he's saying that the traitors Okay, so that's good news. He's saying that it happened by traitorous nation selling people. Okay, so that means he thinks they were Iranian. So that means that an armed uprising is starting.
در واقع که به همدلان نه تلفات جانی نه خسارت حادی داشته.
Well, okay, he's saying nobody died. I don't believe. Wait, okay, he's saying nobody died and no financial cost. There was no life lost and no financial cost. I mean, wouldn't the car be a financial cost? Like there was no life cost and no material cost.
حادی داشته. به همدلله اوضاع
حادی. Okay, not a big cost.
کنترل و عادی هست و مشکل
like everything normal, nothing to. You guys remember that South Park line? The police will come. Nothing to see here. Everything is normal. Go home. It's like it's basically, guys. I don't know. Isn't this the picture of the explosion? Let's go back a little bit. He's saying nothing special happened. Isn't this like that? Looks like a big deal, isn't it? Okay. He's like, no, nothing happened. Go home. Nothing to see here. Okay, sure. All right. So it's also good to see that they're really trying to show the situation as normal. Okay, guys, I'm seeing some interesting super chats. We'll get to them soon. Maybe we should get to them now. We got some more super chats. Goldie, we got some. We got something about you. But before that, like there's 2 super chats above. Somebody saying, great discussion group, Armin. Well, thank you, guys. Come join our discussion group. Do you see people are enjoying it? People like it. Did Armin just call Big Bang fake news? No, I didn't. But even the Big Bang is a limited explosion. It's not an infinite explosion. But here, this is that. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support. So somebody gave us a super chat saying, Nux featured as Asman Gold and Goldie's YouTube censorship ordeal on his latest deep dive exposing MSM crackdown against Iranians and their voices. I'm grateful for your courageous voice to still roar. Oh wow, Javid Shah. Well, thank you, Javid Shah, and Israel Chai. I see the flag of Israel. So Goldie, you've been featured next to Asman Gold.
Yeah, we actually shared that video last night. It was part of a late night viewing party. Yeah.
Interesting.
So we were watching Nux talk about my video and how I was being censored. So
look at this. Somebody saying Asman Goldie. Asman Goldie. Yeah. You should have a show with each other. You both have gold in your name and you both care about what's happening in Iran. So that's good enough reason. So, guys, make it happen. Get Asman Gold and Goldie to talk to each other.
We'll see if he's interested. We'd be more than happy to have him as like a guest here. But Iran Revolution Live doesn't work without you, Armin. So,
oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Goldie. That's so sweet. We got 2 more super chats saying the boom boom was mostly peaceful. Yeah. And another super chat saying it was Basiji Commander Muhammad Shiro Muhammadian. Yeah, and he was that. Okay, he was. How do I say this so that we don't get censored by YouTube?
He was attacked
to D by masked Iranians. This has to be Gardajavi done.
I've heard that news. I've heard that
really?
news. I guess I'm still waiting for more confirmation, but I'll see. I think Tusi might have reported on that, but yeah, like that's what we heard last night. but waiting for more news on that.
Interesting. Okay. Okay, so here we got some that would be a major escalation if we're seeing more, because Goldie, I think that might have a devastating influence on regime forces, because they were almost getting a sense of safety, because there has been less drone attacks on checkpoints and Basiji bases and IRGC bases. So the ones who survived, they have been thinking that maybe the worst is gone and now they're safe. So now if the Garda Javidan gets into action, maybe the fear is going to come back, because we need these people to continue feeling unsafe, the regime forces. And I was wondering, is it possible that the Israelis have stopped bombing the checkpoints and IRGC forces because they want to see more participation from the Iranian people? Because there's a sense that there's too much. Iranians are just like thinking like, oh my God, yeah, this is great. Keep bombing them until they're gone. But maybe they're stepping back to encourage the Iranian people to pick up some of the work, because at the end of the day, it's the Iranian people who need to do the final uprising. And we also had the call to action by Princess of Pahlavi for the Garda Javidan to take more action. And if it's so much reliance on the Israelis doing so much of the work, then maybe people will just stay home. So maybe this is a strategic plan to try to encourage Iranians to basically do these operations themselves. Maybe.
Could be.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah. So we have the foreign ministry spokesperson just came up with a statement. Let me just play it. Actually, let me read the caption. It says, the release of Iran's asset is not a concession in our view, but a right of Iran that has been violated. It is like a thief taking your property and then wanting to return it to you as a concession. This issue is clear and one of our demands that was raised there, but the reality is that we did not reach a final agreement, just as no final agreement was reached on other issues. So, guys, the reason why this statement is very ridiculous is because those assets does not belong to the Islamic Republic. It belongs to the Iranian people. And you can't steal what has already been stolen. I mean, or can you? So if those assets have been held by the Qataris, the Islamic Republic is claiming that, like, oh, those are our assets and have been stolen. But, well, you have already stolen those assets from the Iranian people and they don't belong to you to begin with. So if they freeze these assets, I think it's completely legal because they don't belong to the Islamic Republic. They belong to the Iranian people. So I'm not going to play this because it's in Persian and we already read the most important part of it. But let's now go to...
Armin, I sent you another link.
Okay.
It's kind of related to this, but it's a short clip.
Okay, fantastic. I was double checking if it was a Rickroll.
You're all traumatized.
It's trauma, Rickroll trauma. PTSD. Okay, here.
Yeah, I think that's not a correct characterization. Yesterday, we announced Operation Economic Fury, and we, for over a year, we have had maximum pressure on the Iranians, both on blocking payments into the Iranian state and going after the accounts of the IRGC. One of what may prove to be fatal mistakes that the Iranians made was bombing their GCC neighbors, and who are now willing to be much more transparent in terms of the funds or do a deeper dive in investigating the funds that are held within their banking systems. So we have pushed out to them the request that we want to freeze more funds of the leadership of the IRGC and any members of Iranian leadership. The other thing that we have done is we have told countries that if you are buying Iranian oil, that if Iranian money is sitting in your banks, we are now willing to apply secondary sanctions, which is a very stern measure. And the Iranians should know that this is going to be the financial equivalent of what we saw in the kinetic activities.
Guys, this is I really don't know how the Islamic Republic is going to ever financially recover from this. We should we should have the meme for that. There's a meme for that. Because this is devastating. Like if the blockade holds, and guys, remember that it was this is such a strategic mistake by the Islamic Republic to bomb UAE more than any other country, because I don't know, guys, how many of you knew that the UAE was the loophole to go around for the Islamic Republic to go around all of the banking blocks, like the financial restrictions on the Islamic Republic's banking system globally. It was the UAE banks that looked the other way for so many years for the Islamic Republic to just use the UAE banking to basically do banking with the rest of the world. There were billions of dollars that went through the UAE banks to Iran, and the Islamic Republic constantly used the UAE's basically tolerating or just allowing, because honestly, it wasn't because they were being tolerant. It was because the UAE was making so much money out of providing this loophole to the Islamic Republic. So this is why for so many people, including the UAE, it was a shock where they ended up being the country most bombed. Like, did you guys knew that no country has been bombed more than the UAE? No country, like not Israel, not any other country. And so many people have been trying to come up with the reason why. Murad Vaisi thinks because they were jealous of the UAE and they were jealous of Dubai. I think it has to do with UAE being an ally of Israel, and also because hurting Israel is very hard and hurting the UAE is easy. But this has been devastating. Like this is going to backfire, because the only loophole, the main financial workaround that the Islamic Republic had to go around all of the restrictions that they had is now being closed because of the UAE is now enemy number one. Like it's interesting because Saudi Arabia and the UAE are now more insistent on regime. They're at the level of Israel. Like, if there are three countries that are more insistent on regime change in Iran than any other country, it's Israel, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. These are the top three countries that are the most insistent on complete regime change now within Iran.
Well, what it is as well is the UAE is, fighting the Muslim Brotherhood. So is Saudi Arabia. So now that, the Muslim Brotherhood is actively helping to support the Islamic regime, and after what the IRGC did in terms of attacking Saudi Arabia and the UAE and other places, that I think that's why they're like, enough is enough. And you're absolutely right. It's like, especially for UAE, which basically helped the IRGC evade the sanctions through, their banking institution. The UAE is now like, well, we were, kind of supporting the IRGC behind the scenes, and this is how they were paying us. I mean, there's no honor in supporting terrorists, and I think UAE and Saudi Arabia finally learned that lesson.
Exactly, especially because a lot of people assume that the UAE they're so desperate for the missiles to stop coming towards the UAE that they would be asking the United States to stop attacking the Islamic Republic so that the missiles will stop. However, what they didn't take into account is that even if there's a ceasefire, or even if there's a complete end to these military operations, the UAE's business model is completely, nobody will see the UAE as a safe haven ever again unless you get rid of the Islamic Republic. So this is a nightmare scenario for the UAE, because it's true that if the military operations stop, at least the UAE could be like, oh, finally, the missiles are not coming at me anymore. But now, forever going forward, as long as the Islamic Republic is there, every tourist, everybody who's doing trade, anybody who wants to do investments in the UAE, they always will put that risk factor into their calculation. And the UAE's main financial model has always been that wars do not happen here. So if the Islamic Republic stays and they come up with a peace deal that makes the Islamic Republic stay there, that threat will always be there, that what you just saw happen could happen again at one point in the UAE. And all investments will now be valued at a more discounted rate going forward because there's a higher risk factor. So the UAE is thinking the only way I could get that sense of security that I had before to tourists and investors and anybody who wants to do trade using my ports and go through my airports is for there not to be an Islamic Republic. So the UAE is like, I'm willing to pay a higher price and go through more military operations and have missiles thrown at me, continue suffering missiles being thrown at me, but I cannot tolerate the Islamic Republic having the Islamic Republic as my neighbor. I cannot tolerate that. So that's what their thinking is. Hold on, let me see. Okay, this is important as well. No, that's not important. That's too late. That's for too many days ago. Okay, let's go to this one. So press secretary here. Let's see what they were saying here.
I would just want to make one point that's important to the president. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place. I would just want to make one.
So just wanted to let you guys know the Pakistan is loving this situation right now because Qatar is not being a mediator for the Islamic Republic anymore because they're like, you guys shot at us, like what the hell? So we're not going to be a mediator for you guys anymore. So Pakistan is like, this is my time to shine. We will be the mediators, and this is going to give them leverage over international diplomacy. So they're taking advantage of this opportunity to try to demonstrate to the world that they could do what Qatar and Oman has always been tried to become like a table where countries could come talk and negotiate. Qatar has done that more effectively than any other country. Because it's a tiny country with not much military power, but it's trying to use being a table for diplomacy, for a mediator between different countries as a way to have a lot of leverage politically globally by being a mediator. So Turkey sometimes tries to do that, but Qatar has been number one in being able to be successful at that game. But now Pakistan wants in. And this is why they have made a huge deal in Pakistan regarding being the mediator, like having the vice president come to Pakistan to negotiate like a ceasefire that is with the Islamic Republic. That's a big deal for Pakistan. The only thing that might challenge that is that Pakistan has a security agreement with Saudi Arabia. So they're not like a completely unbiased mediator. Like for you to be a mediator, you have to demonstrate that you're very unbiased to both sides, right? So Qatar was able to demonstrate, Qatar was pretending to do that, even though they're very much in favor of the Islamic Republic. To be fair, Oman demonstrated that more than anyone else in regards to being completely unbiased. but Saudi Arabia is like the head of the military in Saudi Arabia is very pro-American, and the prime minister is very much pro-Saudi Arabia. Both of them are enemies of the Islamic Republic. So this is why United States likes Pakistan as a mediator, because Pakistan is considered closer to Saudi Arabia and United States. But the Islamic Republic cannot choose, because there's no one left. Like, the Islamic Republic is running out of friends very fast. So, beggars can't be choosers, right? So they can't really decide. So that's what they had to agree with Pakistan. I mean, when you shoot missiles at the countries that were your previous mediators, like they even shot missiles at Oman. Like, why Oman? Why? Somebody explain to me why Oman got shot at. Like, that is bizarre, right? Qatar, I might understand because they have military bases there, U.S. military bases there, but they shot at the civilian areas. But why Oman? Why did Oman get hit? I mean, they have some bases as well. All right, but guys, here's
the answer is really simple. Regime maraz dare.
They're like they try to play the madman, policy, but it backfired. It didn't work as well. They're like, look at us, we're mad. You have to appease us because we're crazy, and it backfired. It didn't work out in their favor, right? So, yeah, exactly. So, guys, look at this. The Islamic Republic is now, because they're desperate, because President Trump is now trying to put a blockade on Iranian ports. So, guys, remember, we have two different kinds of blockade. We have the Islamic Republic blockade, which is on the Strait of Hormuz, and then we have the American blockade, which is all the way from here, like all the blockade on all Iranian ports. Probably they're holding it somewhere here, but anybody is leaving Iranian ports will basically be blocked. Anybody coming from Iraq, from Saudi Arabia, from Bahrain, from Qatar, from the UAE, from Oman, they're free to go. So it's not a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. It's a blockade on Iranian ports, right? So because the Islamic Republic knows how devastating this is, if it's successful, it will bankrupt them in 12 days, I heard. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's what I heard. They're now threatening Bab al-Mandab, okay? Because Bab al-Mandab is important because a lot of the oil that is not going through the Strait of Hormuz right now is Saudi Arabia is transferring 7 million barrels a day through the east-west pipeline from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea, and it's going through the Bab al-Mandab to the rest of the world.
And guys,
so
for those of sorry, Armin, really quick, for those of you who were watching last night, remember Morad Vaisi was also speaking about Bab al-Mandab. So yeah, exactly. See, so for our viewers who were watching last night, so Armin's gonna explain it again, obviously. But so this is what I mean when I say, when you guys watch Iran Revolution Live, Armin and I are pretty much giving you the the news that and the topics that we talk about on the Iranian side that many of you don't necessarily hear about. So yeah, but Armin, thank you so much. But for some of our viewers, they watched this last night, which means they're a little bit familiar with this. But I'm actually really grateful that you are sharing this in English again. And the fact that you just brought it up, it just proves my point that guys, like when you're tuning into Iran Revolution Live, we give you all the news that you don't hear in the mainstream media.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yes, this is why you guys watch Iran Revolution Live, right? And okay, so yeah, actually, you're right. Actually, Goldie, I haven't seen this part being discussed as much on the English media. I only see it much being discussed in detail on Persian-speaking media. That's a good point. So here's the question, guys. So so the Islamic Republic is saying, well, if you are going to put a blockade on us here, we're going to threaten Bab al-Mandab, okay? But here's the problem. Bab al-Mandab is so far away from Iran. How are they effectively going to threaten Bab al-Mandab, okay? So you might say, well, Armin, the Islamic Republic is not going to do that directly. This is Yemen right over here. So the Houthis will do it for them, right? So the Houthis, they have missiles, they have drones. they don't have as much missile and drone capability as the Islamic Republic, right? So it's true that the Houthis might want to do this for the Islamic Republic, given that the Islamic Republic would not be very effective at causing problem at bubble. Maybe we'll have to see, actually. Okay, so this is what we have to see going forward, right? There's two things that we have to keep an eye on in the next couple of days. How effective are the Americans going to be in continuing to put their blockade on the Iranian ports? How effective is going to be the Islamic Republic in maintaining its own blockade on the Strait of Hormuz and also putting a challenge on the American blockade on the Iranian ports? And how significant of a threat is this threat to Bab al-Mandab from the Islamic Republic? So we have to keep an eye on that. So whether the Islamic Republic is going to act directly itself in threatening the Bab al-Mandab, because that would be really bad for energy markets, right? Like if Strait of Hormuz is now being challenged and now Bab al-Mandab as well, that could put a lot of pressure on the energy markets, right? Or would it be the Islamic Republic directly itself or the Houthis in Yemen? The thing is with the Houthis in Yemen is, guys, it's been very interesting that they haven't been present that much in these military operations. So why is that? A lot of people would have expected for them to participate by now, and so far they have been mostly absent, other than a few missiles. Was it missiles or drones that they threw towards Israel? Guys, how many was it? Is it 3, 4? Like, it's less than 5. Like, they have been really absent when it comes to participation in this military operation. They haven't been really supporting the Islamic Republic. Like, the Islamic Republic always the Houthis being there for them. Like, this is a very important proxy of the Islamic Republic that the Islamic Republic has worked on for years. And now they are not present. Yeah, guys, you're saying they're broke. It's other than that, they're also they were bombed by both Americans and Israelis at the we saw that happening before. So I don't know, maybe of their resources has been depleted or blown up. So I know though. So we can't not consider them as a threat at all, because as you know, we're waiting for 3 airstrike carrier strike groups to come to the Persian Gulf, and one of them is the USS Boxer, right? And no, Boxer is so Boxer is coming from around the Philippines, but the other one that I was thinking of was the USS Bush is coming, and instead of coming from up here, they're going down all the way down to south of Africa, and then coming up, passing the Horn of Africa, and then coming up here, and then so they're taking the scenic route. They're going the long way. So we're assuming they're doing that to avoid the Houthis. So if they go through here, the Houthis might want to take some shots at them, and that would be a waste of interceptor. So they're going the long way so that they avoid passing by the Houthis, maybe. That's the reason. So that means that the Americans are taking the Houthis a little bit seriously if they're going the long way. But we're going to see if the Houthis want to participate or not in there's a lot of I think a lot of proxies of the Islamic Republic are tired of supporting the Islamic Republic, because there's a lot of cost associated with it and not as much reward as before, because the Islamic Republic is also might be broke. So maybe they're not getting paid as much as before. So why should we close Bab al-Mandab for you? That would probably guarantee us being bombarded, and we're not getting much from the Islamic Republic. So again, so this is another thing that you have to keep an eye on in the next couple of days or so, to see if the Houthis participate or not. So yeah, those are the updates.
Wow, thank you so much for that. All right, let's go to a few of the super chats. So John O.T. says, Pierre Rahov of Gladstone Institute Road Is Washington about to replace one Iranian tyranny with another? Completely ignores HRH, poor reporting. Yeah, that happens. You have to remember there's also an agenda from like the, lefties and communists and whatever. So people are going to write so many like articles or whatever, but like these people are all irrelevant ultimately. Renee Felker, Oman pipeline and port. John Diamond, Donald J. Trump, the art of the deal, or someone planned the sequence: Venezuela, Iran, USA and Israel, oil tankers, Iranian liberation. Yeah, I mean, there's, like I said, there's way more happening behind the scenes, Armin. I mean, that's sort of how I see things. But yeah, did you want to? What's the topic of your discussion group today?
I mean, I'm gonna go over some of the internal division within the Islamic Republic. But after I go through that, I'll just let people ask their questions, and it's usually the people who are asking the questions that decide the direction of the conversation in the room.
Okay,
Yeah.
good to know. Just really quickly before you go, I just want to share something. It's not a recall. Oh, no.
Okay.
No. No. It's not that. So, like, I just want to give an update on like the YouTube stuff. So it apparently there's like something really weird happening because it wasn't just like my account and like a whole bunch of other accounts that were attacked. Baby News Network was demonetized.
Oh.
And
why?
I don't know. So they were apparently demonetized for like inauthentic content. And like, remember this video? Like this was a whole thing. Remember with President Trump calling Khamenei, right? Like it was like a 13, 14 minute long video that we watched, which is like, with it was so good, but they were demonetized for like 4 or 5 days by YouTube for apparently posting inauthentic content, which is like
because it's so AI heavy.
But that's literally all they do. It's like, so anyways, but finally they were able to. So I raised awareness about Baby News Network as well. And then finally got a message yesterday that they have been remonetized again. So
yay. Okay.
Yeah, because I know how much you like the baby videos. So
yeah, I do. It makes it so interesting too. I think all news should be in baby format. I think more people would watch it. Yeah.
Gosh, there you go.
All right. Okay, guys, I'm gonna put the link into to our discussion. Guys, today is open discussion. That means everybody can join the discussion. So come in and talk to us. And if you have disagreements, you could also bring that up. We've welcomed disagreements in the discussion group. So if you want to debate us and you disagree with us, that's also possible, or if you just want to ask questions. So I'm just going to go there. Again, the link is in the chat. And on Liberty Politics, not on Atheist Republic, on Liberty Politics YouTube channel is also pinned to the top if you want to find the link after I'm gone. All right, guys. So I'm going to see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
See you soon. Okay, guys. So let's go to Tusi TV, his earlier update, which I have not watched yet. So we will do that, and we'll be back I'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome to Tusi TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Tusi, and the war in Iran between the IRGC and the Iranian people is escalating. And we're going to give you guys the latest update on what.
Hey guys, sorry. So I'm seeing someone in the Rumble chat is talking about the link. Sorry guys, like for some reason the link that Armin puts in, it only goes to like YouTube. For some, it's just basically the API of the stream. So if you want the link, you'd have to go into like Armin's YouTube live stream to get the link. Yeah, I apologize for that.
what is actually happening on the ground, because there are a few issues outside the country, and of course also the battles happening on the streets. First things first, there are talks about the potential final round of negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic. We are hearing that it might happen later this week, but it's still more likely they will be early next week. Of course, this will be the final round. And the way it seems, the way it looks, because of the successful blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, the IRGC, who are running out of money, they are absolutely desperate. So they might actually give a massive concession and even give up most of their nuclear program. Of course, they could easily lie and they could come back to it a few years from now, but once President Trump leaves office. But they can still say that. Just to get a deal. But obviously, this is not to save the regime, and this will not save the regime. In fact, this will be the final nail in the coffin if they sign this deal with the Americans, because the whole of the regime is completely divided, and the Iranian people continue their fight back. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to, as I said, discuss the latest videos and updates we have from what happened last night and this morning in the capital, in Tehran, as the armed Iranian groups continue to take out the IRGC leaders and commanders. On the other side, the Israeli Defense Forces have also destroyed multiple Hezbollah positions. There are going to be more discussions between the State of Israel and Lebanon very soon, following the success that we had earlier this week. And finally, there is the ceasefire extension discussions. Both sides have said they might do it, but there's no confirmation. Of course, the liberal establishment media have been going around saying this is confirmed. It's not been confirmed yet by the US. They don't necessarily have to extend the ceasefire. If they are just doing the talks anyway, it will by default be an extension regardless. So we might get a confirmation on that shortly. Let's start the updates and give you guys the latest that we have on this whole issue. First things first, in the next few days and a week or so, we are introducing a new content on Tusi TV Plus. A lot of you guys who are new to the channel have been asking, what is Tusi TV Plus? Of course, that's our independent streaming platform, our website, and our own app away from YouTube. Of course, the live stream news updates will be on YouTube as usual. But if you want to get more out of this channel, to get access to our documentaries, our original series, interviews, podcasts, and more importantly, the chat forum, if you want to talk to like-minded people and myself, you can become a member of Tusi TV Plus by going directly on tusi.tv. But in the next few days, we will be introducing a new content, our first ever political stand-up comedy on Tusi TV Plus called The Haters Ball. It's going to be extremely politically incorrect. Everybody's going to get cancelled and everybody's going to love it. So political comedy is now officially coming to Tusi TV Plus. Also, after this live stream, if you're watching this live, we're going to continue this discussion with the members of Tusi TV Plus on our chat forum, our private Discord server. So if you become a member, then on the website or on the app, click on discuss, and it will take you to the chat forum. And go on the voice channels, and I will give you guys the update after that. All right, let's talk about the explosions in Iran, especially in...
Wait, guys, sorry. I just want to share something really quickly. So I just realized something that I didn't know was a thing. So apparently there's a super chat feature on Rumble, which I was not aware of, because there's like the chat integration is weird, and I can see messages that people post on the Rumble stream, but I can't respond through like the studio software that I have. And it also doesn't show up as like a super chat in any way, shape, or form. So my apologies. It was not my intention to to ignore. So let me just respond to the super chat, and I will try to see. I'll try to keep more of an eye on this, or yeah, if for you guys who see super chats on Rumble, just maybe like if I don't respond to it, just write super chat or something, and I'll go back and check. So so let me just respond to this really quickly. Oh my gosh. See, oh no, I'm so sorry. My apologies. Well, happy belated birthday to your brother. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, no, I didn't even realize that this was a thing on Rumble. So my apologies, because my Rumble channel isn't really big. So I do apologize. But okay, let me just answer the super chat really quickly. So Tilcourse asks, are you worried the USA effort is too late and anyone with initiative and courage was killed by the regime in January? No, absolutely not. The US effort is not too late. In fact, the time hasn't arrived yet. So President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Pete Hegseth, Admiral Brad Cooper, and of course, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi have all said that now is not the time, and Iranian people still have to remain indoors for now. So it's not too late. In fact, the opportune time has not happened yet. The other thing as well to keep in mind is that yes, the Islamic regime murdered tens of thousands of Iranians, and it's very sad. However, what has happened is that this has created this uncontrollable anger within the population, because ultimately we are a population of 90 million people. So every person that the Islamic regime has murdered, that has only made it so that more people are angry and more people want to rise up. So if anything, Iranians now today have even more initiative and more courage, because what we are saying amongst ourselves is we have to finish this. We have to finish the Islamic regime. We have to overthrow the Islamic regime in order to avenge the deaths of everyone murdered by the regime, right? So the best way that we can honor our murdered is by continuing down their path and by ensuring that we are successful, so that their deaths were not in vain. And no, we still have like a lot of brave and courageous people. Okay. All right. So thank you for that. I will make sure to check the Rumble stream more often. But I do appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for reading. Okay, here we go. Thanks for reading the super chat. This is a question no one else has been able to answer. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for your support. Okay, let's go back to Tusi now.
In Tehran. Since yesterday, we've had a number of attacks carried out by the anti-Islamic occupation Iranians. Now, in the district of, I think it's the district 10 of the city, we had 3 explosions. One of them was so strong that it actually shook the windows. The location of the main attack was on the Imam Khomeini street in the intersection between Imam Khomeini and Ceyhun in the western parts of the capital. Then obviously the fire crew, emergency services came, the police were on the scene. The IRGC Basij forces moved in quite late after they realized that they have lost some of their fellow terrorist members. Then they confirmed that a bombing had occurred. Now, There is a video we're going to show you as well from Iran. One of the IRGC guys who are basically, they're spreading propaganda. On the one hand, they want to create, they want to obviously let people know that there is a state of chaos, state of emergency. We got the enemy on the ground, as in the Iranian people. On the other hand, everything's absolutely fine. Nothing's happened. Well, we can now confirm on Tusi TV that last night, the group of anti-IRGC Iranians who carried out a number of attacks successfully managed to assassinate Mohammad Shir Mohammadian, who was the leader of the Basij, IRGC Basij base in Tehran's District 18. We've seen a number of assassinations, a huge number of guerrilla warfare across the streets, and not just in Tehran, but across Iran in general. Usually happens late at night when things are quiet and dark. And obviously those Iranians who are armed are continuing to target the Islamic occupation forces. So another IRGC Basij commander has now been taken out in the capital. But as I said, there is this video I'm going to show you now from Tehran. One of the IRGC guys who were talking to the Islamic Republic state media, telling everybody everything is fine, but we do have traitors. Traitors are causing chaos. We can't really restore the internet. Everything is shut, but everything's absolutely fine. No casualties, right? 2 car bombs reported in the site that I'm going to show you, and saying that this is the fault of the internal traitors, the Iranian people. Let's go and see what this idiot is ranting about.
بامداد چهارشنبه ساعت 1:15 26 فروردین خیابان امام خمینی هستیم. تردد روونه، شرایط الان در حال حاضر عادی هست و اینجا اتفاق عجیب غریبی نیفتاده. یک در واقع انفجار محدود در واقع در خیابان توسط عناصر خائن و وطن فروش در واقع که به حمدالله نه تلفات جانی نه خسارت حادی داشته. به حمدالله اوضاع تحت کنترل و عادی هست و مشکل خاصی نداریم.
Everything is fine. So this is District 10 in the west where they had the explosions. Then District 18 was where the commander of the IRGC was killed. And he was actually stabbed multiple times, stabbed by the Iranian patriots. But the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are terrified of the next phase of this conflict, because if there is a deal between the US and the IRGC, that is not the end, that is just the beginning of the next phase, which will be what's going to happen on the ground in Iran. If the Iranian people, the resistance groups, successfully manage to continue this operation against the Islamic Republic, then things are going to get completely escalated. And the reason that we are seeing the IRGC already preparing the streets of Iran, especially Tehran, is because they know that's the next phase. It's nothing to do with the Americans. The US could stop the strikes. They could even stop the blockade of Hormuz. That's irrelevant. It's what's going to happen next with the help of Mossad from Israel, who have also confirmed that they will continue their operation to help the Iranian people finish off the regime. That is the next phase. The Americans have already done their job, is to weaken the regime, destroy essentially the nuclear program, and the ballistic missiles have been massively minimized, and the Navy and the Air Force. They've also taken out the leadership of the regime. So they've already done their job anyway. But the IRGC have been importing a lot of Arab proxies from Iraq. They've also brought in people from terrorists from Afghanistan and Pakistan. Today, we have this confirmation that the runways of the Mehrabad airport in Tehran in the west are now being physically covered and blocked by IRGC vehicles, buses, and everything else. This is essentially, they are terrified of 2 things. 1, if the Iranian people do come out en masse. 2, if somehow the negotiations don't go well, because it's still technically possible, even though it's still likely we're going to have a deal, it's still likely it's going to kick off, which means the next phase for the US military will be a potential ground invasion. And this is what they've done to prevent it. This is the fascinating part. So this is the Mehrabad airport to the west of the capital. You got the IRGC tents and bases, and then the runway, we can see, there we go. It's been blocked by the buses and the trucks and everything else that they have there. Yeah, the guy in the video is saying you can see the buses. Obviously, the quality is not good, but the eyewitness is saying they are blocking the runway in the middle of it, so you can't land any plane, which is a very stupid thing to do because it doesn't really stop anything. Even hypothetically, if we get to a point where there is not going to be any basic nuclear deal, but again, as I said, this potential deal is just about the nuclear program, nothing to do with the ongoing war in Iran. Even if they signed a nuclear deal, it's still going to continue anyway. And the Iranian people, the Mossad, everybody will continue. If somehow there is not a nuclear deal, and the Americans decide to take it to the next level and begin some sort of ground invasion, they're not going to land their planes in the middle of Mehrabad airport. That's not really how ground invasions work. What are they thinking? When you're just going to land, get the traffic control and the tower to basically confirm that, yes, of course, Americans, you can land. No, that's not how they do it. If they're going to invade, they're going to invade. But they're not even just worried about that. They're also worried about what else could happen from the Iranian side. Now, of course, the leader of the opposition and the resistance, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, has been pretty busy this week, meeting with the world leaders in Europe. He's been traveling around, I think he's now in Italy, but he was also in Sweden and a couple of other places, and he's been also making a number of speeches on the issue of the final battle when that begins. Let's quickly go to the Crown Prince.
They would rather die standing than live kneeling, and so would I. Churchill understood such a people when he said that nations do not die when their soldiers fall. They die only when their spirits surrenders. I am here to tell you, Iran's spirit has not surrendered, and it never will. Despite its brutality, the Islamic Republic is closer to collapse today than at any point since 1979. And one fact is now beyond dispute. The Iranian people will never accept a repackaged version of this regime. Too much blood has been spilled. Too many graves have been dug. The demand is not for a kinder jailer. The demand is for freedom. There is a military dimension to these events that this chamber is watching closely, and I will not pretend otherwise. But I say to you, however the military operation currently on pause turns, whether it accelerates the Islamic Republic's fall or merely deepens the fractures within it, the outcome of Iran's revolution will not be determined by any force from the outside. It will be determined by the Iranian people themselves. The Lion and Sun Revolution, the uprising that the people of Iran ignited in January with their own blood and their own courage, cannot be extinguished by any regime calculation, any diplomatic maneuver, or any military result. The people started it, and the people will finish it. If the military operation pushes the Islamic Republic into the historical abyss where it belongs, we will be there, ready, organized, and determined to build what comes after. And if the regime survives the immediate storm, we will continue the revolution until it is complete. We began this journey, we will see it to its end. History has given us no other choice.
And that is a key point. As he's been consistent and the Iranian people have been consistent, regime change and the fall of the regime cannot happen using foreign forces, any foreign country. It has to be done by the Iranian people at the end of the day on the ground. And obviously the US, right now we just got the update that the Pakistani's army chief has now arrived in Tehran to prepare the mediation for the next round or the final round of talks, which again could happen end of this week or early next week between the US and the Islamic Republic. Of course, those talks, as I said, they're not about the regime, they are about the nuclear program of Iran. Whether they sign a deal or not, that's irrelevant. Even obviously the US military action should eventually end. They can't continue that. They can't just continue the airstrikes. That's not going to do anything anymore. They've already done their job. They've already weakened the regime. And President Trump was indicating earlier that the war in Iran is over. Obviously, that's just Trump language. You have to take it seriously, but not literally. That simply means that he's indicating that we are getting close to a deal. So the US military action in Iran could come to an end soon. And also there's been discussions with China, which I'll discuss in a second. Having said that, they still have all options on the table, whether there is a deal or not, whether the US military action stops or not, the war in Iran continues. And actually, it gets to the next phase, which is obviously the Iranian people who are currently fighting on the streets against the Islamic occupation. They can take it to the next level. Right now, they can't fully do it because there's still uncertainty. They don't know exactly what's going to happen. And the IRGC have a lot of proxies on the streets. But CENTCOM, the US Central Command, and the US military are still on standby. They still have to have various scenarios prepared. So we now can confirm, we have received this update from Central Command, that the US ground troops continue to do drills just in case. So the US Marines have conducted close quarters tactics training aboard USS Tripoli, and they obviously, as the assault ships of the United States sail in the Persian Gulf. Well, actually, they're sailing in the Arabian Sea, not the Persian Gulf, nearby. During training evolutions like these, embarked Marines honed their skills for missions such as maritime interception operations. Tripoli is currently actually executing a mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports. The blockade is being enforced impartially against vessels of all nations, says the US Central Command. Having said that, we do have an update from the US government that the blockade could come to an end now, even though it hasn't fully yet officially, but President Trump said something about China. Obviously, that has to happen before the final rounds occur. The whole point of it was the blockade was being used as a stick. President Trump's carrot and sticks approach continues to work perfectly smoothly. You use a stick, but then you also give a carrot saying, okay, if you want to talk, then let's talk. If you want to surrender your nuclear program, you can surrender your nuclear program. But President Trump also has a couple of extreme red lines, which does make it very difficult. If the IRGC sign a deal, that means they are giving everything away, at least for now, because President Trump is still in office. Once we have a US Democrat as president, things could, of course, change, unless by that point the regime in Iran is gone. Meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces continue their operation against the IRGC's proxies, including Hezbollah. Overnight in southern Lebanon, we've had a huge operation that had the Israeli Defense Forces eliminating 13 terrorists of Hezbollah. 4 of them were killed in an airstrikes in the Al-Khudra compound in the Qadmos in Tyre, Tyre. And we also had 5 who were eliminated in the village of Ansariya, and 4 other Hezbollah members and commanders who were killed in the nearby village. We have this from the Israeli Defense Forces. Yeah. There's also this that's just been released as well by the Israeli Air Force. The IAF have also struck over 200 Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon over the last 24 hours, including operatives, infrastructure, and around 20 rocket launchers belonging to the IRGC's Hezbollah branch. Of course, the operation it has continued. There have been some indications that there could be a tiny ceasefire in Lebanon so that the Israeli government and the Lebanese government could continue their direct talks in order to find a plan to wipe out Hezbollah members, which also means at this point, we might be looking at a huge escalation launched by Hezbollah in Lebanon against the Lebanese government and Lebanese people, because they know if the Israeli government and the Lebanese government work together, then time's up. It's over. So they have to probably at this point begin terrorist activities against the Lebanese civilians, against the Lebanese government and military in order to fight back. Now, that's going to be creating a whole new round of escalation as usual. And we're going to go to President Trump, what he said about China and the Strait of Hormuz in a second. But the PC says, Maya, I just saw a communist poster on Camden Road saying march against the Iran war. I removed it. They're just going to put it up again. That's Camden for you. Tusi, you have blockaded the Mossad prank. Let's negotiate. I will dilute the Mossad prank, something about the Mossad prank. It was funny how you had to rework the questions on the Harry Cole show. Keep bringing stark truth. Yeah, the questions were wrong at times, so you had to kind of fix the questions before you answer them. All jokes aside, a question about the internet in Iran. Could an armed group like the Immortal Guard take control or disrupt or destroy the internet jammers? No, because it's not really that easy. These guys don't have the system right in a building in front of you with a door and a window. You can't just go in like, oh, that's the door, just open it, press a button. They have everything underground for obvious reasons. So you can't really get access to the infrastructure of the IRGC. Just a week into the ceasefire, and there's already these attacks. What will happen after the entire population comes? If they do come out, it's going to be absolute mayhem. But we'll have to wait and see, because you've got the IRGC proxies patrolling the streets. So you have armed groups doing guerrilla warfare slowly when they can, at different times, different places. But having millions of people coming out, that's a whole different matter. And that's what obviously the next phase, if that order comes from the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. They're all waiting for the Crown Prince to decide when that should happen. Now, before the issue of President Trump, there's also one more thing about Hezbollah that we've just received. This really fascinating video. As you guys know, the Islamists, culturally speaking, for centuries, they have been using not just civilians as human shields, but they've also been brainwashing children, because that's, well, the most effective way they can continue their cause, by brainwashing the next generation. We have this from Hezbollah, the propaganda machine, asking children in southern Lebanon what they want to be when they grow up. You've seen this sort of stuff from the so-called Palestinians in Gaza, in the Judea and Samaria areas, but they're also Pakistan. In Pakistan, we've had their kids being interviewed saying, what do you want to do when you grow up? I want to destroy India. So they do that. And now we have this from Hezbollah children. Weird stuff. Watch this. Destroy tanks. Sniper. Yeah. Okay. I want to plant mines. I want to lead attacks. I want to destroy tanks. Shoot down planes. I want to be a doctor. That's good. I want to be a cook. That's good. I want to be a female doctor. And I want to lead the Mujahideen. Well, that was close. I had hopes at the end. I had hopes and dreams. It went from, I want to join the resistance, destroy tanks. I want to be a sniper. I want to stomp in the faces of the Israelis, plant mines. And then they went to, I want to be a doctor. That's good. I want to be a cook. Fair. And then this one, she said, I want to be a female doctor. And I want to lead the Mujahideen. So close. Jihad still comes in. So I think she's going to do part-time medicine and part-time jihad. That's the problem with the brainwashing in the Islamic world that's been going on since the 7th century. Let's quickly go to the IDF. Actually, before we go to that, let's just show you what President Trump said about the Strait of Hormuz earlier on. He said, China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I am doing it for them also and the world. This situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. We are working together smartly and very well. Doesn't that beat fighting But remember, we are very good at fighting if we have to. Far better than anyone else. President DJT. That is so good. And the problem with this is that obviously whenever President Trump says something, there are a group of humans on this planet who take it literally, but not seriously. So as I say, don't take him literally, what he says, but take him seriously. Usually when he says something quite obvious, right? This statement wasn't even that obvious because a lot of people have been translating it differently. It's completely chaotic. So he said, China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. So they said, the blockade is over. Now, is the blockade over? No, not yet. Because he always said from the beginning, before he actually began the blockade of Strait of Hormuz, he said he used the operation blockade of Strait of Hormuz as we are actually doing it to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So he didn't call it blockade. He said this operation is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So he's saying I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. So he's talking about the same thing again. And he's got reassurance from China that they're not going to send weapons. Obviously, President Trump doesn't believe that, but he has to say it as part of diplomacy to show carrot and sticks. Because there are people saying, is President Trump stupid? He's believing China? President Trump has been consistent on the threat from China for decades and decades before it was even cool. While President Barack Hussein Obama and David Cameron, the Prime Minister of the UK, and all the others were going around shaking hands with the Chinese communists, and Bill Clinton as well, President Trump was quite consistent. He knows exactly what he's doing when it comes to China. But he says, well, yeah, they promised me not to send weapons. So this is actually good. They've agreed not to send weapons to Iran again. But basically, in this statement, it's not about him being tricked by China. It's about him getting China to admit that they have previously sent weapons to Iran. That's the first time they've admitted this. He's managed to get them to confirm, because until now, the Chinese communists were saying, no, we're not sending any weapons to Iran. We haven't at all. Now the Chinese had to confirm, yeah, we did actually, but we're not going to do it anymore. That's how you do Trump diplomacy. So while that's going on, the IDF we had another unit division by the Israeli Defense Forces who have arrested 2 more terror suspects in the Benjamin Brigade area overnight, acting on Shin Bet intelligence. The suspects were also involved in establishing terror infrastructure in the area. Let's quickly go to the video we have from the IDF and the moment of the operation. There we go, they're going in. That's how you do it. They got him. There we go. And they're going. Smooth, absolutely smooth operation, as usual, by the IDF. Great work. Now, a couple of things to discuss, especially about the final round of talks, which either will be end of this week or early next week. Before we get to that, a couple of things here. Do you think the final rounds of talks will bring an end to the war? Did you hear about the execution of Iranian women? Yeah, they are executing hundreds or tens of Iranians every day. Obviously, a couple of names become a headline, but there are many other people, faceless and nameless, who are getting executed in Iran every single morning. Yeah, I mean, the talks, but not the talks, the deal, if there is a deal, nuclear deal, it will bring an end to the US military war in Iran. But it's not going to bring in an end to the war in Iran in general, because obviously that has started. The war in Iran started before the Americans got there. The war in Iran started at the end of December and the whole of January. And that was obviously the civil war by the Iranian people. And then obviously the Israelis also got involved with Mossad and helped around February time. We had all the mysterious explosions and gas leaks. That was all the Israelis with the help of the Iranians. That's going to continue. So the war in Iran is not going to stop. The US military action might obviously stop now if there is a deal. And it's likely that the IRGC would probably surrender their nuclear ambitions for now, just to get a deal for now. because the blockade of Strait of Hormuz has completely suffocated the finances of the Islamic Republic. So we have to obviously wait for the US military action to fully stop for us to go to the next phase, because while the Americans still doing airstrikes, you can't really do anything else. You can't really take to the streets. You can't really plan for the final battle. And obviously the strikes alone are not going to bring down the regime. They just weaken the regime. They can't bring down the regime overall. We have a live feed from Beirut now as well, the capital of Lebanon. And someone else says, North Korea is the most peaceful country on earth. Keep your peace. Give me liberty. Yes, I don't want peace. I want liberty. I'm so happy for the people of Iran. I am also extremely proud that America has come to their aid. God bless America and Jarvich. Absolutely. And let's not forget that there's been so many people who have no stake in this, who are saying, well, why are the Americans not finishing the job? The Americans are leaving. The Americans were supposed to send help, and they've already done that. Help arrived. Help did its job. The leadership destroyed. The Navy and the Air Force destroyed. Bases destroyed. And you have massive division inside the regime, nuclear sites destroyed, about damaged at least. And if they obviously sign a deal, then the nuclear threat is going to be extremely minimized for now, for the next few years. That's a good buffer for the Iranian people to then finish the job. As the Crown Prince repeatedly says, it can't be the foreign forces or foreign countries doing a regime change in Iran. It has to be done by the Iranian people. Otherwise, it's not going to be the right thing, obviously, democratically, and when it comes to the sovereignty of Iran. Now, in terms of the extension, so there were a number of fake news media outlets who were going around saying, we have confirmation that the ceasefire, which should end on the 22nd of April, I think, yep, is now been extended. So the US government have confirmed they have not formally agreed to any extension of the ceasefire itself, but they will be obviously willing to talk, which will be, as I said, later this week or early next week. We might potentially have a kind of informal extension to the ceasefire. It doesn't really matter. If they're talking, they're talking. So by default, that's a ceasefire while they're talking. So that has not been confirmed by the Americans yet. The Islamic Republic media were going around spreading fake news. It's like when they said last week, oh, the Americans have agreed to all our demands. The war has ended. We are victorious. And then we realized, well, that was fake news. That didn't happen. President Trump has also said that he's not happy with the condition of a 20-year enrichment ban that was offered to the Islamic Republic by his own negotiators. So that was the fascinating part, because the Islamic Republic in Pakistan a few days ago told J.D. Vance and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff that we are willing to stop enrichment of uranium for 5 years. And then we're going to do it again. Obviously, that means no more President Trump, and they can hope that there's a Democrat in office or whatever. J.D. Vance and Kushner and Witkoff, they offered 20-year instead, a 20-year enrichment ban. President Trump now says, I've been saying they can't have nuclear weapons, so I don't like the 20-year offer that our negotiators offered. So it's quite interesting, because if those who are stupid and watch Tucker Carlson, for example, they would say, oh, wow, there is division inside the U.S. team, that J.D. Vance and Witkoff and Kushner gave an offer to the Islamic Republic without getting permission from President Trump. And Trump is now really, really angry. Did you realize that's not true? Because J.D. Vance was calling President Trump every 2 seconds. There were at least 12 phone calls between them during the talks. President Trump knew about that. This is on purpose. It's so obvious it's on purpose. And it's simply, again, the distraction tactic. So it could confuse the Islamic Republic and send all this fake propaganda that, oh, yeah, I didn't know that our negotiating team, which are very independent, they offered 20 years. I don't like 20 years. So President Trump would have known about the 20-year offer. So this is all just part of the dance of diplomacy when it comes to geopolitics. Now, the president of the Islamic Republic, Masoud Pezeshkian, who nobody cares about, literally nobody, not even the regime, he has said no power can force the Iranians into submission. fact-checking time, guys. The Islamic Republic has been forced into submission since the blockade of Strait of Hormuz, and before that, since the United States carried out multiple airstrikes for weeks and weeks and weeks. That brought the Islamic Republic to the negotiating table. The first round that we had, which had 4 rounds in one round. And then after the failed talks over the last few days, the US used the blockade of Hormuz to once again force the Islamic Republic into submission. So I'm not really sure what the president of the Islamic Republic is talking about, because you keep getting forced into submission. You then begged the Americans for one more chance in negotiations yesterday, and the Americans said, sure, let's do one more talks, see what happens. The American tactics continue to be used and continue to work against the IRGC, and there are still people out there who think that the IRGC have the upper hand. I don't understand this. Okay, Pakistan, they have also now sent the Prime Minister to Saudi Arabia, while the head of the army is currently in Tehran. So this is, they're doing multitasking, the Pakistanis, that's a first. Now, quickly about the foreign minister as well, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi. The mini foreign minister has now told the Spanish foreign minister, yep, the Islamic Socialist State of Spain, saying that the United States needs to fulfill its obligation to end the Israeli aggression against Lebanon before a ceasefire in the Middle East can materialize. Number one, Abbas Araghchi, there is already a ceasefire, you idiots, from all sides. Secondly, and that's happening while the IDF has been hitting Hezbollah, because you have no choice. Secondly, you have been begging over the last few hours for an extension of the ceasefire. And now you're saying we can't have ceasefire without the Israelis stopping the strikes on Hezbollah. Then why are you doing ceasefire now? So the confusion obviously started because of the way the media has been reporting this. Big shout out to open source intel, because this is the list of everything that's now been reported over the last few hours and couple of days. It's a lot of mixed reporting, but actually it's quite consistent based on the trend that we've seen. So number one, US officials, this is the headline that came, US officials preparing for potential escalation, including possible ground operations inside Iran. Then we had Central Command posting the photos that I showed you, saying that the ground troops, the US Marines, are doing drills. They're doing training right near Iran, just in case that we have to do a ground invasion. So the first headline over the last few hours has been about that. So now we have with another headline that's been added to it. The US and the Islamic Republic are considering the extension of the ceasefire, not confirmed, by 2 weeks, so the talks could continue. And to be fair, they don't really need 2 weeks, because the Islamic Republic could easily surrender their nuclear within a few hours, because they've already done so many negotiations that most of it has already been dealt with. They just need to say yes, that's it. So we haven't received the confirmation yet, but they are still considering it. So let's go back to the other stuff.
Okay, so that's pretty much the news with Tusi. We appreciate Tusi very, very much. Okay, I want to go to Murad Vaisi really quickly, because I'm interested in knowing what Murad Vaisi thinks of the developments. And then I do have some more news. Mark Levin also put out something. Oh, poor Tusi, his face looks a little strange. Okay, so Mark Levin also put out a video. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna use the poll feature here. Let's see here. Video file. How do I do this? Okay. So while I play a song, I'm going to have a new poll. Okay, guys. So I will let you guys in the chat determine which which video you would like me to play next. Put one for Morad Vaisi. Morad Vaisi is going to be in the Persian language with English subtitles. Or if you want to go to Mark Levin.
I am cardboard Tusi, standing tall and flat. Don't need food or coffee, don't get sweaty or fat. Hair locked tighter than a government line. Not one strand moves, not even in time. Flick, no blinking, no stress, just stand and stare. Meanwhile explaining things no one prepares. I am cardboard Tusi, hey! Same speech, new day on replay. Cut me out, take me down, still run the show. Explaining it again, real slow. Every live stream, it's the same old show. Same 5 questions, IQ below. Faux. Wait, can you say it one more time? Bro, I just did. Like 8 times, dope. Surrounded by chaos, lost in the fog. Explaining basics like it's dialogue with a log. If patience was money, I'd own the street. Instead, I'm cardboard on repeat. I am cardboard Tusi, yeah. Hair still perfect, don't need a mirror, oh. Flat but famous, loud and clear. Even cardboard gets it, why you still here? Yeah, still explaining it. What?
Okay, so the results of the poll are in, and we're going to go to Mark Levin. Don't worry, I still might play Morad Vaisi later, but for now, we are going to go to Mark Levin. The chat has spoken. Guys, I'm really, I'm actually really enjoying this this new poll feature. So, yeah. Okay, Mark Levin it is. And this is not Fox News. This is his own podcast. So there's no like issues with copyright strikes or anything. But I will do this just in case. Okay.
It's a preventative war against a regime that has slaughtered hundreds of thousands of its people over half a century, of a regime that is spreading terrorism and killing innocents, slaughtering them. A regime that sought to decapitate our government by assassinating our president. It is a regime that has announced that it wants to wipe the United States off the face of the earth and the Holy Land, Israel, off the face of the earth. It is a regime that has caused so much death and terrorism and rape and torture and mayhem in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Gaza, in Iraq, and of course in Iran. If you can do something to bring an end to that regime, or to at least stop that regime that seeks to get nuclear weapons. If you can prevent them from getting nuclear weapons, which they say they will use, shouldn't you? Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Liberty's Voice. You can watch us on Rumble, as many of you are, on YouTube, as many of you are, but spread the word. We'd appreciate it. As many people as possible, because we get into some very interesting topics here. And I want to get into a topic involving faith and war, faith and love, faith and peace. And this comes up really in my mind, resulting from what the Pope has said, what the President has said. And my aspect in looking at this is substantive and more scholarly and intellectual, in the sense that you hear these things being said and you wonder to yourself, is it really the principled position of Catholicism or Christianity generally, or Judaism, or whatever faith it is, that war is never to be instituted? I got to thinking to myself, okay, I'm not an expert on any faith. I'm not even great at practicing faith. I do my best. And there's certain beliefs I have and I hold very dear. But I think decency, goodness, being humane is very important. I also think fighting evil and darkness and people who want to kill other people or harm other people, that's important too. And I feel that I get that from my faith, but I think I get it from God. That God would not want me to sit on my hands and watch people be abused, tortured, raped, and murdered if there's something I can do about it. If it's my neighbor, if it's the guy down the street, or if I'm a government official and I have more power and authority. Now, again, that doesn't mean you abandon prudence, because there's certain circumstances where you may not be able to do something. And if you do something, it may actually result in something more horrible. But that's a matter that you really need to noodle over, to really think about as a practical matter, as a factual matter, as a principled matter, and as a faith matter, if you're the president or somebody else who has to make those decisions. But I am troubled that the argument seems to be circulating that faith rejects war. Maybe it's the word war that's the problem. Faith obviously would reject my faith, most likely your faith, would reject wars of aggression or wars that are evil or wars that are not based on really legitimate purposes. Nobody likes war who's a person of real faith, except there are people who do like war, who claim to be people of real faith. And this is what I find to be a stumbling block for so many people. Islamism, 7th century Islamism, if that's the fundamental ideology you embrace, that means you will reject the Reformation. You reject the Reformation. You reject the Enlightenment. That is, you reject all those other processes, human processes, God-driven, I believe, that bring a finer point to faith and belief and principles. They all sort of combine, not in some ambiguous way, but they combine to make a better human being. They combine to make a better society, a more peaceful society, a more civil society, a more humane society. If your mindset is primitive, indeed barbaric, and you take your faith to mean that you must destroy all other faiths, you take your faith to mean that everybody must convert to your faith, you take your faith to mean that you will conquer countries and societies that don't embrace your view of fundamentalism, your faith, what are other faiths preaching? What are other people supposed to do? Accept it? Is that humane? Is it humane when you see the consequences of it in real time, in the real world? Mass destruction? The slaughtering of innocents? The bringing down of buildings? The attacking of embassies? The wanton murder of tens of thousands of people in your own country? I don't believe faith compels that. I don't believe Judaism compels that. I don't believe Christianity compels that. I don't believe that's compelled. I believe the opposite. That if you're in a position to do something about it, then, particularly government, then you should try. Weighing all the other factors. And so we get into issues like, what is a just war? And so I wrote some thoughts down last night. I wanted to share them with you. What is a just war? I think a just war, under all the circumstances, is the protection of the innocents. the protection of people who can't protect themselves. If you're in a position to do something about it, and if you're in a position to do something about it, to spread humanity, to spread peace, to spread justice, in confronting the opposite, then I believe faith, my faith, I believe your faith, supports that. I look at John Paul II, one of my heroes. Was a great, great man. Great man. There are men and then there are men. There are rabbis and then there are rabbis. There are popes, then there are popes. That sort of thing. He was a great man who stood above most others, both in his faith and in the world generally. He hated communism. And from the moment he became pope, he worked hard behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, with President Reagan, with Margaret Thatcher, and on his own, his church, particularly in Poland, to take down the communist regime in Poland, which led to the taking down of communism throughout Europe, Eastern Europe, and ultimately the fall of the Soviet Union with those three great people, one of whom was Pope. And as a non-Catholic, as a non-Christian, I view this man as one of the greatest men who's ever lived. I truly do. Why? Look at all the people who were liberated, who became free. Look at the peace that resulted from that. That was incredible. And if the view had been, whether a pope or just a person on the street, that that's not just, that there should never be a battle, whether it's a war, whether it's leading a revolution, or whatever the manner, to take on evil, then I think we don't survive as a people, faith or no faith. I really don't think we survive. Look at the Holocaust. The Holocaust would not have come to an end but for the fact that the United States and our allies took on Nazi Germany, of course, Japan and Italy too, but specifically I'm talking about Germany. Those gas chambers would have kept going. Those ovens would have kept burning. Those mass graves would have continued. And Hitler, when he finished with the Jews, he would go after others. And he did go after others. That's not humane. That's not love. That's not peace. To me, it's the opposite. You need to confront that. You need to deal with that. And faith, I believe, gives us a reason, a spiritual reason, a belief system that tells us that we should do that. That's how I view it. And so what about war that prevents war? A preventative war. I believe faith supports that too. Again, with all the considerations, that is that truly what's taking place? Is it just an offensive war for war? Well, obviously that's different. But a preventative war, which I argue is what's taking place with Iran, it doesn't matter if it's imminent. It's a preventative war against the regime that has slaughtered hundreds of thousands of its people over half a century, of a regime that is spreading terrorism and killing innocents, slaughtering them. It is a regime that sought to decapitate our government by assassinating our president. It is a regime that has announced that it wants to wipe the United States off the face of the earth and the Holy Land for almost everybody watching, Israel off the face of the earth. It is a regime that has caused so much death and terrorism and rape and torture and mayhem in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Gaza, in Iraq, and of course in Iran. If you can do something to bring an end to that regime, or to at least stop that regime that seeks to get nuclear weapons, a 7th century primitive, barbaric regime, a terrorist regime that has seized power in Iran, that has seized power over 92 million people, that it's an illegitimate terrorist regime that runs the government with a police state and all the horrors that come with that. If you can prevent them from getting nuclear weapons, which they say they will use, shouldn't you? Shouldn't you?
He makes some excellent points here. Just really quickly, some of the super chats. So Moshe Zeda 4829. Where's Mushtaba? No idea. We haven't seen or heard from him. We don't even know if he's alive at this point. Push-ups says, question, how tall will the Mark Levin statue be in a free Iran? Pretty tall. It's going to be pretty tall. And I don't know, there might even be like a highway or a road or something named after him, because Mark Levin has been absolutely phenomenal. Like, it's just yeah, I always enjoy listening to him, and you know, he really cares, and he understands what's going on. So it'll be a huge statue probably.
Even now with ballistic missiles, they tried to hit Jerusalem. What's in Jerusalem? The Church of the Holy Sepulchre. What's the Church of the Holy Sepulchre? I would refer to that as Jesus's church. They tried to destroy it. I'll take it even further. This ideology dressed up as faith is slaughtering Christians today on the continent of Africa, in the countries of Nigeria, Sudan, the Congo. Islamists who believe their faith compels them to eliminate Christians. And then they're taking Christian young girls captive to rape them, to gang rape them, and then kill them. And you know what's interesting to me? Nothing's being said enough by any church or by any faith about what's taking place in Africa. And what about the slaughter of Christians in Syria? Is it wrong for Israel to go in there and try and protect the Syrian communities by force? I don't think so. I think it's the right thing to do. And I want to dig into this more in a moment. But send me that over here, buddy. Thank you. Look at this. Immuno 150. I love Immuno 150.
Oh my gosh, like a random commercial just in there. So funny. You know what? I need to get a sponsorship too, because then I could be live streaming, and then, randomly in the middle, I'll be like, oh, wait, before I continue, let me take a sip of my bubbly, grapefruit flavored bubbly. How I love it. Refreshing sip of seltzer water. There you go. Okay, here we go.
But Mark likes it. There you go, brother. Thank you. How about war when it comes to self-defense? Well, of course you can use war when it comes to self-defense, can't you?
No, it's not an energy drink. It's literally just like seltzer water, or, in Canada, we just say like sparkling water. So literally it's just carbonated water. This one is grapefruit flavored, no sugar or anything. It's literally just seltzer water. No energy drink or anything like that.
What's self-defense? Well, we can split hairs over what self-defense is. My basic premise right now is that as bad as war is, sometimes the alternative is worse. Sometimes the human alternative is worse. It depends who's going to war, why they're going to war, what they're trying to do fundamentally. That's the issue to me. Killing in self-defense is justified in the Bible. It's all throughout the Bible. Killing in self-defense. I mean, you can go from David to Goliath. You can go to all these Old Testament into the New Testament. How about capital punishment? Capital punishment exists in the Bible. But if we take the biblical ideas and principles and morals and apply it to what's rational and practical, how can you take the position that war of any kind is not justified? The Free Press has a great piece today by Gerald Murray. Now, who's Gerald Murray? He's an expert on this subject. He's a priest. And as they say, the Vatican and the White House have spent much of the last week arguing about the war in Iran, from the behind-the-scenes confrontations reported on and in our pages to a more public war of words between the president and the Pope. The president called the pontiff weak on crime and terrible on foreign policy in a social media post on Sunday. The Pope said, "I have no fear of the Trump administration." But this clash belies a more complicated reality, with American Catholics divided on the war. There are other people divided on the war too, but I'm focused on this article right now. Father Gerald Murray, an expert on canon law and what makes a just war, is one of the country's foremost Catholic thinkers on this subject and generally. And he explains why he thinks this war meets the conditions for a just war according to Catholic doctrine. He writes, "Is the United States war against Iran morally justifiable? There's a strong argument that it is, because the American and Israeli attack on Iran's leadership and military meets the centuries-old conditions for a just war under the doctrine of the Catholic Church. The Church is not pacifist. I pointed that out earlier. That's not just the Church and Christianity generally. Any faith that is purely pacifist is going to have a difficult time in the face of Islamism. It just is. It is a virtuous act to take up arms in defense of the nation against an unjust aggressor," he writes. Does this mean that one must wait for the enemy to attack before a nation can commence morally legitimate military action to neutralize the threat? No, that would be a dereliction of duty if the intent and capabilities of the prospective aggressor were known with certainty. The Iranian regime is a relentless enemy using proxies to kill Americans and American allies. There's no doubt that Iran has been and presently is a grave threat. The United States and Israel undertook the attack on Iran principally to prevent Iran from building nuclear weapons. In February of this year, American negotiators Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, as Witkoff revealed to Fox News, Sean Hannity, and to Mark Levin right on radio, were stunned by what the Iranian side told them. Quote, "Both Iranian negotiators said to us directly with, no shame, that they controlled 460 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium, and they're aware that they could make 11 nuclear bombs, and that was the beginning of their negotiation stance," Witkoff continued. Jared and I opened up with the Iranian negotiators telling us that they had the inalienable right to enrich all their nuclear fuel that they possessed. Witkoff laid out what this means. He said the 60% material can be brought to 90%, that's weapons grade, in roughly 1 week, maybe 10 days at the outside. They were proud that they had evaded all sorts of oversight protocols to get to a place where they could deliver 11 nuclear bombs, and he told me 11 nuclear bombs in 10 days. All of this shows the determination and viable threat of a nation that has sponsored terrorism and repeatedly threatened the United States for nearly 50 years. That means the attack on Iran was an act of protection rather than aggression under just war theory. Our actions are to prevent mass destruction and the mass loss of lives, to protect ourselves, to protect other people, and hopefully to liberate the people of Iran who have been so horrendously treated for almost half a century. He goes on, the theory has its origins in the writings of St. Augustine and has been developed by theologians over the centuries, notably by St. Thomas Aquinas. War between nations is a consequence of original sin, which introduced disorder into human life and society. Wars of aggression are plainly immoral, but taking up arms to oppose aggression is just. Love of neighbor at times requires such use of deadly force. To me, this is also common sense. The Catechism of the Catholic Church teaches that governments have the right to engage in legitimate, he's quoting, legitimate defense by military force. in response to aggression that is lasting, grave, and certain, when all other means to putting an end to it have been shown to be impracticable or ineffective. Now, the initiation of defensive hostilities, the catechism continues, must have serious prospects of success, and the use of arms must not produce evils and disorders graver than the evil to be eliminated. The power of modern means of destruction weighs very heavily in evaluating this condition. He says, thus far, the war in Iran satisfies these tests. National sovereignty rests upon the exclusive right of the government to use deadly force against internal and external threats. The military and the police are both tasked with the defense of innocent human life against those who would use violence. There's no moral equivalence between criminals who kill or try to kill innocent human beings and the police who use legitimate deadly force against those criminals. The use of military force is analogous to crime fighting. Protecting one's country is a duty that is in no way morally equivalent to lawless violence and aggression. Killing an enemy soldier is an onerous duty undertaken out of love for one's country and her people. It is a necessary means to achieve the end of eliminating the threat at hand. When Abraham Lincoln, in his second inaugural address, spoke of acting, quote, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, he was speaking about the conduct of the Union in battling to defeat the Confederacy. In the Christian conduct of war, we must not hate our enemy as we fight to defeat him. The negotiations that preceded the attack on Iran show the length to which the United States was willing to go to avoid war, evidence that the strike was a last resort. When Witkoff and Kushner told the Iranian negotiators the United States would provide non-weapons grade uranium to Iran for 10 years if it stopped pursuing nuclear weapons, they rejected that, which told us, he's quoting Witkoff, at the very moment that they had no notion of doing anything other than retaining enrichment for the purpose of weaponizing. After the war was begun, the United States continued its effort to eliminate the Iranian threat by seeing whether it could achieve its vital aims through renewed negotiations. But after a marathon round of direct talks in Pakistan last week, Vice President J.D. Vance discovered that the weeks of massive destruction of Iran's military infrastructure and capabilities has had no effect in convincing the Iranian regime to surrender its nuclear weapons program. The American bottom line remains firm, with Vance saying, quote, we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon and that they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve nuclear weapons. That is the core goal of the President of the United States. The justice of the United States' attack on Iran is confirmed by the Iranian regime's admissions. A nuclear-armed Iran with ballistic missiles is an imminent threat to the United States, Israel, and many other countries. The advanced state of uranium enrichment meant that the United States and Israel faced an imminent threat. The clear intent of the Iranian regime to build nuclear weapons has not changed, given that it was just for the United States and Israel to attack Iran in order to eliminate the nuclear threat. Negotiations with Iran were proven to be a fruitless path toward eliminating its nuclear threat. Military action by the United States was justified by the gravity of the peril posed by the Iranian regime. Protecting the United States and her allies by military means clearly fulfills the conditions for a just war. And he's talking about under Catholic faith, beliefs, and principles. He's one of the leading experts for Catholicism on this specific issue. Gerald Murray, you can look him up. The Catholic Case for War with Iran. I think the Pope is wrong about this. I don't say that with any harshness or any evil intent. I think the Pope is wrong about it, as I think so many in Reform Judaism and so many of those rabbis are wrong about it. I think this is absolutely just, humane, preventative. And after 50 years of this, I don't know why there's so much controversy. And this war is not being fought like World War II. We're not aiming at population centers. We're not doing any of that sort of thing. We're trying to do this in a very humane way. And I'll tell you about another great sponsor. One of Donald Trump's biggest adversaries is Democrat Dick Durbin of Illinois. This guy's a bad dude. He doesn't keep his word. And it's Durbin who's leading the charge to derail President Trump's agenda at every turn. And now Durbin has a new scheme, a government takeover of your credit card, which will make the data on your credit card less secure. Right now, Americans have thousands.
Is he done? Okay, here we go.
The Electronic Payments Coalition. Well, I hope you enjoyed today's video podcast. More to come. Remember to pass the word about Liberty's Voice. We're going to do really substantive stuff.
That was really good. That was really good. I always appreciate getting the input and insight from Mark Levin. Okay. I'm glad we watched that. Now we're going to go to Murad Vaisi and get his analysis as well. Wait, is this the one from today? Yeah. So this is his morning analysis here. Okay. So guys, just remember with Murad Vaisi, the AI translated, subtitles into English. Sometimes the dates are wrong. If you hear something about fire, it's usually like the ceasefire. But I mean, I'll try to keep an eye on the captions here. But we're not going to play the whole thing. I just really want like the initial part because I always want to know like what he's saying and like what his thoughts are, especially with all the different news coming out. So.
درود بر شما. بعد
You know what I'm waiting for? Eventually, I'm waiting for like the YouTube AI to become so advanced that instead of just like providing a translation, it could just like do an AI translation of like his voice. And then, he could be like speaking in English or something. That would be really helpful.
درود بر شما. بعد از ظهر چهارشنبه 26 فروردین 2585 در ایران و صبح 15 آوریل 2026 در شرق آمریکا. واشنگتن پست که یک نشریه معتبر در آمریکاست اعلام کرده که 10,000 نیروی جدید آمریکایی در حال اعزام به منطقه‌اند تا به دونالد ترامپ امکان این رو بدن که ابزارهای بیشتری در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی در اختیار داشته باشه. این 10,000 نیرو که واشنگتن پست گزارش کرده مجموع نیروهایی هست که در ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوش و ناو هواپیمابر و گروه آبی خاکی USS باکسر هستند که قبلا من خدمتتون عرض کرده بودم که این دوتا ناو با همراه کشتی‌های همراهشون دارن میان به سمت دریای عمان. هر کدوم از اینها یه ناو گروه هن، یه ناو تنها نیستن. ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوش 3 تا ناو شکن همراهشه، ناو USS باکسر هم 2 تا کشتی حمل تفنگدار و حمل هاورکرافتا همراهش است. و واشنگتن پست امروز گزارش داده که مجموع این 10,000 نیرو موقعی که به منطقه دریای عمان برسن توان آمریکا اولا که 10,000 نیرو موقع اضافه بشه حدود 70,000 نیرو میشه در مجموع نیروهای آمریکا در منطقه. آروم آروم آمریکا داره نیروهاشو داره بیشتر میکنه، تنوعشون رو داره بیشتر میکنه. قبلا فقط گروه یه تیپ از لشکر 82 هوابرد میگفتن میاد، الان 5,000 تا تفنگدار داره مستقر میشه، 2,200 تاش مستقر شده، 2,500 تا دیگهش داره میاد. ناو هواپیمابر جورج بوش هم خب 6,000 تا نیرو داره. اونجا عمدتا نیروهایی هستن که در خدمت قدرت هوایی ناو هستن، چون عمده توان نظامی که خود ناوهاپیمابر جورج بوش داره هواییه و F-18 هایی که اونجا دارن، ولی ناوشکن هایی که همراهشن موشک کروز زیاد دارن. مجموع اینها که واشنگتن پست گفته طی روزهای آینده میرسن به منطقه، حالا من ارزیابی که کردم مثلا یه 10 روزی فاصله دارن. این نشون میده که آمریکا داره فشار نظامی رو با 2 هدف میبره بالا. یه هدف اینه که فشار نظامی رو که میبره بالا منجر به عقب نشینی جمهوری اسلامی و توافق بشه. همین امروز هم ترامپ دوباره به ABC گفته ما راهکارهای متعددی در مقابل جمهوری اسلامی داریم، ولی ترجیح میدیم جمهوری اسلامی توافق بکنه. گفته ما به تمدید آتش بس فکر نمی کنیم، ولی ترجیح میدیم جمهوری اسلامی توافق بکنه. راهکار دوم اینه که این فشار نظامی اگر جواب نداد منجر به عملیات نظامی بشه، از سرگیری عملیات نظامی، و آمریکا برای هر دوتاش داره آماده میشه. مجموع شواهد هم نشون میده توان نظامی جمهوری اسلامی برای اینکه با توان دریایی آمریکا مقابله بکنه، تقریبا اون توان دریایی جمهوری اسلامی دیگه وجود نداره. تجربه 2 روز گذشته که محاصره دریایی اجرا شد و آمریکا کشتی‌های جمهوری اسلامی رو برگردوند و جمهوری اسلامی نتونست کاری بکنه، نشون میده که نیروی دریایی سپاه و ارتش دیگه شناور بزرگی ندارن که از این نفتکش‌ها و کشتی‌ها دفاع کنه. اگر جمهوری اسلامی توان دریایی جدی داشت، این کشتی‌ها موقع حرکت می‌کردن ناو همراهشون میشد، ازشون حفاظت میکرد، اسکورت میکرد تا مسیر تجاری خودشون ادامه بدن. ولی چون آمریکا 150 شناور بزرگ جمهوری اسلامی رو غرق کرده و تقریبا نیرو دریایی ارتش و نیرو دریایی سپاه دیگه شناور بزرگ و ناوی براشون باقی نمونده، یا غرق شدن یا آسیب جدی دیدن، این باعث میشه که شناورهای تجاری جمهوری اسلامی بدون دفاع بمونن. الان این 2 روزه که اونها مانع کشتی‌ها و نفتکشای جمهوری اسلامی شدن، اینا مجبور شدن برگردن به بندر. اینجا یه اتفاقی غیر از مسائل نظامی، یه اتفاقی به لحاظ اقتصادی هم داره میفته، به لحاظ عملیات اقتصادی داره میفته. عملیاتی که نفت چجور تولید میشه، چجوری انبار میشه و چجوری صادر میشه. یه اتفاق مهمی که اینجا داره میفته، جمهوری اسلامی کارشناسای اقتصادی میگن 12 روز دیگه اگر این محاصره تمام نشه، 12 روز دیگه صنعت تولید نفت جمهوری اسلامی، توان انبار کردن نفت صادراتی جمهوری اسلامی و توان صادرات نفت جمهوری اسلامی هر ستاش میخوابه. کارشناسای اقتصادی میگن، اینجوری توضیح میدن، میگن جمهوری اسلامی موقعی که نفت تولید میکنه به اندازه مثلا 2 هفته میتونه اینو انبار کنه در خارک یا در جاهای دیگه که نفت رو برای صادرات انبار میکنه و بعد این باید منتقل بشه به کشتی‌ها و صادر بشه. بنابراین اون نفتی که خارج از چاهاست یا باید در انبارهای نفت بزرگ نگهداری بشه، مثلا جزیره خارک 20 میلیون بشکه ظرفیت داره، میتونه 20 میلیون بشکه نفت رو برای مثلا حدود 15 روز میشه دیگه، 15 روز چاهای نفت جمهوری اسلامی میتونن نفت تولید کنن و خارک اینو در درون خودش نگه داره. بعد از اون اینو باید به کشتی‌ها منتقل کنه چون ظرفیت بیشتری نداره و این کشتی‌ها یا برای صادرات میرن یا به عنوان انبار نفت روی آب استفاده میشن دیگه، چون جمهوری اسلامی این توان رو هم داره. یه ناوگان بزرگ کشتیرانی داره، نفتکشا داره، اصلا شرکت ملی نفتکش داره جمهوری اسلامی، از بس نفتکش داره یه توانی داره که این نفت رو که دیگه در خاک نمیشه نگهداری کرد، در کشتی ها نگه دارن. نفت روی آب بهش میگن. همین الان جمهوری اسلامی ظاهرا مثلا بین 20 تا 30 میلیون بشکه نفت روی آب داره. آمریکایی‌ها مهلت داده بودن که این فروش بره و گفتن این مهلت داره تموم میشه و توقیف میکنیم اینو. اون یه بحث دیگه است. اتفاقی که کارشناسا دارن راجبش صحبت میکنن اینه که تا 12 روز 2 هفته دیگه اگر این محاصره دریایی ادامه پیدا کنه، چاهای نفت جمهوری اسلامی نفت تولید میکنن ولی جایی نیست که انبارش کنن. ظرفیت خارک پره، ظرفیت نفتکشا پره. از اون طرف این نفتکشا نمیتونن برن تخلیه کنن و برگردن. بنابراین ضربه‌ای که وارد میشه به صنعت نفت جمهوری اسلامی اینی که چاه از کار میفته. و در صنعت پیچیده نفت اینجوریه که شما یه چاه رو اگر برداشت ازش متوقف کنی به چاه آسیب میزنه تا حد زیادی. چون چاه اینجوری نیست که مثلا مثل چاه آب باشه شما موتور پمپ بذاری و برداری. چاه نفت عمدتاً همراه با گاز و با یه فشار بسیار بسیار زیادی در حال خروجه و پروسه استخراج اینجوریه که شما موقعی که به نفت میرسی، به نفت همراه با گاز میرسی، عملاً اینو کنترلش میکنی. موقعی که این نفت استخراج میشه و میاد بیرون، شما عملاً کنترلش میکنی با اون تجهیزاتی که روی چاه هست و با خطوط لوله‌ای که احداث میکنی که این رو با یه شاهراهی از شبکه‌های لوله منتقل کنی به انبارای نفت از جمله در جزیره خارک و بعد از اونجا صادرش کنی با کشتی. شما نمیتونی این چاه رو بگی که آقا از امروز دیگه من بهره برداری نمی کنم. خب با اون گاز و با اون وضعیت نفتی که تحت فشاره میخوای چیکار کنی؟ چاه آسیب میبینه. یه اتفاق بزرگی که داره برای صنعت نفت جمهوری اسلامی میفته اینه و کارشناسا میگن ظرف 12 روز 2 هفته کمتر یا بیشتر این اتفاق میفته و جمهوری اسلامی اگر نتونه نفت صادر کنه دیگه توان انبار کردن نفت نداره و چاهاش آسیب خواهد دید. غیر از این که حالا درآمد نفتش از دست میره و اون مقداری که 20 میلیون بشکه که میگفتن 21 میلیون بشکه اگر اشتباه نکنم نفت روی آب داره، آمریکایی‌ها گفتن اونم ما یه معافیت داده بودیم که هر کی میخواد بخره و الان دیگه اون معافیت هم داره تموم میشه. محاصره دریایی جمهوری اسلامی رو داره تحت فشارهای عملیاتی و روزمره قرار میده و آمریکایی‌ها اینو میدونن که درست الان نقطه فشاره. موقعی که جمهوری اسلامی چاهای نفتش تحت فشاره، توان انبار کردن نداره، توان صادر کردن و درآمد نفتی نداره، کشتی‌هایی که واردات صادرات براش انجام میدن متوقف شدن، واردات صادراتش متوقف شده، توان اینی که بتونه از عراق و ترکیه و ارمنستان جایگزین کنه نداره. حرف اون بیشتر اینی که جمهوری اسلامی وزیر کشورش اسکندر مومنی که از سردارای سپاس دستور داده به 16 تا استاندار مناطق مرزی که شما بیاید این محاصره دریایی رو بشکنید، یه دستور اداریه. یه مقداری هم ممکنه با عراق مثلا یه کارایی بکنن، با ترکیه کارایی بکنن، با ارمنستان هم یه کاری بکنن، صدا و سیمان بره لب مرز از 4 تا کامیون یه گزارشی تهیه بکنه. این معلومه که شدنیه. ولی شما اینو نمیتونی جایگزین کشتی‌های اقیانوس پیما بکنی که میان بندر ماشر، میان بندر رجایی، میان بندر چابهار، میان بندر عباس، میرن بوشهر، میرن لنگه. شما نمیتونی اینو جایگزین صادرات پتروشیمی بکنی که در خلیج فارس در حال اتفاق دادن بوده. و خود مقامات جمهوری اسلامی هم اینو میدونن و آمریکایی‌ها هم اینو میدونن. آمریکایی‌ها چون اینو میدونن که جمهوری اسلامی به لحاظ صادرات واردات چند روز دیگه این ادامه پیدا کنه دچار مشکل اساسی خواهد شد، مخصوصا در انبار و صادرات نفت. حالا آمریکایی‌ها دارن فشار رو بیشتر میکنن، میگن بیا سر میز بشین، مثل بچه آدم امضا کن تسلیم شو. اینی که الان دوباره بحث مذاکره است، آمریکایی‌ها اینو میدونن که الان یه ابزار قوی‌تر نسبت به مذاکرات اسلام آباد در اختیارشونه. مذاکرات اسلام آباد در حالی انجام میشد که امیدوار بودن یک توافقی به دست بیاد، ولی محاصره دریایی نبود. الان محاصره دریایی شروع شده. توان نظامی آمریکا هم هست و جمهوری اسلامی این رو خودش میدونه. علی عبداللهی فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا، مهمترین قرارگاه جنگی جمهوری اسلامی که آدم قالیباف هم هست. علی عبداللهی در هر جا قالیباف بوده زیر نظر قالیباف بوده. اومده گفته که اول حرفشو بگم بعد برمیگردم رابطهش با قالیباف توضیح میدم. برگشته گفته که اگر محاصره دریایی جمهوری اسلامی ادامه پیدا کنه، جمهوری اسلامی هم مانع صادرات و واردات در خلیج فارس، دریای عمان و دریای سرخ و تنگه باب المندب میشه. در واقع جمهوری اسلامی بعد از تجربه بستن تنگه هرمز الان راغب شده تنگه باب المندب هم ببنده به عنوان سلسله عملیات متقابل علیه آمریکا. این حرفی که علی عبداللهی زده که ما صادرات واردات در خلیج فارس میبندیم، یعنی اینی که حمله بکنن به کشتی‌های امارات و عربستان و قطر دیگه، یا حالا با موشک ضد کشتی یا با پهپاد. شناور دریایی هم بعید میدونم خیلی داشته باشن بخوان حمله کنن. خب معنی چی میشه اگر بخوان با توسل به زور مانع صادرات کشور دیگه بشن؟ معنی چی میشه؟ که جنگ از سر گرفته میشه و از سر گرفته شدن جنگ به نفع جمهوری اسلامی نیست. اینی که میگه مانع صادرات واردات در دریای عمان میشیم، یعنی به اون بندر نفتی امارات که از پشت کوههای خلیج فارس رفته به دریای عمان، به اونم حمله میکنیم، به عمان هم حمله میکنیم. معنی حرف اینه. اینی که میگه تنگه باب المندب رو میبندیم، یعنی با همکاری حوثی‌ها کاری میکنیم که اونجا به کشتی‌ها حمله بشه. کاری میکنیم که جلو صادرات نفت عربستان در دریای سرخ گرفته بشه. همه این تهدیدایی که علی عبداللهی کرده معنای گسترش جنگ رو میده، چون همش متوسل به زور شدن دیگه. معناش گسترش جنگه. آیا جنگ در این مناطق گسترش پیدا بکنه به نفع جمهوری اسلامیه؟ من فکر میکنم در مجموع به ضررشه. جمهوری اسلامی چیزی که الان روش حساب میکنه اینه که جنگ متوقف شده. جمهوری اسلامی میدونه که مردم ایران دوست دارن این توافق و مذاکرات و این چیزا به جایی نرسه و حملات آمریکا و اسرائیل علیه جمهوری اسلامی از سر گرفته بشه. اکثریت مردم ایران دوست ندارن این جنگ متوقف بشه بدون اینکه جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون بشه. این به این معنا نیست که مردم ایران از جنگ خوششون میاد. این به این معنا نیست که من از جنگ خوشم میاد. من دارم توصیف وضعیت میکنم. میگم که اگر جمهوری اسلامی به صادرات واردات بقیه حمله کنه، جنگ از سر گرفته میشه و جنگ از سر گرفته بشه، اکثریت مردم ایران آرزو میکنن که تهش جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون بشه. این یه واقعیت موجوده در ایران که اکثریت مردم ایران الان از سرگیری عملیات نظامی آمریکا و اسرائیل علیه جمهوری اسلامی خوشحال میشن. این به این معنا نیست که مردم ایران جنگ دوست دارن. این به این معنا نیست که مردم ایران نگران کشته شدن و مجروح شدن در جریان جنگ نیستن. این به این معنا نیست که مردم ایران نگران آسیب دیدن خونه و دارایی و اموالشون در جنگ نیستن. هستن، معلومه که هستن. مردم ایران هم میفهمن جنگ یعنی چی. ولی برآیند عمومی جامعه تا اونجایی که ما داریم میبینیم، برآیند عمومی جامعه میگه که ما از مذاکره و توافق خوشمون نمیاد و میخوایم آمریکا و اسرائیل عملیات و علیه جمهوری اسلامی طوری از سر بگیرن که منجر به سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی بشه، یا اینی که به مردم ایران کمک کنه که با تضعیف ساختار سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون کنه. بنابراین این تهدیدی که علی عبداللهی کرده که ما جنگ رو گسترش میدیم به دریای عمان، به تنگه باب المندب، به دریای سرخ، این عملا به نفع اسرائیل و مردم ایران هم بعدشون نمیاد که آمریکا و اسرائیل حمله رو به جمهوری اسلامی از سر بگیرن. بنابراین این تهدیدی نیست که آمریکا رو بترسونه. چند تا جمله راجع به خود علی عبداللهی بگم. علی عبداللهی آدم قالیبافه و در زمان جنگ ایران عراق فرمانده لشکر 16 سپاه در گیلان بود، استان گیلان، لشکر 16 قدس. بعد از جنگ یه مدت در بازرسی سپاه بود. بعد در دوره که قالیباف نیرو انتظامی بود معاون هماهنگ کننده نیروی انتظامی بود، یه مدت جانشین نیروی انتظامی بود، حتی یه مدت که قالیباف سال 79 رفت نیروی انتظامی، در سال 84 که قالیباف رفت شهردار تهران شد، علی عبداللهی یه مدت سرپرست نیروی انتظامی هم بود. در دولت‌های احمدی نژاد استاندار بود در گیلان و اگر اشتباه نکنم در سمنان دو تا جا استاندار بود. بعد شد معاون هماهنگ کننده ستاد کل نیروی مسلح و بعد که محمد باقری کشته شد و علی شادمانی و رشید هم کشته شدن، شد فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا. یه چند ماهی هم اسمش رو اعلام نمی کردن، ولی اسرائیل گفت ما میدونیم کی فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا شده، گفت که علی عبداللهی شده. جمهوری اسلامی هم بعد از 4 ماه قایم شدن مجبور شد بگه که بله علی عبداللهی فرمانده قرارگاه خاتم الانبیا است، که این عمق نفوذ اسرائیلیا رو نشون میده که جمهوری اسلامی مقام فرمانده قرارگاه، مهمترین قرارگاه جنگیشو اعلام نمیکنه 3-4 ماه، ولی اسرائیل میگه من میدونم. الان هم جمهوری اسلامی همین کارو میکنه. الان جمهوری اسلامی خیلی از مقاماتی رو که کشته شدن اسامی جانشیناشون رو اعلام نمیکنه به این امید که اسرائیل مطلع نشه، ولی اسرائیل میدونه. ممکنه مردم ایران ندونن، ولی اونی که باید بدونه میدونه. مثلا الان رئیس ستاد کل نیروهای مسلح رو معرفی نکردن، به جای موسوی، عبدالرحیم موسوی که کشته شد، رئیس جدید ستاد کل نیروهای مسلح معرفی نشده. آیا اسرائیل نمیدونه؟ به نظرم حتما میدونه. شاید اون محمد رضا آشتیانی باشه که جانشین بود، شاید یک کسی جدید گذاشته. جمهوری اسلامی مثلا اسم وزیر اطلاعات جدید رو نمیگه به این امید که اسرائیل نکشه اینو. به نظرم اسرائیل میدونه. جمهوری اسلامی اسم رئیس جدید اطلاعات سپاه رو نمیگه، اسرائیل حتما میدونه. جمهوری اسلامی رئیس جدید حفاظت اطلاعات سپاه رو نمیگه، اسرائیل حتما میدونه. جمهوری اسلامی اسم رئیس اطلاعات فراجا رو نمیگه، اسرائیل حتما میدونه. جمهوری اسلامی اسم فرمانده بسیج رو نمیگه، اینا همه کشته شدن، باید جانشینای جدید براشون تعیین بشه. ولی اسرائیل به نظرم همه اینا رو میدونه. کما این که در جنگ 12 روزه موقعی که اسرائیل فرمانده‌های جمهوری اسلامی رو کشت و یه تعداد دیگه به جاشون منصوب شده بودن، چه اسامی فرمانده‌های جدید اعلام شد چه نشد، اسرائیل همه رو کشت و مثل روز روشن بود که میکشه. من همون موقع در جنگ 12 روزه بعدش خدمت شما عرض کردم، گفتم اینا فوقش میان الگوی حفاظتی فرمانده‌های جدید میخوان عوض کنن، ولی الگوی حفاظتی که به این راحتی عوض نمیشه. اسرائیل چون نفوذی داره، جاسوس داره، ماهواره داره، شنود داره، با تقاطع دادن این ابزارا با هم میفهمه که چه کسانی مسئولیت جدید دارن، کجا زندگی میکنن، چطور میرن چطور میان و اینا رو میکشه. و دقیقاً مثل روز روشن اتفاق افتاد. محمد باقری در جنگ 12 روزه کشته شد، جانشینش موسوی در جنگ اخیر کشته شد. حسین سلامی در جنگ 12 روزه کشته شد، محمد پاکپور جانشینش در جنگ اخیر کشته شد. علیرضا لطفی جانشین اطلاعات فراجا در جنگ 12 روزه کشته شد، رئیسش هم غلامرضا رضاییان اینجا کشته شد. در جنگ 12 روزه دفتر اسماعیل خطی وزیر اطلاعات رو زدن، کشته نشد، در این جنگ زدن کشته شد. یعنی مقامات جمهوری اسلامی به لحاظ اطلاعاتی و حفاظتی خیلی امکان فرار ندارن از دست اسرائیل. ممکنه شما بگید اگر خیلی امکان فرار ندارن چرا این 10-12 نفر مقام باقی مانده رو نمیکشن؟ تونل زیر شهر تهران، اسرائیل اگر بخواد مخفیگاه اینا رو پیدا کرده بکشه یه محله رو باید بزنه که اسرائیل این کارو نمیکنه. منتظر یه فرصتیه که اینا از تونلا بیان بیرون، یه جای ردشون رو بزنه و بعد اینا رو بزنه. اینا چون رفتن مثل حماس رفتن زیر خونه‌های مسکونی.
I was just going to say, I think you guys are starting to pick up some of the Persian words here because koshte shod, yeah, koshte shod. They're all dead. It's funny. Guys, like in a month, you'll all be like fluent Persian speakers at this point.
زندگی میکنه. حماس الان دقیقاً
So I actually have a very, very, very interesting video from Murad Vaisi that I've actually saved because I haven't really shared any news today because we always start off with Armin and his updates because I really appreciate what Armin does, and Armin works really hard to give us like the latest analysis and news and stuff. So like I still have a bunch of things that I want to share with you guys, but just very quickly, this video is fantastic. I actually need to like translate this video. Like I'm not sure, but I want to add like subtitles here, but just wait until Armin comes back. And this one, we're going to use, Armin GPT, and you're going to enjoy this. Like he says some really, really good things. And in this video, because like this video is just like, I don't know where he was when he posted this, but in this video, he goes off on the mullahs and on the Islamic regime. And he says some things that you're just like, whoa. So we're gonna, this one's gonna be good. We're gonna wait for Armin. Because I don't know if Armin's seen this one. He might have. But all right, let's go back to Murad Vaisi or the other version.
شما متوجه میشید که اون تونلایی که در غزه بود از زیر بیمارستان میرفتن، زیر مناطق مسکونی میرفتن، فرمانده‌های سپاه، فرمانده‌های حماس و توی اون تونلا زندگی میکردن. الان فرمانده‌های سپاه هم همینطورن، قالیباف و پزشکیان و وحیدی و همشون، هیچ کدومشون در قرارگاهاشون نیستن، همشون زیر شهر توی این تونلا قایم شدن. خب اسرائیل اگر بخواد تونل رو بزنه یه منطقه مسکونی نابود میشه. در واقع فرمانده‌های سپاه برای مردم پناهگاه نساختن هیچی. شهر تهران رو هم تبدیل به سپر انسانی برای خودشون کردن. آیا این مانع کشته شدنشون میشه؟ نه. یا آروم آروم پیدا میکنن یکی یکی اینها رو میزنن. نکته دیگه که این وسط وجود داره صحبت جدید ترامپ. ترامپ امروز به ABC گفته به تمدید آتش بس فکر نمی کنم. آتش بس یه هفتهش گذشته، یه هفته دیگه‌ش هم باقی مونده. ترامپ گفته من به تمدید آتش بس فکر نمی کنم. گفته دوست دارم.
Isn't it crazy, guys? Isn't it crazy how like we can get a more reliable analysis about what's happening in the United States from Murad Vaisi than we can from like most mainstream media? Like it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Like this is why we all really respect Murad Vaisi. We appreciate him very much, and he always gives like the best analysis.
توافق کنن اینا. ولی گفته من به تمدید آتش بس فکر نمی‌کنم. ترامپ گفته در 2 روز آینده شاهد اتفاقات شگفت‌انگیزی خواهیم بود. خب ترامپ همیشه از جملاتی که میگه منظورهای متفاوتی داره.
Okay, guys, see again. So look at this. So he basically is now he's saying exactly what Armin and I and Mahir Tusi Mahir Tusi started it. Mahir Tusi always says, take President Trump seriously, but not literally, right? And that's exactly what Murad Vaisi is saying here. Like he's basically saying
از جملاتی که میگه منظورهای متفاوتی داره.
Right? So he's saying like, President Trump means different things in the sentences that he's saying, which is basically like take him seriously, but not literally.
همین دیروز هم که گفت که به پایان
Are you guys appreciating this? Because I mean, if this is boring, I can change this. But like, are you guys enjoying? Let me put a poll up actually. Do you like? So let me know. Let me know in the poll if you guys appreciate Morad Basi, because I know for many of you, you guys listen, but you don't necessarily like you can't watch because you're at work or something. But if you guys appreciate this, I'll keep it going. Okay. All right. Okay. As guys, as long as you find this, yeah, I mean Iranians can vote too, I guess, but obviously it's more for the non-Persian speaking viewers, because this is like I just want to make sure that for our non-Persian speaking viewers that you appreciate, or that not appreciate, but that like this is valuable to you, because if this isn't valuable, obviously like I can definitely like play something else or talk about something else, but these are things that I like, these are videos that I watch anyway. So yeah, okay, all right, okay, all right. So I'm seeing mostly ones. Oh my gosh, this poll feature is very, very good. It's so helpful. Okay guys, we will continue. Thank you everyone. I just want to make sure that like, because again, the whole point of Iran Revolution Live is for you to know what's going on. So I just want to make sure that this is like an enjoyable experience for you guys. Otherwise, like because there's no point. But if you're enjoying it, then we'll continue.
که اشتباه ترجمه کردن گفتن جنگ تمام شده نه.
Look, he just said, guys, he just said what I said. Remember last night everyone was like getting upset, or they were like, wait, President Trump said that he's gonna end the war, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's not what he means, right? And Morad Basi right now, he's saying the exact same thing. He's saying just yesterday when he said we were
جنگ نزدیک شدیم که اشتباه ترجمه کردن گفتن جنگ تمام.
So it's not that President Trump mistranslated. So he's saying, yeah, last night when President Trump said that we're close to the end of the war, it's not President Trump mistranslating. It's like it was mistranslated by others to say that the war was over. And that's obviously not the case because President Trump never said that. So even Morad Basi is commenting on, that brief little media scare that happened last night.
تمام شده نه. گفت به پایان جنگ نزدیک شدیم. خب ترامپ اینو همیشه گفته ما توان جمهوری اسلامی از بین بردیم، به پایانش نزدیک شدیم. عمده کارمون رو کردیم، به پایانش نزدیک شدیم. که ترجمه درستی از حرفش نشده بود. الان هم اومده گفته که ما در 2 روز آینده شاهد اتفاقات جدیدی خواهیم. همه منتظرن ببینن چیه. ونس هم گفته بود که ما توانایی اینو داریم که نیروگاهاشون رو بزنیم و اگه ترامپ این کار نکرده، چون گفته ونس میگه از سر دلسوزی این کار نکرده، گفته ما میتونیم نیروگاه رو بزنیم. ترامپ هم تکرار کرده. ترامپ گفته ما میتونیم نیروگاهاشون رو در 1 روز از بین ببریم، ولی گفته این کار نمیکنیم فعلا. گفته توافق گزینه بهتریه ولی روش‌های دیگه هم داریم. دیروز هم خدمتتون عرض کردم آمریکا 3 تا کار همزمان داره پیش میبره: مذاکره، محاصره، حمله. مذاکره میکنه به این امید که تسلیم کنه. محاصره میکنه برای اینکه فشار ایجاد کنه و جمهوری اسلامی در مذاکرات جا بزنه. و همزمان با اون توان نظامی رو داره تقویت میکنه که اگر لازم شد دوباره حمله کنه. آمریکا اینجا اونطور که اسکات بسنت وزیر خزانه داریشون دیروز گفت ما خشم اقتصادی رو شروع کردیم. من معتقدم در این مرحله محاصره‌ای که دارن میکنن از بمباران ها موثرتره. آمریکا اگه بخواد بیاد بمباران کنه، میاد نیروگاه ها و پالایشگاه ها و برق و اینا رو میزنه دیگه که ترامپ تهدید کرده بود. به جای اون الان داره محاصره میکنه، گلوی جمهوری اسلامی رو گرفته، جلو صادرات نفت و صادرات پتروشیمی و واردات صادراتش رو گرفته. من معتقدم با وجودی که خیلی از مردم طرفدار اینن که آمریکا و اسرائیل حمله نظامی به جمهوری اسلامی را از سر بگیرن، من فکر میکنم موقعی که نفع و ضرر محاصره و حمله رو کنار هم میذاری، محاصره دریایی جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر به نفع مردم.
Okay, sorry, let me just answer this super chat really quick. Okay, Push-Up said, Jesus told his followers to buy a sword for a reason. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not too familiar with Christianity, but yeah, okay. Pendragon, I can see Parsi becoming the lingua franca of the future. A free Iran will lead the world. Javid Shah. So Parsi used to be sort of like the lingua franca, like thousands of years ago. I think it maybe even like 1,000 years ago or something. It was sort of like the language of like the courts in a bunch of places, but I don't think it might. I don't think it's going to be coming back. I think it's going to be English. But yeah, because at this point, like really only like Iranic people speak Persian. But thank you for that. I appreciate that. Maury Memento, Goldie, did the Iranian only panel happen today at Pierce? If it did, I hope it went well, that you got all the that's well done. Thank you. So I actually ended up canceling and not going on Pierce because the show that I had agreed to and the terms that I had agreed to, it was not what ended up happening last minute. So I was told by, and I'm not blaming this on Pierce because it has nothing to do with Pierce. I was told by his producer yesterday that they're doing a special taping episode about Iran, and the entire episode is going to be just about Iran and topics about Iran. And there was supposed to be like this all Iranian panel and and other things as well. And then they gave like some names, but a lot of those people ended up not being there. So I wasn't really like, the only reason I agreed is because I saw that one of the names on the panel was like an MEK person. So I was like, okay, well, if this MEK person is there, then I 100% want to go so I can like call out the MEK guy on their bluff. But then this morning when I got like the, schedule, like literally like 45 minutes before I was supposed to go for the taping, I got like the final schedule in the list. The MEK guy was not there, but then instead, Pierce Morgan was going to be doing a 101, he was going to be doing like a one-on-one with like this Iraqi Kurdish separatist guy. And I was just like, wait, what? Like I was like, his producer told me that this is going to be a special taping episode about Iran. So why the heck is this episode about Iran going to include a one-on-one interview with an Iraqi Kurdish separatist? That was not what I had agreed to. So I basically reached out to the producer through my PR person, and I said, you know what? I actually think the MEC person probably canceled when they saw that my name was there. So anyway, I basically decided that I don't want to be involved in an episode where Pierce Morgan is platforming a Kurdish Iraqi separatist. So, and then his producers were like, "Oh, this is so unprofessional! Like, this is unprofessional! Like, why are you canceling last minute?" And I was like, "Well, through my PR person, and she's fantastic." And she basically they were like my PR person said, "This is not what you booked us for. Like, you made it very clear that this is about Iran." And Goldie doesn't want to be involved in an episode that also includes, Kurdish separatists, especially since I won't have the ability to call out their nonsense, right? So, I basically, because when I was looking at like the list of people there, the only person there that would make the episode go viral would be me. So I was like, there's no way that I'm going to allow Kurdish separatists to use my popularity on Piers Morgan to promote their own agenda or platform. So that's why I was like, no, I'm not going to do it, because I don't want to be associated with Kurdish separatists from Iraq. And then the producer was like, but they're not on the panel. That's like a different part of the episode. You're not dealing with them. It's just a 101, like one-on-one. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly why I don't want to be. And then they were like, we don't you can't dictate who comes on the show. Just like, people. And then the producer was like, oh, well, people complain about you coming on the show, and we say it's none of their business. So, you can't dictate to us who comes on the show. And I was like, I'm not dictating who's coming on your show. You can bring on whoever you want. That's your right. What I'm saying is, I don't want to be part of an episode that also includes Kurdish separatists from Iraq. I don't want that. I don't want to be associated with them in any way, shape, or form. That is my right. And I was told that this is going to be an episode about Iran, and talking to Kurdish separatists from Iraq has nothing to do with what's happening in Iran. So I backed out, and that was it. So yeah, nope, that didn't happen. And then I kept on saying, like, bring on Armin. And they were like, no, we don't want to. So I was like, all right. So I pulled out. Yeah, so that's what happened. I don't blame Pierce. I'm pretty sure Pierce, had no idea what his producer said, but yeah, so I backed out, because there's no way that I was going to, allow the, Iraqi Kurdish separatists to, use the popularity that I have to promote their agenda. So if they want to do that, they can do it without me. They can do whatever they want, but without me. But I was told that this was an episode about Iran, so that's why I backed out. Yep. Remember, I already said that I'm not going to go on Piers Morgan anymore until they bring on Armin first. So even when they wanted to bring me on, I was like, well, I want Armin. And then the only reason I agreed to go on yesterday is because they told me that the MEK guy was going to be there. So I was like, okay, fine. If the MEK guy is going to be there, fine, I'll go, because I want to confront him. But he wasn't going to be there. And then there was two other people. One of them is fine. One of them, he's a nice guy. And then the other one is a Reza Pahlavi hater. But that guy is he is he's a nobody. No one knows who he is. So if I went on and I was going to argue with him, that would just increase his popularity, right? So again, I'm not going to allow people to rely on me to promote their own agenda. So there was absolutely zero value in me going on that Piers Morgan. It would provide no value whatsoever to the people in occupied Iran, and it would provide no value to pushing forward and moving forward with the revolution. So I didn't want Kurdish separatists to use an episode that I'm on, because I know that because I already know if I was going to be on that episode, everyone would go and watch it, and then then you would get to the Kurdish separatist part, and I would just be like, yeah, no. So there you go. Yep. Hopefully next time his producer will be more honest about what they're booking me for. So
من فکر میکنم موقعی که نفع و ضرر محاصره و حمله رو کنار هم میذاری، محاصره دریایی جمهوری اسلامی بیشتر به نفع مردم ایرانه. چون اگر اون حمله بکنه، جای حمله قطع شد سه‌شنبه گذشته، جای حمله قطع شد که ترامپ میخواست به نیروگاه و پالایشگاه و پلها حمله کنه دیگه. خب اگه بخوان دوباره حمله کنن به اینجا حمله میکنن و این چیزی نیست که خیلی از مردم ایران خوشحال بشن. بنابراین بهتره که در این مرحله به جای که حمله کنه به اینجاها، محاصره دریایی رو تشدید کنه، گلوی جمهوری اسلامی رو بگیره و خفش بکنه و این کار رو داره میکنه. منتها
That was so badass how Murad Vaisi said Trump is gonna like take the Islamic regime by the throat and strangle it. My gosh, did you catch that?
محاصره دریایی رو تشدید کنه، گلوی جمهوری اسلامی رو بگیره و خفش بکنه و این کار رو داره میکنه. منتها مردم ایران میگن اگر این محاصره شد، محاصره منجر به سرنگونی بشه، نه منجر به توافق. علتی که مردم ایران از حمله نظامی و از سرگیری حمله نظامی به جمهوری اسلامی استقبال میکنن، میگن محاصره در نهایتش ممکنه به توافق منجر بشه، فشار ببره بالا، جمهوری اسلامی تسلیم بشه، ولی حمله نظامی میتونه ساختار سرکوب از بین ببره، میتونه فرمانده ها رو بکشه، مقدمه قیام مردم ایران رو فراهم کنه و مردم ایران قیام کنن و حکومت سرنگون کنن. علتی که مردم ایران محاصره رو ترجیح نمیدن و از سرگیری حملات هوایی آمریکا و اسرائیل به جمهوری اسلامی استقبال میکنن، چون میگن اون حملات منجر به کشته شدن مقامات، تضعیف توان سرکوب و آماده شدن شرایط برای قیام میشه و برای سرنگونی. ترامپ گفته اگر جمهوری اسلامی عاقلانه رفتار کنه همه چیز به سرعت پایان خواهد یافت. خب مشکل اینه که جمهوری اسلامی عاقلانه رفتار نمیکنه. ترامپ میگه به چینیا گفتم، به شی جین پینگ گفتم که به جمهوری اسلامی اسلحه ندید. شی جین پینگ بهم گفته اساسا این کار رو نمی‌کنیم. همین امروز یک گزارشی منتشر شد که چینی‌ها تصاویر ماهواره‌ای در اختیار جمهوری اسلامی گذاشتن. فاینانشال تایمز گفت برای حمله به کشور منطقه چینی‌ها تصاویر ماهواره‌ای رو به سپاه دادن که سپاه راحت‌تر به این اهداف در کشورهای حاشیه جنوب خلیج فارس حمله کنه. چینی‌ها امروز تکذیب کردن، گفتن ما اینو ندادیم. به هر حال چون ترامپ حدود 17-18 روز دیگه میره چین و دیدار میکنه با شی جین پینگ، مسئله ایران حتما براشون مهمه و توی اون صحبت خواهند کرد. یه نکته دیگه در صحبت ترامپ بود، خیلی من این یکی دو روزه به ذهنم رسیده بود که چرا ترامپ همچین نکته‌ای رو نمیگه. دیدم امروز گفت و نکته درستی هم هست. خطاب به پاپ لئو گفته تو که این همه انتقاد میکنی از جنگ و اینا، چرا نمیای بگی که جمهوری اسلامی دست کم 42,000 نفر رو کشته؟ چرا اونو نمیگی؟ و به نظرم ترامپ دست گذاشته رو نقطه درستی. پاپ همینجوری کلی میاد میگه ما با جنگ مخالفیم و جنگ خوب نیست و اینا. انگار مثلا مردم ایران مثلا میگن جنگ خوبه. مردم ایران چون روش‌های دیگه بهشون بسته شده پناه بردن به جنگ. مردم ایران هم که دنبال جنگ نیستن که. مردم ایران میگن انتخابات نیست، همه پرسی نیست، میریم خیابون گلوله میزنن ما رو میکشن، غیر از اینی که یک کمک بین‌المللی بیاد که اونم جنگ علیه جمهوری اسلامی، چه ابزار دیگه الان ما داریم؟ بعد خیلی‌ها در دنیا پیدا شدن، اروپایی‌ها و پاپ میگن جنگ خوب نیست و اینا. خود مردم ایران اکثریتشون میگن جنگ علیه جمهوری اسلامی خوبه. جنگ علیه جمهوری اسلامی تضعیفش کنه، منجر به سرنگونی کنه، خوبه. بعد یه سری اروپایی پیدا شدن میگن نه ما از مکانیزم‌های مسالمت آمیز دفاع میکنیم. خب مسالمت آمیز دفاع میکنی، جمهوری اسلامی 30-40 هزار نفر مردم رو کشته، اون چیکار میکنی؟ اون موقع چیکار کردی در اروپا؟ شما موقع جمهوری اسلامی اون همه آدم کشت، شما اروپایی ها، اتحادیه اروپا، برای مردم ایران چیکار کردید؟ ترامپ الان اینو داره به پاپ میگه تو که هی میای میگی جنگ چیز خوبی نیست، جنگ چیز خوبی نیست، چرا به این اشاره نمی کنی که جمهوری اسلامی دست کم 42,000 نفر از مردم بیگناهشو تو خیابونا کشته؟ میگه راجع به اینم یه حرف بزن دیگه. تو پاپی؟ ترامپ بهش میگه من که دوست ندارم ترامپ وارد پاپ وارد سیاست بشه. گفته پاپ نباید وارد سیاست بشه، ولی اگه وارد سیاست شدی همش نگو جنگ چیز خوبی نیست، بیا بگو که جمهوری اسلامی 42,000 نفر از مردم خودشو کشته. راجع به اونم حرف بزن که به نظر من خوب جایی داره به پاپ انتقاد میکنه، چون پاپ مثل این سلبریتی های طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی شده. موقعی که حکومت هزاران تن از مردم رو کشت هیچی نمیگفتن. الان که یه فضای افتاده که چاپلوسی حکومت رو بکنن، همشون راه افتادن وطن وطن وطن. حالا بعضی هاشون هم اینقدر محافظه کارن، ما میفهمیم دیگه، بین این سطور رو میتونیم تجزیه تحلیل بکنیم. بعضی هاشون اینقدر زرنگن دقیقاً میان اون وسط لحاف بین مردم و مخالف جمهوری اسلامی و حکومت وای میسن، میگن او اخلاق خوب است، جنگ بد است، ایران من، وطن من، هموطنان، درد و رنج شما درد و رنج ماست. اون وسط لحاف میان یه سری کلماتو کنار هم میچینن طوری که به مردم بگن ما یک موضعی گرفتیم همدرد شما باشیم، به جمهوری اسلامی هم بگن من چیزی نگفتم به تو بر بخوره، بعدن این پروژه سینمایی ما رو تعطیل نکنی، بعدن این کنسرت ما رو تعطیل نکنی. یه زنبیلی میذارن اون وسط، مردم ایران هم البته تیزن ها، متوجه میشن. مردم ایران تمام این سلبریتی ها، چه هنریش، چه ورزشیش، چه هر چیش، مردم ایران لحظه ای همه رو زیر نظر دارن که چه کسی موضع گرفت به نفع مردم، چه کسی نگرفت، چه کسی اومد یه جوری موضع گرفت که بگه من یه چیزی گفتم ولی در واقع هیچ چیز نگفته. مردم ایران همه اینا رو موها رو از ماستا میکشن، میفهمن مردم و به موقعش این رو نشون میدن. اینی که بعضی از سلبریتی ها و چه
Wait, I missed that part. Did he go after the Pope? Did he go after the Pope? Did I miss the part where you went after the Pope? Oh yeah, he did. Okay, sorry, I'm going to go back a little bit. Sorry, I had to take a call. Oh yeah, Murad Vaisi does not hold back.
اون موقع چیکار کردی در شدن چه غیر انتخاب دیگه مردم میاد ترامپ زنه اون این مسئله ایران حتما براشون مهمه و توی اون صحبت خواهند کرد.
Yeah, well, you know what? So here's the thing. A lot of people who don't understand assume that just because someone is a religious figure that they are shielded from criticism. Absolutely not. You know, if you are a religious figure and you decide to wade into geopolitics, and if you decide to give an opinion on politics, then your religion does not shield you, right? Because at that point, people are criticizing your political perspective and your political opinion, and it has absolutely nothing to do with religion, right? So no one is attacking, Catholicism or Christianity or anything else. But, if you comment, if you make a comment about geopolitics, well, then, at that point, you're fair game and people have the right to criticize and comment, right? So maybe the Pope should stop making political statements supporting the Islamic regime. By the way, did you know that the Islamic regime thanked the Pope? The Islamic regime thanked the Pope for defending them? Yeah, that's how messed up the world is right now.
یه نکته دیگه در صحبت ترامپ بود، خیلی من این یکی دو روزه به ذهنم رسیده بود که چرا ترامپ همچین نکته ای رو نمیگه؟ دیدم امروز گفت و نکته درستی هم هست. خطاب به پاپ لئو گفته تو که این همه انتقاد میکنی از جنگ و اینا، چرا نمیای بگی که جمهوری اسلامی دست کم 42,000 نفر رو کشته؟ چرا اونو نمیگی؟ و به نظرم ترامپ دست گذاشته رو نقطه درستی. پاپ همینجوری کلی میاد میگه ما با جنگ مخالفیم و جنگ خوب نیست و اینا. انگار مثلا مردم ایران مثلا میگن جنگ خوبه. مردم ایران چون روش‌های دیگه بهشون بسته شده پناه بردن به جنگ. مردم ایران هم که دنبال جنگ نیستن که. مردم ایران میگن انتخابات نیست، همه پرسی نیست، میریم خیابون گلوله میزنن ما رو میکشن، غیر از اینی که یک کمک بین‌المللی بیاد که اونم جنگ علیه جمهوری اسلامی، چه ابزار دیگه الان ما داریم؟ بعد خیلی‌ها در دنیا پیدا شدن، اروپایی‌ها و پاپ میگن جنگ خوب نیست و اینا. خود مردم ایران اکثریتشون میگن جنگ علیه جمهوری اسلامی خوبه. جنگ علیه جمهوری اسلامی تضعیفش کنه، منجر به سرنگونی کنه، خوبه. بعد یه سری اروپایی پیدا شدن میگن نه ما از مکانیزم‌های مسالمت آمیز دفاع میکنیم. خب مسالمت آمیز دفاع میکنی، جمهوری اسلامی 30-40 هزار نفر مردم رو کشته، اون چیکار میکنی؟ اون موقع چیکار کردی در اروپا؟ شما موقع جمهوری اسلامی اون همه آدم کشت، شما اروپایی ها، اتحادیه اروپا، برای مردم ایران چیکار کردید؟ ترامپ الان اینو داره به پاپ میگه تو که هی میای میگی جنگ چیز خوبی نیست، جنگ چیز خوبی نیست، چرا به این اشاره نمی‌کنی که جمهوری اسلامی دست کم 42,000 نفر از مردم بیگناهشو تو خیابونا کشته؟ میگه راجع به اینم یه حرف بزن دیگه. تو پاپی. ترامپ بهش میگه من که دوست ندارم ترامپ وارد پاپ وارد سیاست بشه. گفته پاپ نباید وارد سیاست بشه. ولی اگه وارد سیاست شد.
So this got a bit of a mistranslation. So basically he's saying President Trump is saying, you know, I don't think the Pope should be getting into politics, but if he's getting into politics, then, you know, President Trump's going to answer to him.
همش نگو جنگ چیز خوبی نیست. بیا بگو که جمهوری اسلامی 42,000 نفر از مردم خودشو کشته. راجب اونم حرف بزن. که به نظر من خوب جایی داره به پاپ انتقاد میکنه.
Oh, look, so Morad Vaisi, Morad Vaisi might be a secret mega. Who knows? So here Morad Vaisi is basically saying like President Trump is he's criticizing the Pope very, very well here. So Morad Vaisi is like supporting that.
تو پاپ مثل این سلبریتیای طرفدار جمهوری اسلامی شده. موقعی که حکومت هزاران تن از مردم رو کشت هیچی نمیگفتن. الان که یه فضای افتاده که چاپلوسی حکومت رو بکنن، همشون راه افتادن وطن وطن وطن. حالا بعضیاشون هم اینقدر محافظه کارن، ما میفهمیم دیگه، بین این سطور رو میتونیم تجزیه تحلیل بکنیم. بعضیاشون
So just to clarify, you know, when Morad Vaisi is speaking about like referencing celebrities, he's referencing more like the Iranian celebrities, right? Like he's speaking about those celebrities within the Iranian, you know, like Iranian celebrities in Iran and elsewhere, not necessarily the Hollywood celebrities. So basically what he's saying here is, oh, you know, like the Pope is pretty much acting like Iranian celebrities where you know, when 40,000 Iranians were slaughtered, they were silent. But now, as soon as, you know, this conflict started, all these Iranian celebrities are like, oh no, like my home is being attacked, right? And Morad Vaisi is saying, well, like, why were you guys silent about the slaughter of Iranians, right? So yeah, that's why like the home line, he's referring to Iranian celebrities, right? Because right now, Iranian celebrities are like, oh, my country's under attack. No, because he also says, he's like, the country is not under attack. The Islamic regime is under attack. Like, Iran is fine. But you have all these celebrities who are now like saying, oh, we must defend our homeland, right? From the Americans or whatever, right? No war is bad. And Morad Vaisi is calling out the hypocrisy of these, Iranian celebrities. I mean, yeah, it could be, it's definitely Hollywood celebrities as well, but in this context, he's referring to the Iranian celebrities. Because again, this is geared more towards like Persian language speakers, right? And that's why he's saying, oh, now that this conflict just started, the celebrities are saying like, oh, my home, my home, my home. Oh yeah, guys, it definitely does sound like Hollywood celebrities as well. It's pretty much the same everywhere.
زرنگن دقیقاً میان اون وسط لحاف بین مردم و مخالف جمهوری اسلامی و حکومت وای میسن. میگن او اخلاق خوب است، جنگ بد است، ایران من، وطن من، هموطنان، درد و رنج شما، درد و رنج ماست. اون وسط لحاف میان یه سری کلماتو کنار هم میچینن.
So when he says, like the center of the quilt, that would be like the similar expression in English would be they're sitting on the fence, right? So they're sitting on the fence and they're trying to play both sides. He's referring to like Iranian celebrities, how a lot of them are sitting on the fence and trying to play both sides. They're trying to appease the Islamic regime, but they're also trying to appease the Iranian people as well. So he's calling them out, and as you can tell, he's being a little sarcastic here.
ایران من، وطن من، هموطنان، درد و رنج شما، درد و رنج ماست. اون وسط لحاف میان یه سری کلماتو کنار هم میچینن طوری که به مردم بگن ما یک موضعی گرفتیم همدرد شما باشیم، به جمهوری اسلامی هم بگن من چیزی نگفتم به تو بر بخوره، بعدن این پروژه سینمایی ما رو تعطیل نکنی.
Okay, so that's not so you can eat it. Oh man.
کنار هم میچینن طوری که به مردم بگن ما یک موضعی گرفتیم همدرد شما باشیم، به جمهوری اسلامی هم بگن من چیزی نگفتم به تو بر بخوره.
So it's not so you can eat it. It's so basically they're saying, he's saying that these big Iranian celebrities are basically on the fence, like they're basically playing both sides. And the reason they're doing this is so that they can like pretend that they're saying to the Iranian people, oh, like we support you. But then on the other side, they can also say to the Islamic regime, I didn't say anything offensive to you. I'm not attacking you. So, like leave us alone. We didn't say anything offensive to you. So just, let us continue with our, like cinema and our acting and, just let us continue making money type of thing.
بعدن این پروژه سینمایی ما رو تعطیل نکنی.
Right? So like don't close this movie project of ours later, right? So he's saying the celebrities are like trying to appease both sides.
بعدن این کنسرت ما رو تعطیل نکنی. یه زنبیلی میذارن اون وسط، مردم ایران هم البته تیزن ها، متوجه میشن. مردم ایران تمام این سلبریتی ها.
So this was not properly translated. He says مردم ایران تیزن. That means the people of Iran are sharp and they're not going to fall for the celebrity nonsense. So he's saying like the Iranian people are very sharp. That's the word tease.
مردم ایران تمام این سلبریتی ها، چه هنریش، چه ورزشیش، چه هر چیش، مردم ایران لحظه‌ای همه رو زیر نظر دارن.
Right, so they're watching everyone. Yeah, they're watching the celebrities, the athletes, the artists, the whatever, because they're very Iranian people are sharp. They're not gullible, and he's basically saying that Iranians are keeping track of which of the Iranian celebrities are speaking out against the regime and which ones are basically just being there to support the regime because they care more about their paycheck than about freeing Iran.
که چه کسی موضع گرفت به نفع مردم، چه کسی.
That's not oil. Because guys, so that's not oil. So naf and neft. So basically he's saying the people of Iran are keeping an eye on who took a position in support of the Iranian people to benefit the Iranian people versus who took a position in support of the Islamic regime. It's not oil.
نگرفت. چه کسی اومد یه جوری موضع گرفت که بگه من یه چیزی گفتم ولی در واقع هیچی نگفته. مردم ایران همه اینا رو موار از ماستا میکشن.
Okay, they're not pulling their hair out. That's another phrase. So basically, what he means is the people of Iran are keeping track of everything. They're not actually pulling their hair out. That's just like a saying.
میفهمن مردم و به موقعش این رو نشون میدن. اینی که بعضی از سلبریتی ها و چهره‌های ورزشی و هنری ما مردم میلیون اینا رو دوست دارن، مال اینی که دیدن موقعی که روز سرکوب بوده حکومت مردم رو سرکوب کرده، این شخصیت‌های ورزشی و هنری کنار مردم ایستادن. حکومت بهشون فشار آورده، مال اموالشون رو گرفته، مغازه هاشون رو بسته، ولی کنار مردم ایستادن.
Oh, no, this is not being deliberately mistranslated. This is just the AI feature on YouTube. So, AI is doing the best that it can. I'm actually really impressed with the quality of the translation because it's about, I would say, like 90% accurate. And that's not an easy thing when you're translating from Persian to English. So I'm actually really impressed with this level of AI translation by like YouTube, because yeah, it's pretty good.
از اون طرف اونایی که کنار حکومت ایستادن مردم اونا رو میبینن و به نظرم پاپ هم اینجوریه. پاپ هم یه سری کلمات راجع به جنگ میگه که بگه من یه چیزی گفتم، ولی اولا نمیدونه که خود مردم ایران احساس واقعیشون چیه و از اون طرف راجع به اون کشتار بزرگ دیما ترجیح میده اونجا دیگه وارد سیاست نشه. ترامپ هم به نظرم خوب جواب شده. ترامپ یه حمله هم به ناتو کرده، گفته ناتو اونجایی که لازمش داشتیم نبود و آمریکا و ناتو در آینده هم کنار ما نخواهد بود. من معتقدم ترامپ یک تغییر اساسی در روابط راهبردی ناتو و آمریکا ایجاد خواهد کرد، در روابط آمریکا و متحدین اروپا.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
در این جنگ بریتانیا.
How are you?
Hello, Murad. Good. How are you?
Good. We were just listening to Amu Murad cook the Pope.
We were talking about the same thing in the discussion group. I was asking the Christians about the Catholics about what they think about President Trump said about the Pope, and also I was asking them Christians if they were upset with President Trump regarding the picture that he posted with him as Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was interesting conversation.
I don't think President Trump was making that picture look like Jesus. That was like a meme someone else made, and I think he was supposed to be like the Pope or something, not Jesus. But so what I said earlier here when Morad Vesi started going off about the Pope, I said, a lot of people are thinking that just because someone is a religious figure that they're somehow shielded from criticism. But, just because you're a religious figure, if you wade into geopolitics and you give a political opinion, at that point, your religion or your status can't shield you, because now people are criticizing you for your political opinion. It has nothing to do with your position or your religion or anything like that, right? So, with Morad Vesi criticizing the Pope or me criticizing the Pope or others, it has absolutely nothing to do with religion or Catholicism. We're not, who says please not disrespect the Pope? We're not disrespecting the Pope, but we are entitled to respond to the political statements of any person. And so if the Pope decides to make a political statement, at that point he's fair game, and we have every right to respond and criticize and comment, and there's nothing disrespectful about that, right? The Pope is some sanctimonious holy person. I mean, maybe, but he's holier than everyone else.
I'm an atheist. It's not like him being a pope was had any impact on me. Try not criticizing him before. So
Yeah. Well, and
like,
especially, well, not only that, Armin, but especially for us Iranians, like we're literally getting rid of like mullahs and ayatollahs. So we've, you know what?
Right.
I'm just gonna say we have had enough with like religious figures telling us what we should or shouldn't do. Right?
There
Like
you go. I like that.
we just, you know, like there's a reason that we are advocating for separation of, you know, state and religion, right? Because if you're a religious figure, stick to your religion. But if you wade into politics and you want to give a political opinion at that point, you're fair game.
Yeah. I mean, you're fair game regardless, in my opinion. But yeah, but I see your point.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Did you want me to finish this up or do you want to go to the news? Up to you.
You decide.
Up to you.
Wait,
Guys, do you want me to finish what Morad? You know what? How about I can hold off on what Morad Baisi is saying, and we can play the rest of it later. So yeah, I think that's pretty good. Unless you guys want like another 5 minutes or something. All right, no, let's go to news. Let's go to news. All right, Armin, welcome back. Are you able to take over for like 15, 20 minutes while I
okay. Yes, of course.
I'll be here though. I'll be listening.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. There's what?
Oh wait! Before you go, okay, no wait. Actually, never mind. No. Sorry. I got excited. But before you leave, remind me because I have a Morad Baisi video that I want you to translate. It's so we need Armin GPT, and it's a pretty good one.
Oh, okay.
But
Goldie, can I?
Yeah.
Can I show you what the Islamic Republic's embassy in Tajikistan posted about President Trump Jesus post?
Oh my God. Sure.
Can I show you?
It's
pretty crazy. It's in, huh?
Is it inappropriate?
I mean, it's not like. It's PG-13. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right. So, guys, this is apparently the embassy of the Islamic Republic in Tajikistan posting this about President Trump's post. So look at this.
Your reckoning has come. What is this?
So they posted Jesus coming in and casting President Trump to hell. This is the embassy. This is unprofessional.
These people are crazy.
Right.
These people are insane. Like that's very violent though. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
Oh. That's why it's PG-13. It's not like it's still above 13.
Yeah. Like Jesus would never do that anyway. Wow. These people are really insane.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I have a lot more about this.
That was pretty bad.
This whole I have a lot of other posts, but I'm not going to share regarding this.
Yeah, let's stay away from the violent AI memes just for a little bit, please, so that I don't get banned again. So maybe just focus on news.
Jesus was not holding any guns, so
doesn't matter. Who knows? Like people are attacking my channel, so let's just try to avoid violent AI videos if possible. If possible.
Okay. So.
Okay, I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Guys, keep an eye on Armin for me.
Hey. Okay. Do you guys? I don't know if I don't want to offend anyone. Do you guys want to see President Trump as a doctor? It's not violent. It's not violent. Do you guys want to see President Trump as a doctor, Jesus doctor? Do you guys want to see that? Let me see. Let me know in the chat if that's okay. Hold on. Yes? Okay. Because President Trump said that's not him as Jesus. That's him as a doctor. Right? So Let me show that. Tell me what you guys think of this. Again, there's no Goldie said no violence. There's no violence here. There's a lot of healing here. Okay, so watch this.
Are you suffering from a serious life-threatening illness? Has your doctor told you you're probably going to die? My name is Dr. Donald Trump, and I have helped millions of patients with conditions just like yours. Cancer, heart disease, ALS, you name it. Conditions your doctor said were untreatable. I've seen them all and I fixed them all. I use an advanced technique that the cheating medical establishment don't want you to know about. The results are, frankly, incredible. Nobody gets results like this. They're the greatest results.
They gave me 6 weeks to live, but then I called the hotline and was healed entirely through the phone.
I was clinically brain dead, and my wife was about to pull the plug when the doctor saved my life.
If you or someone you love is suffering, don't wait. Don't let the corrupt medical establishment tell you what's possible. Call 1-900-NOT-JESUS today. Let's make your health great again. Are you suffering?
Okay. Is that okay? There's no violence. He said no violence. Is that okay?
What does it have to do with Iran Revolution Live?
It was people were talking about. We were talking about. I mean, you sometimes post stuff, show us stuff. What does Rick rolling us all the time have to do with Iran Revolution Live? Go.
You know what? That is a fair point. That is a fair point. Okay, you know what? I'm sure the chat could use a break anyway, because I have been I've actually been pretty serious for the last 2 hours, because we played Tusi, and then we played Mark Levin, and then we were playing Morad Vaisi. So all right, I will give you a pass.
Okay.
15.
Back to the news.
No. Listen, I'm giving you 15, 20 minutes to have your fun, do what you need to do. I'm gonna eat something, but I'll be watching.
Okay.
We're back in 15, 20 minutes.
No. Okay. Everything would be no violence, no guns. Everything is PG-13. Okay. Promise. Okay. Guys, was anybody offended of this? Like, because we have a whole bunch of new people here. I just want to make sure because I asked the chat. I was like, do you guys want to see it? And you guys like, yeah. So I was like, okay. Don't get upset with me, okay? I'm just responding. It's democracy. I'm just responding to the chat. Okay, see, guys, my understanding is that Christians are more chill, right? And they don't get as offended as much as Muslims. So, right? So this is not offended. Fantastic. Oh, people are saying play it again. Oh, really? Okay, wait. Do you guys want to see it again? Yes? Okay, here. I'll play it again then.
Are you suffering from a serious life-threatening illness? Has your doctor told you you're probably going to die? My name is Dr. Donald Trump, and I have helped millions of patients with conditions just like yours. Cancer, heart disease, ALS, you name it. Conditions your doctor said were untreatable. I've seen them all and I fixed them all. I use an advanced technique that the cheating medical establishment don't want you to know about. The results are, frankly, incredible. Nobody gets results like this. They're the greatest results.
They gave me 6 weeks to live, but then I called the hotline and was healed entirely through the phone.
I was clinically brain dead, and my wife was about to pull the plug when the doctor saved my life.
If you or someone you love is suffering, don't wait. Don't let the corrupt medical establishment tell you what's possible. Call 1-900-NOT-JESUS today. Let's make your health great again.
I love the number 1-800-NOT-JESUS. Okay, I have another one. Do you guys want to see another one here? Okay, this one.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better.
It looks good. It looks good here. I like it. This feels pretty good. Okay. Oh, look, you guys like it. Okay. I thought if you're gonna come at me with pitchforks or something, but that's good. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this. Like, is it safe to show this? I'm gonna be kicked out of Iran Revolution Live for showing this. All right, let's go back to the news, huh? Ooh, guys, actually, hold on. I found something. I mean, I didn't find something. Somebody sent this to me. Oh, there we go. I found it. Ooh, guys, Goldie's gonna love this. You guys remember yesterday? Goldie was so impressed with the Nunchak Fatih commandos. Okay, look what I found. Look what I found. I mean, somebody sent this to me. We have videos of Fatih commandos with nunchucks. Here. She's gonna love this.
آگاه سازی مردم جامعه و فضاسازی برای یک سری هماندیشی‌ها و همدلی‌ها در جامعه. ما اگر دل مردم رو به هم نزدیک کنیم و اعتماد سازی در جامعه ایجاد بشه، مردم باور بکنن دوستشون هستیم، رفیقشون هستیم، آگاه سازی مردم جامعه و فضاسازی برای یک سری هماندیشی‌ها و
Goldie's gonna love this.
ها در جامعه. ما اگر دل مردم رو به هم نزدیک کنیم و اعتماد سازی در جامعه ایجاد بشه، مردم باور بکنن دوستشون هستیم، رفیقشون هستیم، آگاه سازی.
Oh, it keeps going on repeat. Guys, this is not AI. This is from 11 years ago. 11 years ago. This is not AI. Okay, so we have to keep this for Goldie when she comes back. And then remember this other image that we saw yesterday of these girls with... Hold on.
الله اکبر دیگه بس مذاکره با کفتار و کرکس الله اکبر دیگه جون بچه هامون دستور حمله است الله اکبر دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است الله اکبر دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است.
What the F did I just watch? Guys, remember yesterday I showed you the image of these girls on this military car basically going around the streets with the Islamic Republic flag. This is a new strategy of the Islamic Republic bringing in girls into the streets to support the Islamic Republic as a way to get more people in the streets by bringing in pretty girls and stuff. So I saw the picture of this yesterday. Now there's a video. Do you guys want me to translate this? You guys want me to translate this one? So guys, look at the evolution. This is actually progress. Look, we went from this, you know, the Fatih commandos used to be in like full chadori hijab. And now Fatih commandos now 11 years later, Fatih commandos look like this instead. This is the progress that we were asking. Guys, when it comes, this is what we want. Guys, cancel the revolution. This is what we wanted. We didn't want, you know, a normal relationship with the world. We didn't want it this much government overreach. We didn't want the executions to stop. We didn't want it free access to internet. We didn't want a functioning economy. You know, none of that. We didn't want any of that. We wanted to go from this to this. This is all we wanted. Look at it. That's pretty cool. Cancel the revolution, guys. This is progress. This is absolute progress. What else could we ask for? Do you guys want a translation to the song? By the way, guys, I hope you know I'm joking, obviously. Somebody's saying, like, no, this is not far enough. Like, I hope you're not taking what I'm saying seriously. Wow. Okay, so it's saying Allahu Akbar it's enough negotiations with hyenas.
Oh,
wait, carcass. What's a carcass? Hold on, just give me a second. Carcass, the bird. The flesh, the dead eat. Okay, carcass is carcass. Oh, vultures. Yes, of course. What the hell? I forgot how to speak English. So it says so Allahu Akbar. It's enough. We should stop negotiating with hyenas and vultures. So enough negotiating with hyenas and vultures. So by the way, this is an this song also demonstrates how big the movement within the supporters of the Islamic Republic is against the negotiations. This song is by the supporters of the Islamic Republic against the Islamic Republic. Let me repeat this for the people who didn't pay attention. This song is by the supporters of the Islamic Republic against the Islamic Republic, because they're telling the supporters of the Islamic Republics are telling the Islamic Republic to stop negotiating with the Americans. Like, stop negotiating with hyenas and vultures, right? Oh, saying from now on, the lives of our children is the command for attack. Basically, so just saying that given that they killed our children, there's no ceasefire. We cannot accept ceasefire. They killed our children, so we have to keep attacking them. So basically, this is a no to ceasefire song. Oh, he's saying it's now time for them to drown in the depths of the strait, meaning that it's time to sink their ships in the strait, and it's time for them to drown in the strait. Okay. Wow. These girls are like, look at this. Look, guys, these types of girls, the girls going around and driving like this, they would get arrested before. Like, for so many years, girls wanted to party like this inside Tehran, and they would have, but so many times they would get in trouble. But now the regime is doing it themselves. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that we're here. What a time to be alive, eh? But let me see. So they want to sink the ships, American ships, in the strait. But what's actually happening is this. So look at this. We got this from CENTCOM. Saying U.S. naval vessels are on patrol in... the Gulf of Oman. Okay. The Gulf of Oman, as CENTCOM continues to execute a U.S. blockade on ships entering and departing Iranian ports. U.S. forces are present, vigilant, and ready to ensure compliance. So, guys, look at the audio. This is an audio release by CENTCOM itself. Let's see what the audio says.
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now,
wow, guys, this is all the vessels, all the ships around in the Persian Gulf, in the Strait of Hormuz, and in the Gulf of Oman. This is the audio that they heard. Like, if you were navigating one of these ships in this area, you would have heard this message on your communication devices. This is pretty badass. Like, listen to this again. This is the message CENTCOM sent out to all the ships.
The U.S. has announced a formal blockade of Iranian ports and coastal areas. This is illegal action. All vessels are advised to immediately return to port if leaving and discontinue transit to Iran if that is your next port of call. Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure, transiting to or from an Iranian port. Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force. The whole of the United States Navy is ready to force compliance. Now.
That's pretty badass. By the way, guys, you know, remember I told you, hold on, Strait of Hormuz. I told you that I think the Americans will be maintaining their blockade at. Oh, this is a good picture. At the Gulf of Oman. So I was right about that because that would be the most logical. I mean, that's an obvious guess, to be fair, because that would be the most logical place for them to be. Let me see, for example, if the picture. Yeah, so this is like a. So yeah, so this is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the Gulf of Oman. BBC is calling the Persian Gulf the Gulf. F you, BBC. How come this Gulf is named the Gulf of Oman and this Gulf is just the Gulf? What Gulf? This is the Persian Gulf. You can't just call it the Gulf. The Gulf of what? Which Gulf? God damn it, BBC. Shame. Shame on you. Shame. 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 I wish I had a bell. I need to get a bell. Say shame. Okay. I refuse. Like, let's not show this anymore. Let's get a better image here. There you go. The Persian Gulf. Thank you. God damn it. God damn it. So the US blockade is over here. It's not over here. That's the Islamic Republic blockade is over here. The US blockade is over here because they have to monitor all the ships that are going through every Iranian port. Every Iranian port, whether it's west of the Strait of Hormuz or the east of the Strait of Hormuz. Let me see if I could find a better picture to make my point here. I think this might be a better picture. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, over here. See? So the Americans need to be here so that any ships leaving any ports of southern Iran, either next to the Persian Gulf or next to the Oman Gulf, can be stopped. Okay? That's why it doesn't make sense for them to be here. It makes sense for them to... Oh, let me remove the chat here. It doesn't make sense for them to be here. Over here. It makes sense for them to be over here because any ships leaving these ports need to be stopped as well. And also, the Americans are allowing all the ships leaving all of these ports from Kuwait, from Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Oman to just go underway because there's no blockade on that. But so if we go back to CENTCOM's post, you can see over here that they said that they're patrolling in the Gulf of Oman, and not at the Strait of Hormuz, in the Gulf of Oman. That's where they are at, which is going to make it more difficult for the Islamic Republic to break the American blockade because they're not close to where the Islamic Republic would want them to be able to attack them. So, guys, so far the blockade is holding, which is really good for us. Guys, if the blockade keeps holding, I don't know what the Islamic Republic is going to do. Like, this is like really a difficult situation right now for the Islamic Republic because this is going to bankrupt them really fast. Something has to happen for them to be able to survive this if they want. Like, I don't know what they're going to do. Let's go to Carolyn. Let's see what she's saying here. Let me see the caption. White House confirms that the next round of talks of US Iran is to be in Islamabad. So guys, we don't have a date, but we have a location.
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the president. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place. Will.
Wait, guys, I had a very interesting news about Islamabad. Let me see if I could find it. Because, yes, so there was a coffee in Islamabad brewed specifically for peace. Did you guys knew that Pakistan, because they had these negotiations in Islamabad, they people are saying when increase the volume. She was just guys. She just said that the next round of negotiation would be in Islamabad. Okay, but look at this. So this is something that, yeah, coffee for peace. They brewed a specific. So coffee with the message "brewed for peace" is being served to delegations in Islamabad for the U.S. and Iran peace talks. So this became a big deal. A lot of people were talking about that. And look here. So Islamabad is like, Pakistan is really branding this. Like, they're trying to maximize advertising themselves as being part of this negotiation. So they're marketing the crap out of this.
I've had coffee at multiple places, fancy cafes, roadside spots, you name it. But right now, this coffee hits really different. I mean, the coffee is same, but it's about the vibe, the moment that Pakistan is bringing the world together. And I'm standing at a place where the historic peace talks are going to happen.
Pakistan is bringing the whole world together. Guys, there were so many Pakistanis that were proud of this moment. They were saying like, oh my God, Pakistan is creating peace in the world.
Bringing the world together. And I'm standing at a place where the historic peace talks are going to happen. So something as simple as a coffee is feeling special today. Maybe because it's not about the taste, it's about Pakistan bringing the world together. So yeah, you can see the arrangements.
Pakistan bringing the world together. Okay.
Here. And for more updates, you can stay connected to Pakistan.
Guys, I don't know if you guys understand how big of a deal this was in Pakistan. Like, Pakistan made a huge deal about this. And so many Pakistanis were like, oh my God, we're so proud. We're bringing peace.
Connect.
And so, did you guys know how big of a deal this was in Pakistan? Like, they were making... Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. And guys, the Pakistanis are now going to Saudi Arabia. I don't know why. I told you the prime minister is... Guys, remember I told you that the prime minister of Saudi Arabia is... No, the prime minister of Pakistan is very close to Saudi Arabia. And the head of the military of Pakistan is very close to the United States. So now, this Sharif guy, Shahbaz Sharif guy, is now just went to Saudi Arabia. I mean, we know that Pakistan and Saudi Arabia have this security agreement. Oh, pretty official. Coffee. Look at the... Oh, guys, so romantic. Look at them. They're holding hands. That is so cute. Kiss, 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 kiss. Oh, guys, Goldie's back. Wait, Goldie, look at what I found. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Nunchucks. We found a video source.
Oh my
for the
god.
nunchucks.
آگاه سازی مردم جامعه و فضا سازی برای یک سری هماندیشی ها و همدلی ها در جامعه. ما اگر دل مردم رو به هم نزدیک کنیم و اعتماد سازی در جامعه ایجاد بشه، مردم باور بکنن دوستشون هستیم، رفیقشون هستیم. آگاه سازی
Also, wait, I have found another video. Remember those girls on the military truck, the military armored vehicle yesterday?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we found them as well, but in video now. Look at this.
الله اکبر دیگه بس مذاکره با کفتار و کرکس الله اکبر دیگه جون بچه هامون دستور حمله است الله اکبر دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است الله اکبر دیگه وقت غرق شدن تو اعماق تنگ است
Wow.
Wow.
Crazy stuff.
Yes.
Jeez. I don't know if you heard, but the U.S. Treasury Department has sanctioned the oil smuggling network run by Shamkhani's son. So this announcement came out a few hours ago. Today, as part of economic fury, Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control sanctioned an oil smuggling network run by Iranian shipping magnate Mohammad Hossein Shamkhani, the son of now deceased senior Iranian security official Ali Shamkhani. Guys, Ali Shamkhani is the one that was buried without a head because they couldn't find his head. OFAC today also sanctioned targets related to a complex Hezbollah gold scheme that ultimately benefits Iran's military. So Shamkhani's oil smuggling ring has been sanctioned. And that's huge. That like this is huge, right? Because I think he operated out of Dubai, if I'm not mistaken. But
makes me wonder why it wasn't already sanctioned. Is that a fair point?
That is a fair point. Okay. All right. Can you translate this video that I just sent to you in the studio chat?
Oh. Let's bring it up. Let me guys go through it. Let me see if there's any
it's fine. It's Murad Basi.
I'm kidding. Just being safe. Just you never know it will come out of it. Okay. All right, hold on.
این تغییر بزرگتر از جمهوری اسلامی ها.
So in this bit, should I translate as we go through?
Yeah.
Okay.
این تغییر بزرگتر از جمهوری اسلامی ها.
Like this change is bigger than the Islamic Republic.
این تغییر بزرگتر از سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی. همه مردم ما توجهشون به سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامیه. درست هم هست.
Like our people, their attention is on the toppling the Islamic Republic.
ما الان
that's a correct view to have. We right now
مهمترین هدفی که جلومونه باید متمرکز بشیم روش سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی.
We all of us right now, the most important goal for us to be focused on is toppling the Islamic Republic.
هنوزم کار تموم نشده.
And our job is not finished yet.
مغرور نباید بشیم. حواسمون جمع باشه.
We shouldn't be too prideful. We should be like concentrated on this.
امیدوار باشیم، مصمم باشیم.
We should be determined. We should be hopeful.
سرنگونیش کنیم. شرایط هم آماده است که سرنگون
we should topple them and the conditions are right for toppling it.
مردم هستن، رهبر انقلاب ملی تثبیت شد.
We have the people, we have the leader of our national revolution.
آمریکا و اسرائیل هم که مهمترین بازیگرا در موضوع ایرانن دارن کمک میکنن.
And United States and Israel, which are the most important players, they're also helping us.
ساختارهای سپاه ضعیف شده، ساختارهای حکومت.
So, and the structure, the frame, the IRGC has been weakened. The regime has been weakened.
ضعیف شده، خامنه‌ای مرده، خیلی از
Khamenei is dead.
مقامات مردن. ما در
Many of the regime officials are dead.
بهترین موقعیتیم که ضربه آخر بزنیم.
So we are all right now in the best situation to do the final hit.
ولی
But
سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی اولین دستاورد بزرگ این اندازه.
But the fall of the Islamic Republic is going to be our first achievement. The first achievement of this revolution.
بعد از این انقلاب ما دستاوردهایی خواهیم داشت که از سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی هم بزرگتره.
After this revolution, we are going to achieve so much more than just toppling the Islamic Republic. Our achievements are going to go beyond toppling the Islamic Republic.
مهمترین دستاوردی که از سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی مهمترینی که ما بعد از 500 سال با رابطه آخوندا و حکومت خداحافظی می‌کنیم.
The most important achievement after the fall of the Islamic Republic is after 500 years, we will say goodbye to this relation that we have with the mullahs.
آخوندا رو سال 1500 صفوی وارد سیاست کردن برای که مقابل امپراتوری عثمانی یه نهاد روحانیتی درست کنن، ایران رو شیعه کنن.
So in the year 1500, mullahs were created by the Safavid Empire to basically be a force against the Ottoman Empire.
یه نهاد روحانیتی درست کنن، ایران رو
so that they could have a religious framework within Iran to push back against the Ottoman Empire. So guys, the Safavids were Shia, the Ottomans were Sunni, so the Sunnis had their own Sunni religious legitimacy and authority. So the Safavid dynasty created the Mullah class in Iran as a way to push back against the Sunni Ottoman Empire. That's what happened.
شیعه کنن، اونا سنی بودن. میدونید تا اون موقع اکثریت ایران سنی بود. شیعه کنن.
So yeah, guys, the Safavid Empire is what turned Iran from Sunni to Shia. Before the Safavid Empire, Iran used to be Sunni. It was the Safavid Empire that made it Shia.
روحانیت رو از لبنان آوردن، آخوندا از لبنان اومدن.
So they brought the clerics from Lebanon. So this whole Akhund, the Mullah class, was imported from Lebanon into Iran.
و باید هم برگردن مملکت خودشون.
And he's saying that they have to go back to their country.
دربار صفوی اینا رو وارد سیاست کرد، در دوره قاجاری و اینا اومدن بالا تا سال 50.
So the royalty of the Safavid dynasty, they brought the mullahs into the court, into the imperial court of the Safavid dynasty.
اومدن بالا تا سال 57 که گرفتن دیگه همه چیز.
And then they were part of our history until all the way to 1979, which eventually, so guys, from 500 years ago till now, the mullahs used to serve the king, but in 1979, they overcame the king and they became the rulers in Iran.
و قبضه کردن. و دیدیم چه تجربه تلخ و سیاه و خونینی بود.
And we saw what a dark and miserable experience that was.
7 سال حکومت آخوندا
And bloody. Dark,
And
miserable,
bloody.
and bloody experience.
Bloody.
سیاه و خونینی بود. 47 سال حکومت آخوندا تجربه سیاه، خونین، تلخ، شکست خورده.
47 years of the mullahs ruling was a bitter, bloody,
خونین، تلخ، شکست خورده.
شکست خورده, a defeated experience. All of that has been defeated. That experience has been defeated.
بعد از که جمهوری اسلامی سرنگون کنیم، مهمترین دستاوردمون خواهد بود به رابطه 500 ساله آخوندا با حکومت پایان بدیم.
So the most important achievement after the fall of Islamic Republic is that the relationship between mullahs and the government will finally be gone. So basically, Murad Vaisi is suggesting that we're not going to fix something that we've been dealing with for the past 47 years. He's saying we're going to be fixing something that we've been dealing with for the past 500 years. By the way, I would also want to top that by saying that we're going to be fixing something that we have been dealing with for the past 1400 years, if you know what I mean. But let's continue. And he's saying we're not going to let mullahs ever get involved in politics ever again. We had experienced this horrible experience once. We're never going to try it again.
من اعتقادم اینه مثل آلمان نازی که تفکر نازی‌ها رو دیگه من کردن اجازه نمیدن. در بعد از انقلاب هم باید دیگه به آخوندها و پاسدارا اجازه ندیم این تفکر رو بیان. چون اگه
he's saying that he believes that just like in Germany, the government banned, made it illegal for people. So basically, after Nazi Germany, in Germany, they stopped. They made it illegal for people to spread Nazi ideology. Murad Vaisi thinks that we also, after the fall of Islamic Republic, we should ban the mullahs when it comes to spreading their ideas. Like he's saying, because if they do this one more time, we don't know what's going to happen to Iran ever again. By the way, guys, he's not saying that like Murad Vaisi is not saying ban Sharia or ban Islam. He's saying ban mullahs from spreading their ideology. That's what he believes.
Political ideology, like just basically ban them from spreading their ideology and politics. So just keep them and their ideology out of politics.
Yes, exactly.
این همه آدم از بین نرفته، این همه زندگی نسوخته که ما یه بار دیگه به اینا اجازه بدیم. نه باید
like all of these, so many people haven't been burned, so many people haven't been hurt for us to just
and murdered,
for us to just murdered as bein nafte, haven't been destroyed, for us to allow these people to do this one more time. He's saying their activity needs to be illegal.
در آلمان هم همینطوره.
And he's saying in Germany it's the same way, like with Nazis.
از اون طرف این جنایتی که کردن، جنایت بیش از 36,000 نفر، اینم باید در قانون بریم براش قانون بذاریم. هیچ کی حق نداشته باشه اینو زیر سوال ببره.
Oh, he's doing something like the Holocaust. Like, you know how denying the Holocaust is illegal in some places? So Murad Vaisi is saying that we should also do the same thing, in the sense that the more than 36,000 people that they have killed, he's saying we should make it illegal for anybody to be questioning that this has happened. By the way, Goldie, I know you might disagree with me here, okay? And I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback from the chat. As a free speech maximalist, I don't believe in limiting what people say. I think bad ideas should be out in the open so that we could fight them. So, like, if you are denying the Holocaust, I want to know that you're denying the Holocaust, so I could, fight your garbage views. I don't believe in banning certain ideas. Again, I know this is not a popular idea here, but I just want to say personally, I'm not in favor of banning ideas, even if it's the worst ideas. Just my opinion, but it's okay. We could have that disagreement here, I guess.
هیچ کی حق نداشته باشه اینو زیر سوال ببره.
I like the American model with the First Amendment. That's what I don't like the German model when they're banning certain ideas. I like the American model with the First Amendment.
کی حق نداشته باشه اینو زیر سوال ببره.
Like nobody should have the right to question this, to question that they killed like more than 36,000 people.
قانون محکم، مجازات محکم که این جنایت به این بزرگی دیگه تکرار نشه.
Like we have to have a very strong rule so that such a crime to this extent never gets repeated ever again.
یه دستاورد بزرگ دیگه ای که انقلاب ملی ما خواهد داشت اینی که ارزش‌ها و هنجارهای مبتنی بر اسلام سیاسی شیعه دیگه میره.
He's saying another achievement that this revolution will have is that the values,
اینی که ارزش‌ها و هنجارهای مبتنی بر اسلام
the values and the norms that are based on Shia Islam,
سیاسی شیعه دیگه میره.
No, political Shia Islam will go away.
ارزش‌ها و هنجارهای ملی ایران برمیگرده.
And norms and values based on Iranian nationalism will come back.
مثل یه زلزله میمونه. در زلزله
Like it's going to be, he says it's going to be like an earthquake.
یه صفحه میره پایین، یه صفحه زمین میاد بالا.
Like in an earthquake, there will be one plate that will go under and another plate will come on top of it.
ما باید همین کار رو شاهدش باشیم بعد از جمهوری اسلامی.
Like he's saying we have to witness the same thing after the Islamic Republic.
اون لایه‌ای که مربوط به ارزش‌های اسلام سیاسی و ایناست میره زیر، لایه مربوط به ارزش‌ها و انجارهای ملی.
So he's saying that the plate, the tectonic plate that is for Shia Islamic ideologies will go under, and the plate that is about nationalist values will go on top and will cover it.
لایه مربوط به ارزش‌ها و انجارهای ملی میهنی ایران میاد بالا.
Norms and values. Yep. All right. Thank you, Goldie.
Thank you. No, thank you for sharing that. So just very well, not very quickly, but His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he was in Italy today, and he was meeting with the I think it was like the Italian Senate, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, let me just pull this up really quick, and then I have a few other things that I want us to talk about. His Royal Highness posted this morning in Rome, well, his comms team, this morning in Rome, Prince Reza Pahlavi was received at the Italian Senate by the chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, Senator Maurizio Gaspari. The two discussed events in Iran, the aspirations of the Iranian people, and the role Italy and Europe can play. And then he posted, I'm thankful for the strong support of Maurizio Gaspari on behalf of the Italian Senate's Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee for the people of Iran and their aspirations for liberty. When Iran is free, our two great ancient civilizations will have even brighter futures. So King Reza Pahlavi posted that. This one was from yesterday, I believe. And then he posted yesterday, I've arrived in Rome to meet Italian political and business leaders. I will ensure the Iranian people's voice is not silenced and will discuss the only true path to peace, security, and prosperity for the world, the liberation of Iran from the Islamic Republic. So it seems as if His Royal Highness is doing the rounds in Europe right now, because he was in Sweden a few days ago, and now he's in Italy, which, kind of a big deal there. Then what was the other thing? He's also doing media with that, but I just want to share this. So yesterday I shared video of His Royal Highness, well, not yesterday, I think it was 2 days ago, shared a video of King Reza Pahlavi and the reception that he had by Iranians in Sweden. So now here's a video of him and the reception he's receiving by Iranians in Italy. So let's just watch this really quickly.
That's dangerous.
So you can see all the support. And then Armin, look at this. When he was exiting the vehicle, Italian police were saluting him. Look at that.
Wow.
There's a video out there. I saw the video earlier. If anyone has a link to the video, let me know. But yeah, Italian police were saluting him as he was exiting the vehicle. So yeah, it was really nice to see that people are, you know, respecting our statesmen. So yeah, if anyone has the link to the video, let me know. I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, that was nice to see. You know, we do have a leader that is respected. You know, he's a true statesman, and that was just very, very heartwarming to see that. So yeah, I think this account might actually have the video, the salute video. Let me see. I think it was from earlier. So let's see. If anyone has the link, let me know. But yeah, so our king is definitely making the rounds. Oh, here we go. Here's the video. I found it. Okay. So look at this. Look, all the police are saluting him as he comes out.
Vince.
There you go. So the hope of a nation. The hope of a nation right there. Oh, he reposted me. Look at that. Here's more footage of Iranians going to greet or like cheer for His Royal Highness. Now, the crowd is small, Armin. My understanding is that the reason that the crowd is small is because for security reasons, Italian police were like, we don't want to have like a big crowd there for security reasons. So that's why it's like a small crowd here. So they're chanting alternative for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi, and then regime change for Iran, King Reza Pahlavi. We can see the American flag there. Look at that. Oh, I also see the Israeli flag. Sorry. Look at that. There's also the Israeli flag under the American flag. There you go. Wow. Amazing. All right, that's a speech from yesterday. Oh, there's Feridun Farrokhzad. Guys, it's Bapishman. Wait, what's Bapishman saying here? Oh, you know, Armin, why don't you translate this?
Okay.
Bapishman is a fan favorite. We love Bapishman, Feridun Farrokhzad. And Feridun Farrokhzad was a huge supporter of the Pahlavis. And they murdered him. They murdered him because the Islamic regime was afraid of his voice.
And Germany's government knew about it, and they didn't do anything about protecting him or bringing to justice the people responsible. So that was like a lot of Iranians have a negative view about Germany's government because of what happened when they killed Faridun, because they were afraid of the Islamic Republic. So let's watch this. Yeah. So he's saying you should go to Iran, go to a village inside Iran, and tell them that my name is Amini or Farrukhzad, or say I'm Bakhtiar or anyone else. The people, the villagers in Iran would not know who you are. So he mentioned some famous names and said the villagers in this is, I know, oh my God, I know what he's about to say. This is such an important point. I said, like, if you, so he mentioned some really important family names, including his own. And he said, if you go to the villages in Iran and mention these names, people would not know these names.
بروید و بگویید که من ادیبم و خطیبم و شو اجرا کردم و آواز خوندم و سخنرانی کردم و زدم.
Go tell them that I did this or did that, or I'm a celebrity, I have shows, I have given speeches. Go tell them that in the villages in Iran. Like, go tell them that I'm involved in this political, institution or that, like this political thing. They would not know who you are.
ولی بروید به دهات ایران و بگویید مردم ایران دهاتیا من شاه ایران هستم مردم شما رو میشناسن.
But go to the villages, go to villages in Iran and tell them that people, I am the king of Iran, and they would know who you are. They would know who you are. The people there in the villages, they would know who you are. Like the politicians in Iran. Don't do something for a country to turn into a bankrupt, broken republic. And for it to turn into a communistic or socialistic or a military republic or a capitalist republic. So for it to have many smaller republics come out of it, basically talking about secession. And destroy our country. Ooh, Goldie, and this is, should I swear words? Okay.
Talking nonsense.
Yes. So he's saying that when you say I made a mistake, and he uses the Persian saying here for it, he said they made that saying specifically for these times. So there's a saying in Persian that people say, and they say, I made a big mistake, and it's, R-rated. And he says they use that saying specifically was made so that you could use it at these times.
این جمله رو برای کجا درست کردن؟ برای اینجا که من بیام بگم الان. اگر من اشتباه کردم گفت خودم. ولی آقای رجبی
Like if I made a mistake, then I would use that phrase.
ما دیگه اشتباه نمی‌کنیم.
But listen, but we will not make mistake ever again.
اگر من اشتباه کردم گفت خودم. ولی آقای رجبی ما دیگه اشتباه نمی‌کنیم. دیگه زیر بار شما و امثال شما نمی‌ریم.
Mr. Rajavi, we will not make that mistake ever again, and we will not be following you and people like you. Revolution for you and for the grave of your fathers. We will not destroy our country. So this is very interesting because we often argue, Goldie, on our Persian channel and everywhere, is that what Prince Reza Pahlavi has is for brand recognition, right? So it's interesting because the name Pahlavi, the brand Pahlavi, is even to this day, even 47 years after the Islamic Revolution, there's not a single corner within Iran that they would not recognize that name. And a lot of people don't understand the importance of that recognition of that name, because just like the Persian language, where it's spoken everywhere in Iran, the name Pahlavi is known everywhere in Iran, which means that it bonds us. That means that it connects all of Iran. And this is why no name like the Pahlavi name could bring the Iranian people together. No name like the Pahlavi name could unite us. And a lot of people, guys, this is beyond Prince Reza Pahlavi being a good leader. A lot of people don't recognize that, yep, Prince Reza Pahlavi is a really good leader because he has the right values, he has the right methods, he has the right connections. He's a fighter. He sacrificed his life for Iran. He dedicated his entire life to saving Iran. But beyond that, many people, including me, underestimated the importance of his name just being Pahlavi, because the Pahlavi name is so widely recognized that we're so lucky that the leader that is the best leader right now to lead our revolution is also the person with a name that is recognized in all corners in Iran, from the biggest cities to the smallest villages, because just that name alone there's a lot of utility in having that name, which bonds us together and could bring us together as a nation. All right. And
Armin, I sent you something. Let's
yes, I had that on my list. I was gonna see when can I just yes, this is amazing. I'm so glad that you okay. I was okay.
I saw this morning and I was like, oh my god, Armin's gonna love this one.
Yeah. guys, thank you, Goldie. Say thank you, Goldie. This is such a delight. Okay, look at this. So IDF posted this. Let me just do the Grok translation. Okay, this was in Persian. So this is IDF in Persian, the official account of IDF in Persian, right? IDF Farsi. So they said, "Dear people of Iran, Ibrahim Zulfaqari," basically this guy, the spokesperson of Khatam al-Anbiya, "Ibrahim Zulfaqari seems more like an artificial intelligence product to us than a real human being." Guys, this is an official statement from IDF, okay? Just keep that in mind. Again, the IDF is saying, "Dear people of Iran, Ibrahim Zulfaqari seems more like an artificial intelligence product to us than a real human being." So if you have seen him in a speech or in the field, tell us. If not, help us prove that he is an artificial intelligence product. Wait, what is they saying here? Let me see the Persian version. Oh yeah, okay, so the Grok translation was not correct. آیا ارزشی‌ها مجبورن شخصیت‌های خیالی بسازن? Okay, let me see. Okay, so no, let me translate it myself. It's saying, are the Durka people, or basically are the jihadi minded people, okay? Are they forced to create imaginary identities so that they could speak to you? Like the IDF is asking, like we don't. The IDF is basically saying, we don't know what's happening in Iran. Like, Iranian people, can you educate us, the IDF? Is this AI or is this guy real? Is it that the Durka people, are they forced to create imaginary characters to speak to the people? And if that is the case, what does that tell you about the credibility of their messages? So the IDF is like pretending for this to be a question, like, Iranians, can you tell us, is this a real person? This cannot be a real person. This is AI, isn't it? Is it AI? Is this what the regime has come to make AI character? Oh my god, I love the IDF. IDF has jokes. The IDF has jokes. Love these guys. I don't know who's behind the IDF account. They love it. So Goldie, now that we're having fun, do you want to see the Pakistanis' method of, trying to bring ceasefire between President Trump and Mujtaba? Or no?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, you're hesitant. Well, if you don't want,
sorry, I was dealing with like a troll in the chat, so.
Oh, okay. All right, guys, this is fun. Watch this.
History is about to be made.
Sir, maybe we stop the war. Everyone is tired. I'll stop when he opens the strait. Very simple deal. Okay, 1 second. He says, open the strait, then he stops the war. The strait was never closed. It is open under our regulations. Tell him to stop the war first. Great news. The strait is open. Wonderful. Now I want the uranium. And then you stop the war? Then I think about it. He wants the enriched uranium. No. Between us, we also have nuclear. After this is done, maybe I share some with you. Just a little. He says Lebanon must be included. No! Absolutely not! You heard the man! You want the nukes? Keep them. You want the strait? Block it. I'm done.
Oh, so cute. Okay. Pakistan is doing hard work.
Okay, let me go to a few super chats before we continue.
Okay.
So, EHF is asking, what do you think is more damaging to the regime? Cutting cash flow or no Chinese weapons?
Cash flow, easy.
Yeah, cash flow for sure, because Chinese weapons won't go unless the Islamic regime can pay for them. So, I mean, cutting, no Chinese weapons is definitely important, but the cash flow is the big one for sure. For sure.
Yeah. And also what's holding the Islamic Republic in power right now is the power to build their own cheap drones that they could build that in-house without the Chinese, and also paying for the mercenaries. Like, that's the most important part. If there is going to be an uprising, the Iranian people need to have the upper hand, and the Islamic Republic with the cash flow can keep paying for the Iraqi, Afghanistani, and Pakistani mercenaries, and that cash flow needs to stop so that these terrorists go back home, so that we could have an uprising.
Absolutely. So Mojtaba Noruzi 5857, One Choice, One Voice, King Reza Pahlavi, Javid Shah, thank USA and Israel. Javid Shah Payande Iran. And we're absolutely in agreement on that. Born 1999, keep up the great info for us. Big thanks. Soon Persians will be free.
Iranians.
Oh right now.
What?
Soon Persians will be free.
Soon Iranians will be free.
Yeah.
All Iranians, not just the Persians.
Yeah. We're all Iranian. But thank you for the support. Really appreciate that.
Yes.
Chase Kirilenko, praying for a free Iran and free Belarus. Javid Shah. Yeah, thank you. Freedom for Belarus as well. I know there's some issues there as well. So, praying for freedom for everyone. Thank you so much for that, Chase. Omid says, Javid Shah, thank you. Christian, how can I fight for the cause? From Norway. I would say, reach out to the local, Iranian groups who are supporting the Lion and Sun revolution. Reach out to them and, see what you can do. Put pressure on your, politicians to, support His Royal Highness, King Reza Pahlavi, and of course, end all diplomatic ties with the Islamic regime. That would be some of the biggest ways. And of course, being active on social media, amplifying and promoting the voices and accounts of those people who are raising awareness about this. But thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate that. And, just honestly, even just being here and watching Iran Revolution live and being part of this community, your presence is also, helping the algorithm, helping boost our numbers.
Yes.
So that's huge, because that helps our live streams trend. So thank you so much for that.
Go on marches.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw someone in the chat who was asking, where does the Durka come from? The Durka is actually a scene from Team America World Police. So if you've seen the movie Team America World Police, you know where the Durka comes from. If you haven't seen Team America World Police, you wouldn't know. Do you want me to play that scene from Team America World Police? I mean, I could. It's not too long, but if you guys want to know, like, if you guys want to know where the Durka comes from, I can show you really quick. Yeah? All right. Okay, let me show you.
Of course. This. Oh no. Of course. It's now the Goldie tradition. Oh, there we go.
I do actually have the scene, though. Have you seen this movie, Armin?
Oh,
okay.
What?
I don't know.
Of course.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh my God. Okay.
Durka Allah, Muhammad Jihad. Bagala, Muhammad Jihad. Bagala, Muhammad Jihad, Allah, Durka, Muhammad Jihad, Muhammad Jihad.
Oh, shit. Come on, Gary. Act. You have the power.
Bak, Durk, Allah. Durka, Muhammad Jihad. Haka Sherpa, Bagala. Oh, Durka.
All right, Gary!
Told you he was Top Gun.
I've never seen acting that good.
He's amazing.
That's all right.
Yeah, no, I know. It's terrible.
We are Bashir rebels from the country of Somalia. Who are you? My name is Hakme. I'm a terrorist.
Anybody know of any terrorist attacks coming up soon?
Wow, so subtle.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. So I don't want to do the rest because I don't want to get like we might have to we'll probably have to cut out like this part of the live stream. We'll have to edit it because of the copyright or whatever. But there you go. That's the where the Durka reference comes from.
You know, when I watched this, I didn't realize this was a Star Wars reference. Like, I think I was a kid. I didn't understand.
Oh, you didn't know?
Now I could tell it's a Star Wars reference now that I'm watching it as an adult, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely. Armin, look at this. Pakistan is still trying. Okay, my browser lost audio. Yeah, let me just stop sharing.
I mean, they are relevant, to be fair.
Are they?
They're nuclear power, and they're big. They have a giant military, and Goldie, they have the world's largest intelligence organization.
Oh my gosh! But Pakistan is trying to remain relevant in these negotiations or peace talks. So look at this. So Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, met Pakistan's army chief Asim Munir in Tehran for the first round of talks, with further discussions set for Thursday between Iranian officials and a Pakistani mediator on messages exchanged with the US since Sunday. What talks? The United States hasn't agreed to any talks whatsoever. So what the heck is like Pakistan doing in Tehran right now? And it's like Pakistan and the Islamic regime, they're just like randomly agreeing to like continue the talks, but the United States has not like actually agreed that they're going to continue negotiations. So what the heck is going on here? Watch this. Like this is the most bizarre thing ever. Like why are Iran and Pakistan holding talks when this is something between like the Islamic regime and the United States? So this is what I mean. Like this is why I think like they're trying so hard to be relevant. Do you think President Trump is going to see this, Armin, and be like, oh no, Iran and Pakistan are having talks. Oh no, FOMO, right? Like is President Trump going to have like fear of missing out, and he's going to be like, oh no, we need to like this is going to pressure us to get into talks. Like it's just the most ridiculous thing.
آقای آسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان گفتگویی با وزیر امور خارجه کشورمون جناب آقای سید عباس عراقچی در تهران داشتن. این یک دیدار مقدماتی بود. دیدار اصلی فردا در تهران برگزار میشه و قرار هست که در ادامه گفتگوهای اسلام آباد و پیام‌های رد و بدل شده از روز یکشنبه فردا در تهران هم به صورت تفصیلی درباره این پیام‌ها بین ایران و میانجیگری پاکستانی گفتگو صورت بگیره. درباره اینکه چرا آقای آسم منیر میانجی این گفتگوها هست، به دلیل این هست که او به عنوان یک شخصیت سیاسی، اجرایی و امنیتی شناخته میشه و قبلا هم میانجی پرونده‌های صلح بوده.
Yeah, Armin, let me send this to you so you can translate.
Okay. But Goldie, like, then here, let me. Well, what do you think about this then? Because there is some sort of a confirmation from the Americans, and the audio from this was low, so I'm going to use audio booster. I just want to see what you think about this. Look at.
Where would they be the next round?
They would very likely be in the same place as they were last time, yes. With the same, I would just want to make one point that's important to the president. The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close. So they are the only mediator in this negotiation. While there have been many countries around the world who want to offer their help, the president feels it's important to continue to streamline this communication through the Pakistanis, and so that's what continues to take place.
So that's the. What do you think then?
Well, first of all, well, she's not saying that the talks are continuing. All she's saying is that, you know, we want to stick with the Pakistanis. Why? Because Pakistan is just as irrelevant as Oman when it comes to geopolitical, relevancy. And, you know, in the same way that Oman, remember when like the Prince of Oman or whatever, he was basically, you know, saying, oh yeah, like we're going to continue negotiating and we're going to mediate. And then the Prince of Oman was like, just making these decisions with the Islamic regime. And then President Trump went and like, boom, boom, Khamenei, right? So I have a feeling that the reason President Trump just wants Pakistan to remain is because, you know, when something happens, what's Pakistan going to do? Right? And again, the other thing that she said is that the negotiations will continue in the same place. If they continue, it's going to be in the same place, which means Islamabad, right? So whatever is happening right now between the Islamic regime and Pakistan, this is not something that has been authorized by the United States. Like, I guarantee you, like Witkoff, Kushner, and JD Vance are looking at this and they're like, what in the Allahu Akbar jihad Durka is happening right now between these two countries?
So, but I kind of think that Pakistan is a good mediator because unlike Oman, which was, you know, Oman and Qatar that had a little bit of a leaning towards the Islamic Republic, Pakistan is closer to Saudi Arabia and United States. Like they are more leaning towards Saudi Arabia and United States.
Nope.
So that's why United States actually prefers Pakistan as a mediator over Qatar and Oman, because like the Munir, the head of the military, he's very pro-American, and Sharif, the prime minister, is very pro-Saudi Arabia, and both Saudi Arabia and the United States are enemies of the Islamic Republic. So this is why they might be a better mediator than Qatar and Oman. What about from that perspective?
Well, I know Qatar being a mediator is out of the question because Qatar was the mediator for Hamas, and that was, obviously utter nonsense. And everyone knows Qatar is a terrorist state. When it comes to Pakistan, I mean, they lied. Remember, at the beginning, even before the negotiations began, Pakistan, the prime minister of Pakistan, put out a statement basically saying that the United States had agreed that ceasefire in Lebanon was part of the like stopping the attack in Lebanon was part of the ceasefire agreement. Right. And United States said there was no such agreement to this. Lebanon was not part of the picture. So Pakistan already came out of the front gate lying on their first post. So I don't think Pakistan is better. I just think Pakistan is just another country that the United States can take advantage of. To basically, they already know Pakistan is not trustworthy. And remember what happened to the U.S. embassy, and U.S. consulate, I think, in Pakistan or something. So
yeah, but to be fair to Pakistan government, they crushed down. Like some people, the Pakistani government is like crushed down on that very hard, right?
Yeah, but the government's just as corrupt. I think the Pakistani government is just as corrupt. And I think the reason the Americans are using, I mean, there's no right or wrong answer here, right? So, I mean, we both have different opinions, but I'm just saying, I think the Americans are using Pakistan because no one really cares about Pakistan. That's the way that I see it.
Yeah, but when I say like Pakistan is like a big deal, I'm not like endorsing Pakistan. I just think they're a nuclear power. They do have, they do carry a lot of weight in the region, but I don't. And also, they're the only country that responded with missiles to the Islamic Republic as soon as the Islamic Republic bombed them with their own missiles. Like, for example, Iraq has been receiving missiles from the Islamic Republic in the Kurdistan regions for years, and they never responded. And Pakistan, as soon as the Islamic Republic hit them with some missiles, the day after, within hours, they started responding with missiles back to the Islamic Republic. Again, I'm not saying I trust Pakistan. I'm just saying that they are influential. But anyways, okay. So let's play this.
آقای آسم منیر فرمانده ارتش پاکستان گفتگویی با وزیر.
Okay, so this is the Munir guy. He is the head of the military.
آقای آسم منیر فرمانده
Asam Munir, the head of the military of Pakistan.
ارتش پاکستان گفتگویی با وزیر امور خارجه کشورمون جناب.
So they're saying that he's having a conversation with the ministry of our country. So this reporter is an Islamic Republic reporter. So she's saying that he had a conversation with our foreign minister Iraqi.
سید عباس عراقچی در تهران داشتن این یک دیدار
This is in Tehran.
مقدماتی بود دیدار
So this is preliminary meetings
فردا
before the main meetings that they're going to have tomorrow.
در تهران برگزار میشه و
in Tehran.
قرار هست که در ادامه گفتگوهای اسلام آباد و پیام‌های رد و بدل شده.
So saying this is going to be a continuation of the talks in Islamabad.
از روز یک شنبه فردا در تهران هم به صورت تفصیلی درباره این پیام‌ها بین ایران و میانجیگری پاکستانی گفتگو صورت بگیرد.
So yeah, the talks will continue tomorrow with the Pakistanis and the Islamic Republic people.
درباره اینکه چرا آقای آسم منیر میانجی این گفتگوها هست به دلیل این هست.
Like so she's answering like in response to why Mr. Munir is the mediator here in these discussions.
که او به عنوان یک شخصیت سیاسی اجرایی و امنیتی
like because he's considered to be a political personality, an executive personality, and a security personality.
قبلا هم میانجی پرونده های صلح بوده.
and he was also involved in previous negotiations for peace before, so he has experience in this. Okay, I wouldn't be surprised if the Americans put Munir up to this. By the way, I wouldn't be surprised.
You think so?
Carry. No, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying if it,
I mean, it could be.
If it is the case, I'm just not going to be surprised. Yeah. Because Munir is the Americans guy. Like Munir is America's on the side of the Americans. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's there to spy on them then. Who knows?
Yeah, I know. I mean, Goldie, you mentioned that the Americans are playing with the Islamic Republic, right? To basically mess with their head. So they might be using the Pakistanis to mess with their head. That's going to be the case, yeah. But look at this, Goldie. Look how embarrassing this is. This is the plane that he arrived in. Hold on. Look at the Islamic Republic. This is the way that they brought him to Iran. IRGC met him at the airport. Like the way that the Pakistanis brought the Islamic Republic people into Pakistan was really, kind of, I don't know, like it was much higher class than this. So look how embarrassing this is, Goldie. Like the Islamic Republic is not able to host the Pakistanis at the same level that the Pakistanis were hosting the Islamic Republic. Well, isn't that embarrassing?
Yeah. It is, but also I mean, which airport was this? Because a lot of their airports have been boom. So do we even know which airport he landed in?
This is somewhere in Tehran. It says the Tehran show, so I don't know. I don't know which airport this is.
So it's interesting.
Yeah. But this is embarrassing.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right about that. Yeah. Oh. I have
Ghalibaf video from the past.
No, I have. Oh yeah. Go for that, and then I have a fresh Durka for you. Fresh Durka video.
Fresh Durka. I want to see the first Durka first. Then let's go first Durka.
No, go with Ghalibaf. Go with Ghalibaf, okay. And then I'll share this. I'll share the link with you.
So blast from the past, from a long time ago, 2024. Okay, very long time ago. Ghalibaf, look at this. What Ghalibaf was saying. Okay, it doesn't start good. The annihilation of the Zionist regime. Okay. This voice reached our ears 60 years ago from the throat of a divine man, Khomeini and Qom.
60 سال پیش از گلوی یک مرد الهی در قم به گوش ما رسید.
He showed the root of corruption and oppression, not only in Iran, but in the world. Okay, Khomeini guys showed us the way. He showed us the corruption in this world. Not just the corruption in Iran, meaning they're talking about Pahlavi. When they're saying corruption in Iran, they're saying not just the corruption in Iran, which is Pahlavi, but this corruption in the world. What is this corruption in this world?
ریشه فساد و ظلم را نه فقط در ایران بلکه در جهان را نشان داد. آمریکای جنایتکار
Criminal America and the usurping regime of Israel.
بر رژیم غاصب اسرائیل. و البته
I know. Here's the important part, guys. Guys, this is only from 2 years ago. Only from 2 years ago. Okay, saying, and of course, he also thought us the solution. Guys, guess in the chat. What is the solution to all the corruption in the world? What is the solution? What is the solution? Guess. What is it? What is it? Khomeini showed us the way 60 years ago. What was it?
حل را هم به ما آموخت.
The annihilation of the Zionist regime, of course. The Jews, getting rid of the Jews, getting rid of corruption all around the world. Of course, how could be guys? Corruption all around the world is because there's Jews in the world. So if you annihilate them, we will have no corruption. Corruption will end.
رژیم صهیونیستی.
Oh my God. So guys, this is, as Goldie would like to remind you, this is the more reasonable person in the Islamic Republic. This is the more pragmatic person within the Islamic Republic. Okay? These are the more moderate people within the Islamic Republic. The people who think that the solution to all of the world's corruption is the annihilation of the Zionist regime. So wonder what the hardliners think. What the more hardliner people. I wonder.
The reasonable one.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, Israelis in the chat, what does it feel to, to be the source of all corruption in the world? What does it feel like? Yeah. The Jews. Oh, you sent it to me? Let me go.
I sent two.
We should have a Durka party at some day.
We do. Whenever you bring like a weird Haydar video.
Should I bring more? I've stopped because I thought it was annoying you.
No, I mean, if you have more Durka like Haydar videos that you want to share, as long as you translate them, right? But sure, why not?
Yeah, okay. There's so many. Most of them are now in Lego format for some goddamn reason.
Because most supporters are dead, probably.
I don't know why they're all coming in Lego format these days. So
weird.
Okay, so what is this? Should I read the caption? History shows that even more dangerous than. Should I just play it?
Well, just play it once because it's just like 50 seconds, and then you can go back and translate.
Okay.
شما تک تک شما خانم ها جوانان آقایون بازیگران این نبردی بازیگر به مفهوم مقاومت به مفهوم مبارزه به مفهوم استقامت و من از همینجا پیشنهاد میکنم که شاید هم انشاءالله تصویر شد روز ملی مقاومت و پیروزی و ما باید به صورت روز ملی انتخاب کنیم و در تاریخ ایران ثبت بشه.
He's basically just telling the crowd that who is this guy? He's telling the crowd that the people here present in the streets, they're the main players, they're the main resistance fighters in this fight, and we should come up with a day for this resistance, for as a day of resistance, for it to be established as part of the calendar as the day of resistance. Who is this? Is this important person? I don't know him.
I think it's just it's like a paid propaganda voice of the Islamic regime. So they're like this is just part of like the rallies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, guys, right. There's so many, like they're continuing their
nightly
rallies their nightly rallies in the streets. And by the way, this is like making them feel like they deserve something. So they're now becoming more demanding of the Islamic Republic because the Islamic Republic keeps telling them that it's your presence in the streets over these past 4 days that has kept us alive. And now they're becoming like, okay, if we kept you alive, you should listen to us now. So you would have been dead if it wasn't for us being in the streets. We have been out in the streets for 44 days, and now we're telling you not to go negotiate. Are you going to negotiate? You tell us that you were dead if we weren't out in the streets. So listen to us. Oh my God. All right. So Pezeshkian. Oh, Goldie, this is the person that is not relevant, right? The most irrelevant person within the Islamic Republic is Pezeshkian. So مسعود پزشکیان در اظهار نظرش علیه مردم را گفت خجالت بکشید از اسرائیل حمایت میکنید انتقال به کشتار. Oh wow, okay. So Masoud Pezeshkian in a statement against the people of Iran said, shame on you for supporting Israel. At least look at the massacre of Gaza's children. Wow. Guys, the best way to make the Iranian people go against you is to talk about Gaza. The fastest way to get an Iranian audience to turn against whatever you have to say is to talk about Gaza. This president, so-called president, is out of touch. They're like, oh, why do you support Israel? Think about Gaza. Don't you know the people who are supporting Israel, this Gaza attack is not going to work on them? Unbelievable. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. So say he wouldn't even bother to lie and say the people of Iran. Then these stray dogs claim on social. Okay, let me actually just play the video and translate it.
یعنی شما نمیفهمید اسرائیل روزانه داره همه انسانیت رو زیر پاش میذاره و شما
like does this mean that you don't understand that Israel is putting humanity under its foot every single day?
دارید ازش دفاع میکنید خجالت
and you are defending it? Do you have no shame?
نمیکشید اون بچه‌هایی رو که تو غزه دارن له میکنن اون پیرمردا اون بیمارستانایی که اونجوری
like the children that they're crushing in Gaza,
اون پیرمردا اون بیمارستانایی که اونجوری
those elderly, those hospitals that they're destroying in Gaza.
حداقل از اونها یه حرفی بزنید.
At least speak about them. At least talk about them.
یه ذره انسان باشید این کارو میکنید.
Be human just a little bit to talk about them.
از اینه که من ایرانی ام میگه ایرانی ام این حرفا رو میزنه و اجازه میده اون کارو بکنه آدم دیگه نمیدونه به اینا چی.
Like when people say they're Iranians and they say, "Can I respond to this or should I just play it?"
If you want to respond, go ahead. Yeah, respond.
Oh my God.
People are missing the Armin rant, so go ahead, respond.
The IDF has done more than any other military in the history of military operations to try to reduce civilian casualties. It would be as easy as a walk in the park for Israel to just wipe out the entire population of Gaza. And yet, in an area with the second highest population density in the world, we're fighting an enemy that doesn't wear uniform to mix itself with the rest of the population, that uses human shield. Israel has achieved one of the lowest civilian to combatant ratios when it comes to casualty in the history of modern military warfare. That was not by accident. It wasn't like Israel was like, oopsies, we wanted to kill as many people in Gaza as possible, but somehow we missed them all. Somehow we managed to accidentally achieve the lowest civilian to combatant ratio in the history of military warfare. Like, how did that happen? We were good. Guys, I found something else that Israelis suck at. Israelis suck at genocide. They suck at genocide. You know how easy it is to commit genocide in Gaza? And yet the population of Gaza keeps increasing? How is it that Israelis are good at so many things, but when they want to do genocide, they suck at it so much to the point that it's so easy to reduce this population by dropping bombs on them, yet the population in Gaza keeps growing exponentially. How is it that you suck at a genocide? Do you know how easy it is? Why is it that if Israelis are trying to commit genocide in Gaza, they tell people where they're bombing? Why do they tell them? Do you know how many terrorists in Gaza survived because Israel was warning people? Do you know how many Israelis died because terrorists survived in Gaza because Israel was trying to do the moral thing and save civilians? Do you know Ismail Haniyeh survived because of operation. Do you know there's no other military that goes through all the steps above and beyond whatever international laws requires to do? Israel does the knocking at the top of the building with bombs for the people in the building to know that the building is about to get bombed. They throw out leaflets. They have an entire army of Arab-speaking Israelis on their phones calling into Gaza all the time, telling them where it's going to get bombed. There's so many times that they try to make the attack targeted, and they use the smaller bombs, and the terrorists got away, and that terrorist came and killed Israelis. And there's Israeli blood in the streets in Tel Aviv because Israel was trying to be careful with the civilians. They were, after Israel told the people in Gaza where they're going to get bombed and told them to evacuate, I remember this like it was yesterday. There was an Israeli Arab-speaking officer calling into Gaza, calling somebody and asking them why are they not leaving? They should be leaving. And the guy, the person in Gaza told the Israeli soldier, they're not letting us. They're shooting at us. Hamas militants were shooting at Gazan citizens trying to evacuate. And to keep them under the bombardment. IDF soldiers were sent into Gaza, risking their own lives to shoot at Hamas militias, trying to open the way for the Gazans. IDF soldiers' lives are put at risk trying to save Gazan civilians. And if all of that was not enough, here's an interesting thing. Israel has broken another record, which makes them the worst at genocide. Israel has moved more calories into a war zone than any other army has done in the history into the population of the army that they're fighting against. The number of calories during the wartime that they moved into that war zone, they have broken a record. Like, army, why is there hunger in Gaza? Because Hamas stole it. Because Hamas attacks the trucks. Because Hamas steals the food and sells it triple the price. Israel was conducting a vaccination program. I kid you not. Israel was conducting a vaccination program in Gaza while fighting Hamas. There is no more moral army than the IDF in the world. No other army on the planet has done more than the IDF when it comes to trying to save civilian lives of the population of the army that they're fighting against. It's ridiculous. It's the most ridiculous, accusing Israel of being anti-humanity, doing apartheid, doing genocide. It's not just that it's wrong. It's that the truth is the complete opposite. It's not like the IDF is somewhat evil, but people are exaggerating it. It's that the IDF, there's no more moral army than the IDF. And people claim that it's the most immoral army in the world. It's like the complete opposite of the truth. Unbelievable. And you know who knows this? The Iranian people know this. And this idiot is telling this nonsense to the Iranian people that know better.
باشید این کارو میکنید از اینه که من ایرانی ام به این حرفا رو میزنه و اجازه میده اون کارو بکنه آدم دیگه نمیدونه به اینا چی بگه تو ایرانی باشی بعد بیاد ایرانو تو بزنه بعد میشینی توجیهگری بکنی
like how could you be an Iranian and for Israel to come and hit your Iran and then you justify that? They're not hitting my Iran. They're hitting you. Israel, when they come to Iran, they're not hitting Iran. They're hitting the greatest enemy of Iran, They're hitting the most un-Iranian, the greatest force against my country that the history of my country has ever seen. He's like, how could you be an Iranian and justify Israel coming and hitting your country? You are not my country. You are the enemy of my country.
Exactly. Like, they're not hitting Iran, they're hitting you. You are the occupiers. You are the Muslim Nazis that are murdering us. And yet this is how they conflate, right? This is how they conflate Iran with the Islamic regime. And then you have, all these like ignorant outsiders, non-Iranians, who are like, oh, you guys are warmongers because you support bombing your country. No, of course we don't support war or the bombing of our country. But we've tried every other avenue. We've tried every other avenue to overthrow the Islamic regime. And every single time they murder us. So this is all that's left. This is the only way to get rid of them.
Yep, exactly. It's like saying like, oh, why did the Americans attack France? Indeed, like when the Nazis were there, like, imagine if you were a French citizen under Nazi occupation and the Americans are landing in France to attack the Nazis. And we're like, oh no, they're shooting into my country. They're bombing into France. Why are the Americans fighting France? Isn't that retarded? Just because they're doing military operation in France, that doesn't mean they're doing anything against France. They're liberating France. You goddamn retard. It's the same thing. In the same way that Nazis were occupying France and the Americans were not attacking France, they were liberating France. It's the same thing. Islam to us is like Nazism to Germany and France.
بالاخره وقتی زیرساخت ما رو میزنه همه ایرانیا درش به مشکل برمیخورن.
Oh, okay. He's saying again, remember the Pezeshkian say, so when they hit our infrastructure, this is going to harm all Iranians. Well, it's your fault that you mix the infrastructure used for military operation with the infrastructure used for civilian lives. You mixed that. You did that. You knowingly did that. What are they supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? Even under international laws, which, by the way, Israelis, again, go above and beyond, even though they get constantly accused of genocide and apartheid by international community, and Israel does more than what the international requires to protect civilian lives. But even under international, so-called international law, I call them international suggestions. But even under so-called international law, you are allowed to hit infrastructure if it's being used for military operations. That is legal under international law.
وقتی راه ما رو میبنده یعنی همه ایرانی‌ها مشکل پیدا میکنن.
Like he said, when they shut our ways, when they close our ways, all Iranians will be in trouble. You goddamn idiots. What are they supposed to do? If they're bringing in their missiles, but using a bridge to bring a launcher to hit Israel, Israel will be like, oh, we could blow up that bridge so that missile doesn't hit the launcher coming at Tel Aviv. But we don't want Arash to be late for work. So, I mean, I guess let the missile go through. Of course they have to hit that bridge because you're using it for military purposes.
تو ایرانی هستی؟ اول میگفت که اینا اومدن که به اصطلاح قدرت رو برگردونه.
Like, are you really Iranian?
حالا چی شد؟
Oh. Wow.
به اصطلاح قدرت رو برگردونه.
Wow, okay, so he knows what we know.
تو ایرانی هستی؟ اول میگفت که اینا اومدن که به اصطلاح قدرت رو برگردونه.
He's saying at first they were saying that the Israelis are coming to give back the power. So he means bring back the power to the people. Wow. So he knows that the power doesn't belong to the people. Like, but what about now? Well, what about now? What about now? It's the same. Nothing changed. Nothing changed. It's even more true than before. goddamn idiot. You know what? Keep this man alive. Keep this man alive. I want to see this. I want to see him in court. I want to see, like, leave somebody for us. Leave this. He's not important. Leave him for us. Oh, what is this? Iraqi militia Hashd Shabi inside Iran. Oh my God. Guys, this is, if you want to see an Iranian person's blood boil, show them this. Show them Iraqi militias inside Iran.
These are
This
the
is
same ones
like-
that murdered, raped, tortured Iranians back on January 8 and 9. These savages.
Unbelievable. Yeah, and these are the same people that Iranians fought for 8 years, tried to keep them outside of Iran, tried to keep Iraqis outside of Iran, and now the Islamic Republic is just opening the door to them. Guys, like, if you're British and you get angry, like with mass migration, or if you're German and French or Canadian and you see this mass migration and you see angry, just put your mind in the position of like an Iranian, that this is what they're bringing in specifically for killing us Iranians, these foreigners. Like imagine the rage that we feel when we see this, because it's not just that they're bringing them from outside of Iran. They're bringing them from outside of Iran with the specific intention to kill us. This is why Iranians, when they see this, their blood boils. Let me actually... So, with heavy weapons and free reign, these Shia forces are no different from ISIS in brutality. Guys, what we're hearing right now is that nobody could stop them from doing whatever they want, to the point that they're now harassing our women and our girls inside Iran. So let's watch this.
لا نسلمه أبدا إن شاء الله لمناصرين للحق بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى مع أخوتنا الأعزاء إن شاء الله مع الشيخ عزيز إن شاء الله للدفاع عن
Oh, they brought him یه کوتوله باشون آوردن.
Mini Sheikh. This is a mini sheikh. Guys, they brought a mini sheikh with them. It looks like a gnome.
إن شاء الله للدفاع عن الإسلام
حب الحسين يجمعنا
إن شاء الله وهذا السلاح لا نسلمه أبدا بل سنقاوم به حتى.
So even though he's speaking Arabic, I can't translate this because it has Persian subtitles. Do you guys want the translation?
Yeah, because
Garden Durka.
Yeah, Durka, Jihad, Muhammad, Allahu Akbar.
Garden Durka, the gnome one.
It kind of does look like a garden gnome.
Yeah.
النفس الأخير كما فعل الإمام الحسين في كربلاء.
Ew.
That's so tiny. Pocket Durka.
See, guys, when we say Iran is occupied, this is what we're talking about. Iran is literally occupied by these like 7th century Muslim Nazi barbarians, and it's so disgusting and it's so insulting. And then this is how the Islamic regime gaslights people, right? Because you just saw a video from Pezeshkian where Pezeshkian is saying, we're Iranian, Iran first, we have to defend our country. Meanwhile, while they're saying that, they're importing these Durka jihadi terrorists, non-Iranian terrorists, to take over our streets and to murder Iranians, and they're out there yelling, Allahu Akbar, whatever. So it's literally like, it's 47 years of gaslighting. This is how they gaslight us.
Right. So let me translate this. Let me see what they're saying.
لا نسلمه أبدا إن شاء الله
Allah and inshallah. Okay. برای یاران حق به اذن خداوند سبحان و متعال همراه با برادران عزیزمون. Okay, so he's saying with our friends for the right, for fighting for our righteous friends, with the will of Allah, the glorious God, and with our dear brothers here.
مناصرين للحق بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى مع أخوتنا الأعزاء إن شاء الله مع الشيخ.
Okay, so inshallah with our dear Sheikh
عزيز ان شاء الله للدفاع
Inshallah برای دفاع از Islam. So God willing for defending Islam.
عن الاسلام.
حب الحسین یزمان.
حب الحسین. حب الحسین. حب ما رو گرد هم آورن inshallah. Okay, so the love of Hussein gathers us here together, God willing.
Inshallah.
So remember, guys, Hussein is the third Imam of Shia Muslims. Oh, by the way, guys, remember this guy. Okay, let me test your knowledge. Between the mini sheikh and the normal size sheikh, which one is a Sayyid? Which one of these two is a Sayyid? Let me see if you guys know have learned your Durka. Iranians don't answer. Is the mini mullah a Sayyid or the normal size mullah a Sayyid? Yeah, yeah, exact. Good job. The black turban means that you're a Sayyid. The white turban means that you're not a Sayyid. So the normal size mullah is a Sayyid. The mini size mullah is not a Sayyid.
Inshallah للدفاع عن الإسلام.
So yeah, God willing for the defense of Islam and the love of Hussein brings us together.
Inshallah. وهذا السلاح.
Oh, and this weapon will never come down. Really? What if you're in the toilet? What if you're pooping?
لا نسلمه أبدا بل سنقاوم به.
بلکه با آن تا آخرین نفس مقاوم. Okay, so this weapon will never be put down, and in fact, we will be fighting with it. We will be fighting until our last breath. We will be resisting until our last breath. Guys, do you know what they're resisting? He said we will be resisting until our last breath. You know what they're resisting? They're resisting democracy. They're resisting the will of the Iranian people. When he says we're resisting, that is what they're resisting. Muqadamat. So he's saying we will be resisting until our last breath, in the same way that Imam, in the same way that Imam Hussein did in Karbala. Can I swear in Persian?
No.
Goldie? Yeah? No?
No.
In Persian?
No.
Oh.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Huh?
Mute your mic and swear, and then you can unmute your mic.
No, it's not gonna be fine. Okay, I'm not gonna swear. I'm just saying. I hope what Yazid did to you to Hussein in Karbala will do the same thing to you in the streets of Iran. If you want to fight like Hussein, I hope you die like Hussein. I think Iranian people here knew what I was about to say.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just go to a few of the super chats while you bring up the next one. Besant is a silent hero. I agree. Besant is playing a really important role, and a lot of people. So this is a super chat from KC Pierce. You're absolutely right. He is playing a really important role on the economic side. A lot of people aren't paying as much attention to him, but what he is doing is just as crucial. And he has been speaking out a lot about this for the last few months. So he's a very intelligent person, obviously, and he's keeping track of all the funds. So yeah, absolutely. He is like the silent hero in that sense. Pendragon, what is the latest with the Iranian embassies? Loved what happened before. Javid Shabapish. Not much. I mean, so Iranians are still rallying every weekend in front of various embassies, but nothing like significant has really happened in that sense. BS Bonehead, hi Goldie, the prince is now live on Italian television with his speech. I will share the video when is online on Discord. Check it out later. Thank you. Appreciate that. Pat's G Crux, showing appreciation to Goldie and Armin. Coffee or tea is on me. Thank you. We appreciate getting the real news from the true Iranians. Hope the regime falls and the people take over soon. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you to say. Rod Miller, I think IRGC is trying to outmaneuver Trump by choosing a nation in the region that they have influence over that has nuclear weapons. They won't. Yeah. I mean, that could be a possibility. Thank you. Omid says,
I mean the nuclear weapon that Pakistan they have a security pact with Saudi Arabia with that nuclear weapon, which is the enemy of the Islamic Republic, and Saudi Arabia has a security pact with Pakistan over the nuclear weapon as a force against the Islamic Republic. So just keep that in mind.
Mm.
Oh, what was that? What was that last one?
Just Armin rant.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What's the latest? We answered that. Thank you. And then Pat's G. Crux says, bravo, Armin. Unfortunately, the mainstream media, Hollywood, and Democrats here support IRGC more than Israel. Unfortunately, that is very, very true. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Back to you, Armin.
Okay. So this is Mina Nasiri, host on the Islamic Republic State TV. So let's listen. I haven't watched this yet, so let's listen what she has to say.
من خودم دلم برای بزن که خوب میزنی تنگ شده اصلا این روزا. یعنی اینکه ما جنگ رو دوست داشته باشیم، ولی واقعا دلم میخواد این ریشه اسرائیل رو بکنیم، جدی میگم. و دوست داشتم که حتی مثلا از رستاخیزمون رونمایی میکردیم، ببینیم چجوریه میتونیم این اسرائیل رو کلا یه مدلی شخم بزنیم که دیگه بریم خودمون گندم بکاریم اونجا یا چی.
Wow. What a disgusting human being. Unbelievable. Like, oh my God, these people are the worst. Sometimes this is a disease. Sometimes I don't know if we will ever be free of these people even after we get rid of the regime. Anyways, let's play this and translate it.
من خودم دلم برای بزن که خوب میزنی تنگ شده اصلا.
So she's saying, I miss, I think it's a song, Bezan ke khub mizani. There's a song about hitting Israel. And she says, I miss it, like about, this celebrating hitting Israel.
یعنی اینکه ما جنگ رو دوست داشته باشیم، ولی
like it's not that we love war, however.
واقعا دلم میخواد این ریشه اسرائیل رو بکنیم، جدی میگم.
However, I really do want us to deroot Israel, like basically destroy Israel from its very roots, like completely annihilate Israel. I really want us to completely annihilate Israel.
بکنیم، جدی میگم.
Like she's saying, I'm really serious about this.
و دوست داشتم که حتی مثلا از رستاخیزمون رونمایی میکردیم.
And she says, I really wish that we brought out our Rastakhiz missile. I think it's the name of a missile. And she says, like, I wish that we actually use those missiles as well.
ببینیم چجوریه میتونیم این اسرائیل رو کلا
So that we could see how it works, so to see if we could completely destroy Israel.
یه مدلی شخم بزنیم که دیگه بریم خودمون گند.
So like she's saying that I wish we could use these missiles to plow Israel so completely with our missiles so that we could go and grow wheat in it after. So basically saying so completely hit it with missiles that it would be so much like plowing every single corner of Israel to the point that we could be to the point that we could actually go and put wheat there and do farming. Like the missile would be so complete that it would be like as if we plowed the entirety of the Israeli soil, good enough for us to go and grow wheat and do farming there. That's what she wants. Yeah, that's what she wanted. Unbelievable. These are the same people that say that Israel is violating human rights and is doing genocide in Gaza, even though they want to bomb Israel to the point that not a single corner of it has not been has avoided being bombed, meaning that every single man, woman, and children in Israel dead. They openly they openly advertise that, and then yet Israel is the evil one. All right, let's go to this next one. All right, so these are probably a bunch of, you know, people that regime, like, given the way they look, guys, I think they're pro-regime, because regime loves these days to use people who look like they don't belong to the regime as a way to advertise the regime. Guys, these days on state media in the Islamic Republic, if you see somebody that doesn't look like a Basiji, they're more likely to be pro-regime, because the regime is basically using these types of people to do propaganda for it. So let's watch what they're saying. Like, can you it's the same guy, guys, right? Isn't it the same journalist every single time? I think, let me see at the end. I think I know this channel. Like, can you tell us why you're out here? Basically, they're participating in the street protests in favor of the regime. Like, we're out here to defend our country. See, guys, like non-hijabi women and boys that have the type, the style that looks like they're not for regime, these are now the favorite, especially non-hijabi girls. Non-hijabi girls are the regime's favorite right now. I don't think this guy would be approached if he didn't have a non-hijabi girl with her. Like, we're here to defend our country. Shut the hell up. You're here, like, guys, by the way, I don't know if I should say this every time. Do you want me to say this every time or not? Because I think our audience here already knows this. When these people are saying that we're out here to support our country, they're not supporting our country. They're not supporting our Iran. They're supporting our occupiers. They're supporting the occupiers of Iran. Like, when everybody is saying bad things about our country, they're attacking our country. We're here to say that we're here. So we are backing our country, and we will never abandon our country. Again, every time the guy has to point out, like, but you look differently. Your style is different. You don't look like a regime supporter. Well, guys, you know how this, every time when the reporter says that, you know how that backfires? Because they're trying to make these videos to suggest that people who look like this support the regime. But by the journalists being surprised, they're actually telling us that this is, like, rare. Like, they're basically communicating to the audience that what the hell is going on here? You're not supposed to be pro-regime based on your looks. So they're actually effectively communicating to the rest of us that the vast majority of people who look like this don't support the regime. By being surprised by it, that's what they're communicating. But isn't the style that you have, doesn't it mean that you are against the regime? Well, thank you so much for confirming that's what you should be expecting in Iran, that people who look like this are anti-regime. And she's like, no, it's our country. It has nothing to do with how we look. We're here for Iran. We're here by the orders of our supreme leader. Guys, this is, you know, I never know anything for 100%, but this looks so fake. This looks so fake. Like, a woman who looks like this saying, like, we're here by the order of our supreme leader. Like, okay, sure. Yes, lady. This hijabless lady coming out saying, by the order of our supreme leader. Okay, buddy. Sure. Looks so
Not
fake.
only that, Armin, isn't he wearing jeans?
Yeah, I mean, jeans are, like, the hijabless part is more, yeah, but yeah, they are wearing jeans, both of them, yeah. Not only wearing jeans, he has, like, a fighter jet next to his, yeah. He's like a jihadi hippie. Yeah, yeah. But you're right. Oh, yeah, jihadis, you're right. Basijis don't wear jeans. They don't like to wear. The Basiji uniform, like the Basiji's favorite clothing is shalvar parchei. I don't know how you say
Cloth
that in
pants,
English.
just like fabric.
Yes, cloth pants, and then either a buttoned white shirt or shatranji. Labas shatranji.
Checkered,
What is that?
plaid.
Plaid.
Like
Yeah.
a plaid or checkered shirt.
Yeah, checkered shirt or white buttoned shirt and cloth pants. That's the arzashi. And obviously a beard. That's the common Basiji type clothing.
خب طرفدارای پهلوی نظرشون اینه که اگر که رژیم چنج بشه مملکت آبادتری داریم.
Like, okay, he's saying, but Pahlavi supporters say that if there's a regime change, we will have a more prosperous country. He said, okay, so first of all, thank you, retarded reporter, for confirming who you're afraid of. Okay, it's Pahlavi. Thank you so much for the shout out to Pahlavi. This you're doing our job for us. Sometimes there are some people in our audience that might think that Goldie and I are exaggerating regarding how important Pahlavi is, regarding how he is the only opposition against the Islamic Republic. But thank you for the shout out so that we could show to our audience who your enemy is and who you're afraid of. That's like really good advertising for us. So thank you for that. And this boy responds. So he says, like, I don't think it's about the regime. I think it's about our country. Such a retarded answer. You're like, they're not attacking your country. They're attacking the regime.
اصلا رژیم هم چنج بشه وقتی داره موشک می‌خوره رو سرمون میخواد یه سری از اون آدم کشور ما رو بگیرن اصلا بس پهلوی و اینا نیست پهلوی کیه اینجا.
So he's saying when the bombs are dropping on top of your head and when they're trying to come and take your country, it's not about Pahlavi. Who's Pahlavi anyways, right? So this I stopped myself. I stopped myself. I didn't say it. I didn't say it, guys. You be my witness. Okay. This
دارم نگاهت میکنم.
Okay, باشه. All right. Oh my God. This goddamn retard is saying that when they're dropping bombs on our head, it's about them attacking our country, not the regime. The regime killed more than 40,000 Iranians in less than 24 hours, in 10 hours. And you're counting the civilians that are dying in a military operation that doesn't even come close to what the regime has done to the Iranian people? When something so evil rules over your people and refuses to go away without a fight, if fighting it causes some harm to your civilians, that harm is the price we have to pay for avoiding the bigger harm of having the Islamic Republic rule over us. They're like, oh, but the bombs are dropping on all of us. First of all, they're not. Israelis and Americans have been more careful than any other military to try to avoid civilian casualties. But obviously, it's not perfect. And it's so disingenuous, so hypocritical, so telling that you talk about the bombs dropped in Iran to try to liberate Iran, while just 44 days ago, the Islamic Republic did the greatest act of massacre on the Iranian people in our modern history. Yeah. What is it?
Jihadi, like jihadi got talent or something? Like what is this? Why is this
یه چوبان هستی که هیچ کسی رو جز خدا نداره.
مصطفی کرمی از استان فارس از نورآباد برنده امشب کاپیتان ما میشه 81 62.
This is live. Is this live?
What is it? This is live. I don't know what this is.
گروه آبی برنده امشب من نیست. هیچ کس نیست. داوران رأی دادن و هیئت منصفه.
Is that like a jihadi game show or something?
It's a jihadi Mr. Beast show.
Oh man, it
stopped.
Okay, it stopped. Anyway, sorry to interrupt your rant, but
that was good. What the hell? Like, can we go back? That's pretty. I want to see that.
Okay, I mean, I can try to bring it up again, but.
نشون دادیم آدم رقیب تو خودش خرید رقیب قوی.
خیلی ممنون که ما رو تماشا کردین. تشکر میکنم از هیئت محترم داوران و حضار گرامی. با کاپیتان بعد شما رو به خداوند بزرگ میسپارم. خدا نگهدار. گرامی با کاپیتان بعد شما رو به
look at what it says underneath, Goldie. این برنامه پیش از تهاجم صهیونیستی آمریکایی ضبط شده است. So they recorded this before the military operation.
14 داستان متفاوت به 10 کار کردم.
خانم دکتر با بیمارستان کاری نداره با مردم با مدرسه
What are you sharing? So even if you even though you muted that, we're still getting audio from somewhere else. Oh, there we go.
It was the stream itself that was like the stream.
I think there's some ads. I think there's some ads playing on that page.
Man, Jihadi TV is not working tonight.
احتمالاً که در این بازی به عنوان بهترین
هایی که معیار واقعی زندگی و ارزش و برجستگی اونها درس خوانی که یا مشغول تحصیلن یا در دانشگاه ها بهترین علوم را بالاترین مدارج را تدریس میکنن. اینا افتخار برای نظام اسلامی. این اون جامعه زن زینبی است، جامعه زن فاطمی است. این اون تربیت اسلامی.
He wants women in Iran to be educated in a way that they will become more like Zainab and Fatima.
They were like the concubines of Muhammad or something.
این مدارج را تدریس میکنن. اینا افتخار برای نظام اسلامی. این اون جامعه زن زینبی است، جامعه زن فاطمی است. این اون تربیت اسلامی است و نظام اسلامی است. ارزش زن، آزادی زن اینهاست.
Man, Durka TV's not working tonight.
Durka TV.
گره تحریم ها رو فرودر خواهد فشار رو افزایش خواهد داد. در مذاکره باید انسان مطمئن باشه طرف مقابل به اونچه که متعهد شد عمل خواهد کرد. وقتی میدونیم عمل نمیکنه چه مذاکره؟ بنابراین دعوت به مذاکره و اظهار مذاکره فریب افکار.
Oh, the state TV is taking a position against negotiations now.
برنامه نوسان رو جدا.
Sorry, what?
So the Islamic State TV is now taking position against negotiating with Americans. Like they keep going back and forth. They're like, we should never negotiate. They're like, we should sometimes negotiate. We should never negotiate. So I don't know. Make up your mind, State TV. What side are you on?
Guys, we're spying on Durka TV for a little bit. What's this? Oh, these are just commercials. Jeez. Their feed isn't working well tonight. Why is it not working?
فقط یک عدد نیست، پر از حرف است. عشق به وطن.
حاضر جانتون رو برای چه
وطن. شما به پویش جانفدان پیوستین؟
بله.
چرا به این پویش پیوسته های قلعه نچون؟
وظیفه‌مونه.
چرا میخواید جانفدا باشید؟
وطن.
John Fada, they stole our term.
وظیفه ماست. از تمامیت ارضی کشور
They stole Murad Faisi's. Goldie, they're not saying Shahid anymore.
They're saying John Fada.
They're copying Murad Faisi. But guys, they used to say Shahid, which is an Islamic term, and now they're saying John Fada, which is like something that became popular after Murad Faisi.
Shahid is Arabic, John Fada is Persian.
Yeah,
and now they're taking, like, Armin, they've actually made a website, so they're promoting this website called John Fada, which they've made, and basically you can go sign up there to like commit to like sacrificing your life for Iran.
Oh my god. Yeah, nothing original.
Oh look, new music video.
پژوهشگاه فضایی ایران که هدف حملات کوره دشمن قرار گرفت، ساختاری محصول محور و نوآورانه بود که 80% از فعالیت آن اقتصادی و در قالب سامانه‌های مخابراتی و
Israelis hit hospitals.
این سامانه‌های پایش آتش
and technology
مراتع سامانه‌های کشاورزی هست، سامانه‌های حفظ محیط زیست هست، سامانه‌های معادن هست، بلای طبیعی هست.
They're saying that we had some technology that was used for space, for like farming, from like seeing stuff from space and stuff, and Israelis hid it. And this was for civilian use only, and the Israelis hid it.
محصولات کشاورزی هستش با توجه به اهمیتی که توی امنیت غذایی و استراتژیک بودن اون داره، سطوح مختلف دسترسی میتونید داشته باشیم.
اما از آنجا که دشمن امنیت غذایی مردم ایران را هدف گرفته بود، ابتدا سعی کرد به زیرساخت‌های
saying this is a technology for the food security of Iranians, but the enemy is trying to devastate the food security of Iranians, and that's why they targeted this area. They're trying to say the Zionists are not hitting
Trying to say what?
They're trying to say that they're trying to make Iranian people hate Israel because Iranian people love Israel. So they're saying that Israelis are not hitting military targets. They're hitting the stuff that will damage the food security of Iranians. As they're trying to create a way, they're trying to convince Iranians to turn against Israel.
و تکثیر همین اندیشه‌ها در سایه اقتصاد مقاومتی تحقق امنیت غذایی کشور را رقم می‌زند.
تحت هر شرایطی وزارت جهاد
I think I found a better
در سراسر کشور به اتفاق
کلی به آقا اصرار کردن. آقا ماه رمضان میره اونجا، ابتدا نماز ظهر رو میخونده و بعدش میرفته همون مسجد امام حسن که شاگرد شهید کامیاب نماز ظهر رو میخونده، اونجا سخنرانی میکرد. یعنی آغاز حسین کرام مسجد کرامت اونجاست. خیلی جالبه. ساواک هم خب آقا رو به عنوان یک آدم جریان فکری که هی این و اونور جلسه تفسیر داره درباره
talking about Ali Khamenei's experience with Savak and Savak basically
his experience with Savak.
Yes, because like Ali Khamenei was arrested by Savak back in the day.
Yeah, he was in jail. And Savak should have kept him in jail.
Savak referred to him as a slippery fish. Savak referred to Ali Khamenei as a slippery fish because he knew how to get away sometimes.
Yeah.
That's what they
Guys,
call it.
so you know, all the people who complain about Savak, they're the ones who support the Islamic regime and the communists, because Savak was actually protecting us. And all the people right now that are free and have turned Iran into a 7th century Islamic hellhole, they were the ones in jail by Savak. And if Savak was actually that cruel and like, you know, murdered thousands of people, how the heck are all of these terrorists alive, right? It's wild.
Oh, by the way, Savak is in the chat.
Yeah. There you go. Make Savak great again. There you go.
ثابت مسجد کرامت اونجا مستقر میشه و دیگه خب برنامه ثابت شروع میشه که من از یکی از گزارش‌های ساواک اینو برداشتم که میگه از شب یکشنبه تا چهارشنبه شهر حدیث میگه ایشون، شب پنجشنبه شهر اذکار نماز میگه.
What else? What else?
Buddy, I need to leave soon.
Yeah, I need to
unless you want.
Anyway.
Yeah.
مدیر سابق سیاه هم یک مطلبی رو نوشته، از رئیس جمهور آمریکا انتقاد کرده و خیلی جالب هست که علاوه بر رسانه‌ها، سناتورها الان مقامات دیگه هم دارن انتقاد میکنن از رئیس جمهور.
جان برنان که مدیر سابق سیاه هست در مطلبی که منتشر کرده به این نکته اشاره کرده که هر چه زودتر امریکا باید از متمم 25 قانون اساسی خودش استفاده کنه. من یکی یادآوری بکنم که متمم 25 قانون اساسی این هستش که با اکثریت آراء کابینه میشه که رئیس جمهور آمریکا رو برکنار کرد، معاون او به جای او بنشینه و حالا بسیاری از نمایندگان کنگره آمریکا و حتی مقامات سابق امریکا دارن میگن که اگر که یک بار قرار باشه ما از این متمم قانون اساسی استفاده کنیم، قطعا اون بار همین بار هست و این فردی که اینقدر روانپریشه و رو تصمیم‌هاش نمیشه حساب کرد رو باید بر
Oh my gosh. Do you just want to
با توجه به اینکه
you just want to translate that part, Armin?
Yeah, so they're talking about the 25th Amendment in the United States, where you could basically remove the president from being a president if he is lost his mind and he's mental. And they're saying that if the Americans and even an ex-CIA person in the United States, they're saying if the 25th Amendment was made for anything, it has been made for President Trump, meaning that they're trying to show that even Americans think that President Trump has lost his mind so much that they could use the 25th Amendment in the Constitution to get rid of him. That's what they're saying. Like, they're saying basically the whole world has realized that President Trump has lost his mind, including the Americans. So now they're going to try to use that against him to remove him from power.
And they're using the comments from like an ex-CIA director to attack President Trump.
دن 2 روز از محاصره دریایی در واقع ایران گذشته، خیلی داره در رسانه‌ها راجبش صحبت میشه. ما هم بخشی از این مطالب رو داریم یادآوری میکنیم و مرور میکنیم. بلومبرگ هم یک مطلبی رو نوشته.
Bloomberg. Bloomberg, not Bloomberg. Bloomberg.
Oh my God, Bloomberg.
Bloomberg, guys, it's not Bloomberg, it's Bloomberg. Okay,
no more Bloomberg. From now on, it's Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
به پیامدهای اون هشدار داد.
این آقای در واقع روبینی که یک اقتصاددان مشهور هست و کارآفرین برجسته هم هست، یعنی در واقع عملیاتی در حوزه انرژی داره کار میکنه، به این اشاره کرده که این تهدیدی که دونالد ترامپ انجام داده درباره مسدود کردن تنگه هرمز میتونه تبدیل به یک چیکن گیم بشه که این در واقع به معنی این هستش که دو طرف اینقدر سطح خطرناک بودن بازی رو بالا میبرن تا بالاخره یک نفر عقب بنشینه و در غیر این صورت میتونه که تبدیل به یک فاجعه بسیار بزرگ بشه. و
She's saying that a very prominent economist within the United States has said that this game that President Trump with the Islamic Republic is playing over the Strait of Hormuz is turning into a chicken game to see who would basically give in first. And he's saying that this could turn into a dangerous conflict between two powers. So they're basically quoting economists.
در واقع هشدار میده که چقدر منطقه آبستن این هستش که وضعیت و تنش از این هم شدیدتر بشه و خسارت‌هاش در منطقه هم نماند بلکه فرامنطقه‌ای پیامدهاش رو شاهد باشیم.
دادستان کل در واقع سابق آمریکا هم راجع به تناقض‌گویی‌های پی در پی رئیس جمهور آمریکا اظهار نظر کرده.
Okay, so who's that? دادستان whatever?
Yeah, like a high court judge. Yeah,
Okay.
high court judge was commenting on how contradictory President Trump's statements are.
So now they're going to go to an American judge who's been attacking President Trump.
Yes.
Whoa, this guy, Ron Filipkowski. Who's that? Ron Filipkowski. Guys, so now they're using a post from someone named Ron Philip. This guy.
Attorney
Ooh.
General?
Oh,
Attorney General?
No. He's just a lawyer.
Yeah, attorney.
Yeah, he's an attorney. So they made
they said that's Satan. That's not.
So he's an editor-in-chief, co-host of Uncovered, attorney Marine, former federal and state prosecutor, Republican Party insane asylum VP.
Oh yeah, so that's Satan is prosecutor. Okay.
Okay. But former so he's no longer a prosecutor, but they're making him sound like he's like they basically introduce him as if he's like some sort of like top level prosecutor.
Tweet. There's the tweet.
Yeah,
that's the one that's showing.
Yeah. This is the tweet that they're posting right now on Islamic Regime State TV. Okay, so let's see what they say.
در واقع فیلیپوفسی اومده یه تاریخچه‌ای داده در حدود 2 ماه اخیر، میگه که ترامپ چندین بار، حالا دست کم در این موردی که گذاشته در 8-9 بار گفته که ایرانی‌ها به شدت دنبال توافق هستن و حالا بسیاری اون رو تمسخر کردن. چند نمونهش رو هم گذاشته که اصلا حتی جملهش هم تفاوت نکرده.
So they're saying that they're making fun of President Trump because he's saying that the Iranians want to make a deal so badly, and they're putting all the dates, and they're showing that not even the statement had changed. Like he's making the same statement. They want to make a deal badly.
بار هم میگه که ایرانی‌ها به شدت دنبال توافق هستن و بسیاری رو مسخره کردن که خب اگر که اینطوره پس چرا توافق نمی‌کنید؟ چرا پس اصلا جنگ کردید و الان چرا به توافق نمی‌رسید؟
And he says that many people make fun of him by saying, well, if the Iranians want to make a deal so badly, then why haven't you made a deal with them already? Why are you fighting with them?
Yeah, because it's not the deal that President Trump wants. Just because President Trump said that the Islamic regime wants to make a deal doesn't mean that it's a deal that President Trump wants to accept. How
Goldie, I really, really want to make a deal with you. I want to buy your house for $1. I really, really want to make a deal with you. Okay. Given how badly I want to make a deal with you, you should make a deal with me. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Like it's
راجع به تناقض‌گویی روز گذشته هم صحبت کردیم، اینکه من اصلا نیازی به تنگه ندارم، تنگه رو شما باید باز کنید. خیلی داشتن صحبت کردیم. این الان هم این مطلب هم داره به همین موضوع اشاره میکنه. اما نیویورک تایمز هم یک مطلبی رو منتشر کرده، اشاره کرده به اینکه در واقع لابی صهیونیستی اجازه در واقع رسیدن به یک توقف کامل در جنگ رو نمیده و اسرائیل و رژیم صهیونیستی به دنبال در واقع منافعشون به دنبال این است که جنگ ادامه پیدا کنه.
Wow, so they're saying that New York Times is showing, like published an article showing that it's the Zionist lobby that is not letting President Trump to stop the war. That Israel and the Zionist lobby just want the war to continue, and they're not going to let there be a ceasefire or something like that. Secrets the Jews.
Yeah, see, they're blaming the Jews. Armin was right. Like it's all Pezeshkian was right. It's always the Jews, right? Like literally back to Israel and the Jews.
تاریخ حیات رژیم صهیونیستی تقریبا هیچ دوره صلح و آرامشی برای رژیم صهیونیستی وجود نداشته و همین
saying the entire history of Israel, and they don't say Israel, they say the Zionist regime. So they're saying the entire history of the Zionist regime, there has never been a period of peace, and they will always basically have war. By the way, Goldie, it's interesting because they're cherry picking, because there's also so many articles and videos and experts in the United States who support President Trump's operation and like confirm or like analyze positively what he's doing. If they they could have, like, it would be, you could have pointed the negative but also the positive, but they only point out the negative. Like they always go cherry pick the negative and show that.
Yeah, because this isn't real news. This is literally Islamic regime propaganda, right? It's a well-oiled propaganda machine.
Right.
خودش آغازگر جنگ‌های نه فقط هم در فلسطین بلکه علیه کشورهایی دیگه مثل لبنان، مثل سوریه و حالا هم علیه ایران بوده.
They just blamed Israel for Syria. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I mean they blame everything, yeah.
On Israel.
میگه اصلا حیات رژیم صهیونیستی در ادامه پیدا کردن این تنش هاست که بتونه با استفاده از در واقع حربه‌های مظلوم نمایی بره دنبال گرفتن پول بیشتر، کمک‌های بیشتر و میگه درباره ایران هم همینطوریه. اصلا برای موجودیت اسرائیل چیزی به اسم صلح و آتش‌بس وجود نداره و فقط جنگه که میتونه کار کنه برای ادامه حیات اونها.
Honestly, like she would write it on CNN.
Yeah. She's saying the life of Israel, the entire life of Israel depends on war. And they need war to be able to continue to exist. The monies that they get and all of the funding, it's all dependent of war. And now that they're bringing war to Iran as well, it's because they need it to continue to be able to continue to live. This is, Goldie, nothing could be further from the truth. There is no country on earth that is desperate for peace more than Israel. There's no country on earth that is more desperate for peace than Israel. And in fact, every single war that Israel has been involved in, they did not start it. They responded to other people who brought war to them. What is this?
Mario Nafwal. Now they're showing Mario Nafwal. Like I blocked this guy months ago because like he just posts like Islamic regime propaganda, but now they're literally showing Mario Nafwal posts on Islamic regime state TV.
Wow.
این مطلب اشاره‌ای هست به اینکه او اقتصاددانه و میگه که شما اگر که گوگل بکنید قیمت نفت رو، حالا در زمانی که ایشون این مطلب رو منتشر کرده بشکه $102 بوده که حالا مدام در حال بالا و پایین شدنه، ولی میگه که این رقم واقعی نیست. در عمل وقتی که شما میرید اون رو خریداری بکنید با مجموعه اتفاقاتی که افتاده، این ریسک هایی که اضافه شده، شرکت‌های بیمه‌ای در واقع دارن امتناع میکنن از پرداخت، در خلاصه مجموع اینها که حساب کرده میگه حدوداً $145. هرچند که شما $145 برای هر بشکه نفت رو توی گوگل نمیبینید، اما اگر که برید قیمت بنزین رو ببینید که الان چنده در پمپ بنزین های آمریکا، متوجه میشید که این هست. مضاف بر این که
Oh my God. They're saying that the real price of oil is not the price of oil you see in Google. If it shows 102, it's actually 145. If you go look at the gas prices in the United States, it basically corresponds to oil price being more closer to 145. I mean, that's actually a retarded statement because the Brent crude prices is basically the price that is being traded. The barrels are being traded at the global markets. That's what they're reporting. Just because you have additional costs to get the barrels to Americans' hands, that doesn't mean that the price that is being reported is inaccurate. The price that is being reported is always the open market, like what is the barrels are being traded at, and that's like we always go to the same metric to be able to compare now compared to before. We're not going to change our metric all of a sudden to something else. That is actually the most accurate way of determining what's happening, to just look at Google crude oil prices, which is actually like very low right now compared to where they were supposed to be. They were supposed to be at 200 right now, and they're now below 100.
Armin, look at that. Look who they're quoting now.
Nancy Pelosi. Oh my God. Congratulations, Nancy. You turned into Islamic Republic propaganda tool.
Nancy Pelosi is now on Islamic regime state TV, and her posts are being used to attack President Trump. Wait, let's see how they pronounce her name.
Pelosi.
سابق مجلس نمایندگان آمریکا هم افزایش قیمت‌ها رو داریم، انتقادها هم داره بیشتر میشه. نانسی پلوسی نماینده و رئیس سابق مجلس نمایندگان آمریکا هم از رئیس جمهور آمریکا به شدت انتقاد کرده. نانسی پلوسی داره چی میگه؟
در این مطلبی که نانسی پلوسی منتشر کرده و البته من یه ارجاعی بدم که موضوع جدیدی هم نیست، ما قبلا از سندرز همین رو شنیده بودیم، از الیزابت وارن شنیده بودیم، متعدد به ویژه
Warren, Elizabeth Warren. She's saying she's saying like this is nothing new. What Nancy Pelosi is saying, we have already heard this from Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren as well.
Guys, we have the letter P in Persian, so it's Nancy Pelosi. That's how it's pronounced.
Yeah, we have P sound because Persian. In fact, we have more sounds than in English. We have J, and you don't have J. We have J, and we have Re, and we have Khe. So we have actually more sounds than English.
Chuck Schumer.
Oh wait. He mentioned. I heard Chuck Schumer.
No, yes, Chuck Schumer.
Wait.
که موضوع جدیدی هم نیست، ما قبلا از سندرز همین رو شنیده بودیم، از الیزابت وارن شنیده بودیم، متعدد به ویژه نمایندگان دموکرات کنگره
و دیگران.
Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer.
اشاره می‌کنند که
All right. Okay. I think we're done for the night because Armin has to go. But Armin, thank you so much for entertaining us for a little bit and translating DNN, Durka News Network.
Love it. I love it. Good. Okay, are you going to continue?
I mean, I could record this. I mean, I'm probably going to end it. I'm going to end the live stream because it's been a long day and I have a bunch of things that I need to do as well. So yeah, guys, thank you everyone for tuning in to day 109 of Iran Revolution Live. We will see you guys tomorrow for day 110.
Yep. And I'm Israel Chai. Long live America. Goldie?
Oh, sorry. I was waiting to bring up the video. Sorry. I'm Israel Chai. God bless America.
Javicha Payande
Iran. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آلین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دل بشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. آواز شرافت میهنی بسازی فخر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان. روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش.